There's a man named Yuji who runs a small hunter supply shop, stocking all sorts of gear. The trouble is, he's constantly running low on crafting material. And whatever leftovers he gets after hunters clear dungeons, yeah, it's usually cheap, low-grade junk. But what if that wasn't the case? What if he owned a dungeon of his own, letting him collect top-tier materials whenever he felt like it? Better yet, picture a whole army of trained creatures retrieving anything he asks for, willing to die for their master, and growing into a fully equipped force that could crush anyone bold enough to threaten him. And as if that weren't enough, an absurdly powerful cat and an equally fierce dog at his side. It all sounded impossible until one day. He starts flipping through a strange ancient book. It's dull beyond belief, and he ends up nodding off with his face practically on it. The instant he does, he's dragged inside. He opens his eyes and finds himself in a thick, fog-choked forest. A quick pinch tells him it's real, not a dream. Maybe some kind of illusion. He checks his status window, but nothing seems off. The quiet is eerie, no animals, just heavy mist swallowing everything nearby. He stops at an odd plant, its fruit hanging from wind-battered branches. He doesn't recognize it, so he crouches to inspect it more closely. A description appears, labeling it a level 1 ether herb. Hunters consume ether to use skills, and the stronger the skill, the more it costs. But this herb lets a hunter use skills for 10 seconds without spending any ether, which leaves him stunned. He immediately wishes he'd brought bottles to collect the herb's liquid. Right then he notices bright, healthy leaves on a damaged tree and decides to give it a hand, figuring it might not survive if he just walks away. He draws water from nearby and lets it shower down over the tree, hoping that's enough to keep it alive. Notifications suddenly flood in. Plant amiability level 1 and blessing of XXX level. He stares at the screen, baffled that watering a twig could trigger something like this. Then, without warning, the old tree behind the herb starts glowing. And a second later it disappears completely, as if it never existed. That's when he snaps awake, jolting back to reality. At first he tries to dismiss it as a dream, but it felt way too vivid. Then he sees dirt stuck to his hand. His eyes go wide as it hits him. Everything he experienced actually happened. Still unsure what to think, he wonders if he somehow sleepwalked. There isn't any dirt anywhere near his place, so that can't be it. Maybe he truly went somewhere else. To confirm it, he grabs the same book and reads again, hoping sleep will send him back to that strange forest, and it does. Once he dozes off, he wakes up in the same forest, but something's different. The fog is lighter and the area feels more open. That's when he understands. It's a dungeon that only appears when he falls asleep, an idea completely unfamiliar to him. Inside the dungeon, he spots a level solar apple hanging from a tree, an item so rare it barely shows up even in elite dungeons. Normal health potions only restore 10% of your max HP, but if you mix in this apple, they heal an additional 20%, and the recovery time drops by almost 80%. What blows his mind most is how many of these rare solar apples are everywhere. He figures that if he collects these along with the ether herbs, he could make an insanely strong potion. He assumes taking a few apples should be easy, but while he's still thinking about how to carry everything out, something drops from above and smacks him right in the face. He catches it at the last second and gapes at what he's holding. It's a dimensional pouch. The find is thrilling and a bit unsettling. With this, he can bring items out of the dungeon and maybe sell them through his shop. Even more surprising, there are a few bottles already tucked inside. The scene cuts to the next day at Hunting Ground, a famous hunter specialty chain in Seoul's District 7. Stock is running critically low. Hunters hustle around, scrambling to get ready, since they have only 30 minutes before entering the dungeons. Paralysis resistance potions are the hardest to find, with places like Witch's Cauldron and Pyramid already completely sold out. The 12th ranked hunter, Seo Hyeon, the sword witch, walks in, drawing attention with her rare Tier 4 dungeon equipment. It's the first time the other hunters have seen her up close. She heads straight for the manager, who's caught off guard by her sudden appearance. She says no one answered her call, and asks whether the potion she ordered yesterday is finished. The manager apologizes and says it's still being made because they're swamped, then asks her to wait. But Heejin says waiting isn't an option. Her dungeon run starts in 30 minutes. She pulls out her phone and begins looking up other shops. Meanwhile, our guy is fully focused on testing the items he brought back from the forest, mentally ticking off purified water, Undine's tears, and ether herb liquid one by one. He makes sure nothing's missing. Then he adds the solar apple concentrate and stirs everything together until it's fully blended. All at once, a string of alerts pops up, indicating that XXX's blessing level 1 has triggered a major success on his potion. He reaches alchemy level 1 and manages to produce a special potion level 1. It gives 14 seconds where skills consume no ether at all, and restores 14% of maximum HP over 15 seconds. Holding the vial, he can't believe he actually obtained the alchemy skill. something those so-called alchemists never achieve. He puzzles over what kind of XXX's blessing could make his brew this powerful. The thought of selling it flashes through his mind, but he has no idea what a price like that should be. This potion is absurdly strong, right as he chooses to keep it and try it himself first. Yejin, the huntress from earlier, walks into his shop and makes a beeline for him, pressing him for any potions and clearly in a rush. Her gaze lands on the bottle sitting on the counter. She asks if it's a healing potion. Jiha says yes, but tells her it isn't being sold yet. She ignores the caution with a shrug. She mutters an apology and says she doesn't have a choice. She slaps down cash, tells him to reach out to her guild if it's not enough, and hurries out. He freezes there, calling after her, afraid the potion could have a nasty backlash. The story then cuts to the sword witch deep within the dungeon. She's embroiled in a brutal clash with mole-like monsters. Activating her ability, she launches radiant sword projectiles that rip through them as she advances, wiping out anything that blocks her way. Two male collectors trail behind, awed by how effortlessly the 12th-ranked hunter controls the battle. The taller man remarks that there's nothing for them to contribute, proof of how completely she's dominating. The shorter one agrees, yet he's unsettled and thinks they need to strengthen their own ability. The taller guy tells him to forget about pestering the sword witch and to focus instead on quietly collecting material. He adds that if Hyojin were still who she used to be, she would have asked them to back her up. But after that one incident, she's been operating entirely alone. The other man starts to question him about the incident, but before he can finish, she sprints toward them, shouting for everyone to run. They're left staring, shocked by the sudden warning. Then the cause becomes clear. An enormous beast glowing purple with claws sharp enough to slice steel. It's a man-stalker, an aversion-class monster found in Grade 4 dungeons, infamous for lethal venom and its sheer bulk. Terror hits as they grasp how dire things are. The men stay rooted in place even after her shout, so she retreats a step and prepares to confront the man-stalker by herself. She drives her heavy blade into the towering, horned creature, battling with everything she has. Even so, the demon's power crushes her and her ether is almost depleted. Now her only option is to stall it long enough for the others to escape. In that life-or-death moment, her mind drifts to her partner, Sunyu. The person she wishes could be here, yet she knows he's gone, no longer able to help, forcing her to accept that she's alone. She remembers the potion she bought earlier from his shop. With nothing left to risk, she downs it and is surprised by how good it tastes. In an instant, ether floods through her body, surging with strength. Reinvigorated, she steps back in, ready to seize control of the fight against the demon. Using her powerful sword Rampage, she cleaves the monster clean in half, stunned by the potion's recovery effect and the complete lack of ether drain. It lets her maintain the skill for a full 10 seconds, far beyond her normal 3. As she looks at the empty bottle, she starts wondering about the store it came from. The following day, Hyojin storms into Jiha's shop, demanding an explanation about the potion she purchased. And looming over him threateningly, people nearby whisper, recognizing her as the famous hunter who wiped out a swarm of manstalkers on her own. Noticing she's coming on too strong, she apologizes and asks about the potion that restored 14% of her health while costing 0 ether. He tells her it was made using a solar apple from a 0-tier dungeon, an answer that only confuses her more, given how scarce those apples are. Jiha, anxious about saying too much, keeps his explanation intentionally unclear. When Hiein spots a blue vial glowing faintly, he says it's an ice-resistant potion, 32% for 40 minutes. She's speechless, since most only offer around 10% for 15 minutes. Intrigued, she asks where it came from, and he remembers discovering rare winter strawberries in an enchanted forest. Back then they were only level 1, providing 20% ice resistance for 30 minutes. He had collected the berries and used his alchemy skill to refine them into the potion. Gaining levels along the way, he insists the materials came from a tier 0 dungeon. Though doubtful, Hyojin buys every potion he has, paying well above the usual price. She compliments him on his name as she leaves, implying they'll meet again. Later, he goes back to the forest. There he finds glowstone and a kindle gem and plans to gather more winter berries. The huge amount of rare materials and the fact there are no monsters makes him wonder what kind of place this could be. A sound in the bushes reveals tiny, beetle-like mythic creatures. The pterodrones, Jiho is startled by how small they are, but a barrier keeps him from chasing them. Past it are devil ants, enormous hazard-class threats. Face the pterodrones. Take one down and more take its place, each one laden with toxin even more lethal than the aversion beasts. Still, their scale compared to the beetles doesn't make sense, since both are meant to be identical in size. The clash grows savage as the devil ants swarm over the pterodrones. He can't tell what started it, but he watches the tiny fighters begin to give way. Just when he's about to step in, a window appears announcing a war, him and his pterodrones versus the ants. It asks whether he'll participate. Seeing the pterodrones listed under his name, he chooses to join. Another warning follows, his faction is on the verge of defeat. He can select one of 3 small buffs for a single essence or spend 2 essence on the laborer's blessing. He goes with the second option, and Jiha replenishes the Pterodrone's power, letting them push back and crush the devil ants in short order. Once it's over, Jiha thanks the little guardians for keeping the woods safe. They huddle together and present him with a heap of essence stone. The barrier disappears and the haze around the region fades away. He only meant to stop by briefly, but now Jiha decides to keep exploring deeper into the forest. The scene cuts to Hunter's Net, the dungeon hunter hub buzzing with talk about Seo Hien. The sword witch, she's ranked 12, yet people in the chat rooms are doubting her most recent win. In a private message thread, a red-haired woman talks about the sword witch with someone online. They mention that Hien has been running dungeons alone ever since her partner Chengyu disappeared 3 years back, but the other person brushes it off, saying she should just move on. The redhead bristles at the icy, clueless attitude. After seeing how long Hyojin has searched through dungeons, she can't stand such thoughtless remarks. Then Chulhyun barges in, her guildmate and a top alchemist of the Eternal Flame Guild, cutting off her anger and urging her to look after herself. She asks for the intel she requested on Yuji. He says the shop owner is nothing more than a low-tier hunter. Aside from selling the rare solar apple, there's little to note. She demands specifics and learns the solar apple drastically reduces ether consumption. Yet Jiha prices its potions far below their true market value. The investigator figures he's either ignorant of what he has or simply too modest to exploit it. She decides to get some air and go see Yujiha in person. He offers to drive her, but she declines until he reminds her she's Cha Hyuyan, Guildmaster of Eternal Flame. The focus returns to Jiha, who heads farther into the woods after the fog and barrier vanish, only to feel the temperature drop, even though the scenery barely changes. Up ahead, a menacing purple aura blankets the path. Relying on gut feeling, Jiha chooses not to advance any farther. When he stands, the Pterodrones are already there, offering blue mist-chasing flower seeds that disperse fog. Noticing an unfamiliar one among them, he assumes it's their leader, and realizes they must have come from the mist zone he refused to enter. A prompt requests that Jiha save the Pterodrone's queen, and he accepts, aware they're the forest's protector. He brews potions and prepares rations so his tiny allies are battle-ready. Then he weighs using an area buff to help them against the devil ants. Just like last time, he leads the Pterodrones toward the devil ant hive, where a massive wave of ants pours out and the insect armies collide. The Pterodrones perform far better than before, until Jiha spots a beetle being pinned down. He considers using a special slap that can swat flying devil ants right out of the air. He locks onto a winged messenger trying to alert the main force, and shuts it down with a perfectly timed hit. At the same time, Hyugen arrives at Jiha's general store, wanting to see whether the solar apple rumor is real. She's also intrigued by talk that Seo Hyojin defeated the man-stalker after coming here. The place looks ordinary from the street, but she's set on figuring out what's hidden behind it. The sign says open, yet the door is locked, so she asks a cleaner about the shop's hours. He says it hasn't opened since yesterday and the owner is hardly ever around, hardly professional, especially since it's apparently closed on weekends. She suspects the owner intentionally stays out of sight, and she senses there's far more to him than he lets on. While she looks into it, Jiha finishes off the winged devil ant to support his unit. The Pterodrones return triumphant, carrying their rescued queen. When the queen tries to move, he cautions her not to push herself. She offers him a contract, making him their sponsor in return for valuable rewards and aid. With both sides gaining, Jiha accepts without hesitation, finalizing their alliance. Then, right before his eyes, the Pterodrone general begins to evolve into a fearsome fighter, finally living up to the title. Before long, a procession of beetles shows up, hauling yet another enormous stash of essence and ether stone. Way beyond what he could ever use. 10 essence with just a few ether stones would have done the job. But the others obviously disagree. Jiha inspects the seeds taken from the Pterodrone general. The wild grape seed looks completely normal, yet the world tree fruit seed gives off an eerie mystery. He figures its truth will show itself after it's planted, and leaves the rest to the forest. Then he starts thinking about putting a cabin close by. The following day, hunters under Hyungnim head into a dungeon, sure the devil ant queen is within. Instead, it's already been cleared. The nest is totally vacant, no ants and not a single trace of the queen. Hyungnim can't wrap his head around it happening so quickly, especially since the dungeon only just opened. That makes them think someone else finished the dungeon first, but their leader shuts it down, reminding them that cleared dungeons don't open again. They move farther in and spot obvious evidence of a fight, refusing to accept that every ant simply disappeared. He commands them to comb the area. Then they notice an enormous palm mark, suggesting a monster on a catastrophic level. Hyungnim immediately takes off, calling for a retreat and warning that anything able to erase devil ants is far beyond what they can handle. One mistake could kill them on the spot, so it has to be turned over to the Hunter Association. The scene shifts to an office where Kim Hyun-soo, heir to the formidable Goryeo group, is told the devil ant nest was wiped out. Before any hunters even arrive, the handprint is larger than anything on record, leading him to suspect a mythic raid creature or something even more terrifying. The idea unsettles him, stirring memories of an earlier disaster. The next day, Jiha waits outside a building in Seoul's Area 5, when his awkward sister, Hwang Soon-young, comes rushing out to greet him. He tells her not to run, but she trips anyway. He helps her up and asks if she's all right, and she quickly reassures him. Not about herself, but about the book in her arms. Soon-young, South Korea's only origami hunter and a devoted bookworm, gets breakfast from Jiha, sent by their other sister, Jumi, while she hands him a book she just bought. She says the shop manager looked annoyed because people kept bringing it back. As he thumbs through it, the pages begin to shine and a prompt pops up. He obtains the Infinite Spellbook, a relic that allows spells to be written using a thunderbird's feather, and a rare ink called Various. Jiha asks his sister if it's basically just a decoration. She explains it's blank and no one could write in it, so the store sold it as a display item. Jiha tries himself and finds he can't write in it either. He tells her about the message he saw. That's when he realizes she never received anything, since she still thinks it's only for show. Soon-young worries he might be disappointed, but he assures her he likes it and promises he'll use it responsibly, lifting her spirits. Later, by himself, Jiha keeps experimenting with the spellbook, yet he still can't mark a single word, remembering the note about needing a thunderbird feather and special ink. He finds out thunderbirds are enormous and extremely rare, with wings spanning about 25 meters, and they live in distant, brutal regions. Hunting one sounds overwhelming, so he decides the book will stay as decoration for now. Then when he least expects it, light coils around the hand resting on the book, awarding him 2 abilities. Neat handwriting level 1. An ancient magic level 1, he's momentarily speechless. Nothing changes right away, but he senses they must matter. He tests the new trait and laughs. His formerly sloppy handwriting is now pristine, even though the infinite spellbook still refuses his ink. A commotion outside pulls his focus. A gate has appeared, revealing a rank 0 dungeon in a grassy valley with a single objective. Bring back a thunderbird feather within 1 hour, and only laborers are allowed inside. Jiha thinks his handwriting trait might have triggered it, but despite the sinister feeling it gives off, he trusts a rank 0 dungeon won't be too dangerous. When he steps in, he's met by calm waterfalls and breathtaking scenery, until a massive shadow glides across the ground. Looking up, he spots the thunderbird, brilliant, colossal, its wingspan stretching across the sky. Shaken by a bird the size of a building, Jiha can't imagine how he's supposed to hunt something like that, until gentle feathers float down from above and he realizes he only has to gather them. He's stunned by how simple it turns out to be. Next, he needs ink. Right on schedule, the Terradrone he sent ahead comes back with a vial of green herbal extract. With everything in hand, he focuses on the next step, activating the infinite spellbook. Using the thunderbird feather and the special ink, he writes for the first time. Golden glyphs burst forth, spiraling through the air before carving themselves into a nearby tree. He realizes he's just seen a rune word come into existence. The story cuts to Jiha as he remembers an ancient tale. A colossal tree once taught an old tribe 4 mighty spells: creation, harmony, and change, and destruction. To master them, the elders devised rune words, mystic inscriptions that kept the magic from spiraling out of control. Back in his shop, he discovers a book saying the world tree gifted magic to humanity, and that it could only be used safely through rune words. He's never seen anything like them and wonders if people still use them today. Then rune words appear on the tree once the spellbook's requirements are met. But he can't understand why they weren't written inside the book to begin with. He recognizes the carved tree as the one he planted when he first stepped into the dream forest, suspecting it might be a sapling of the fabled world tree. Afraid the symbols could fade, he carefully copies the rune words into his book. While examining the carving, he suddenly realizes he can read them, even though it's his first time seeing them. The message says, "Destruction, thy flame will set all things ablaze." After finishing his transcription from the tree into his book, the text turns into a real physical scroll of change destruction, boosting the strength of rune-based magic. He rips the page out, intending to make 99 more. When he looks again, the torn page has already repaired itself, proving the book never runs out. So as long as he has ink, he can produce unlimited scrolls, even if what each one truly does is still a mystery. Since he isn't a mage, he can't experiment with them himself, but he could find answers by handing one to a magician. Sometime later, Jiha returns to his shop and is greeted by an unfamiliar visitor, a red-haired woman, clearly seething after failing again and again to locate him. She lets out her complaints and he offers an apology. After sizing him up, she decides he's nothing special, just as her guildmate Kalhyun had described. Her piercing stare makes him tense, thinking she's furious, but she's really concluding that her interest isn't Jiha himself. It's the remarkable goods he carries. After a short pause, she gives him her card and introduces herself as Cha Hyuyin. the head of the Eternal Flame Guild. She asks about the supposed special items sold in his shop. Jiha immediately assumes she means the solar apple or winter strawberry potion, which have been in high demand recently. To compensate for the hassle, Jiha offers to give her some items at no charge. She's taken aback since rare potions are never this easy to obtain, let alone for free. But when he checks his stock, he realizes he's sold out. It's the first time that's happened to him, the result of being distracted by the Terradrones and the infinite spellbook. Mortified, Jiha apologizes and promises he'll have everything prepared by the next day. Huyen, disappointed and unsure if he's generous or just foolish, accepts the apology and agrees to come back. The redhead starts to leave, frustrated because she wanted to try the potions that day. Then he realizes she's a fire mage, so he quickly offers her a flame scroll he made as a sample. Not wanting her to walk away with nothing, she takes it with courtesy, unrolls it and finds a fire spell inside. After trying it, she compliments the chant as she turns to go. He notices her staff shining and wonders if the magic is responsible. Later, Huyen leads her guild into the spider dungeon. Quickly bringing down a sentinel spider, she tells the others to press forward but stay sharp. As she grips her staff, she feels her strength swell. The runestone set within it burning with light. A warning from her team snaps her attention to a spray of poison headed straight for her. She dodges cleanly and sees countless glowing eyes hidden in the dark, far more enemies than the report claimed, and understands how serious this is. Her teammate apologizes for missing it and recommends pulling back to reorganize. But the guild leader stands her ground, trusting her own power, and choosing to advance despite the threat. She lights her staff and hurls a brutal wave of fire, incinerating everything ahead of her. Her guildmates stare in awe at the overwhelming force of her spell. They wonder how much stronger she's become and joke that at this pace, she could clear the whole dungeon alone. When the blaze dies down, Huyen is left stunned by the power she unleashed, suspecting it might have come from Jiha's scroll. The following day, Jiha hurriedly brews solar apple and winter strawberry potions in his shop, packing them quickly for Huyen's early stop. She arrives right as he finishes, this time with someone else in tow. The woman hands him a cash-filled briefcase, feeling uneasy about taking the scroll for free, especially since its strength exceeds even S-grade item. Seeing how low his prices are, she assumes profit isn't his main motive. Jiha is briefly overwhelmed by the amount and says he does care about money, he just never expected such a huge payment. Huyen insists on paying for the scroll, calling it cheat grade, which reassures Jiha about the spellbook's value. She offers to transfer the funds instead, but he declines politely. He frames it as saying sorry for being late, but deep down, he knows he hasn't earned that money, because his true goal was to make her try an untested scroll. She warns him that a good deed can become stupidity in a heartbeat, leaving her companion uneasy. She likens him to a goose that lays golden eggs. Handing those eggs out for nothing would only draw in predators. She says Jiha's talents are like those golden eggs, remarkable but dangerous in a hunter's world. Huyen circles back to her point and asks him to join the Eternal Flame Guild. The unexpected proposal catches him off guard, and she promptly apologizes for how blunt she was earlier, insisting her guild can be trusted. The guild master says she brought the money herself to prove how serious they are about compensating him. Even knowing their reputation, Jiha is still grateful for the effort. Stressing the guild's backing, she introduces Chulhyun, their head alchemist, and tells Jiha he'll have plenty of chances to work together on research. They promise a customized salary and benefit, plus a senior position right from the start. Though thankful, he turns her down, which she misunderstands, telling her companion to prepare a contract. When his refusal fully registers, she's stunned, asking why he would reject such generous conditions. He says it's all too much and that someone else would fit the role better. But his humility only irritates her further. He confesses he began as a low-tier hunter with no special ability. Being able to make rare items came from luck, timing, and an amazing friend. He isn't sure his talent will last, and he'd rather remain connected to his shop. Her guildmate tells her to honor his choice. Sensing Jiha won't be persuaded easily, the guildmate urges her again to respect his decision. Her guy promises he'll stay cautious, follow their advice, and bill her extra for the potion she set aside. Still uneasy about being refused, she warns him not to regret it when trouble hits. He reassures the guild he'll be fine, thanks to his magical humming bell, a flower that warns him of danger. Then the story shifts, noting how gates have reshaped the world. Nature is disappearing. Beaches and oceans are crawling with monsters, and even mountains and valleys offer little safety. But in the dream forest, Jiha discovers a rare haven. He enjoys a calm shoreline, surprised because he expected nothing but woods here. As he relaxes, he wonders if he's really suited to run a shop. He'd planned to put more energy into his store, but meeting Wei-in wore him out. Wanting to recover, he sits by a campfire with his books. That's when he realizes he overlooked one thing. Visitors can show up without warning, like the strange white cat he soon encounters. 2 hours earlier, Jiha rested beside a fire, listening to the surf, an unusual calm since the sea had become perilous. Right as he considered bringing others here, he caught a faint, cat-like cry, feral yet gentle. His hummingbell plant stayed quiet, so he knew it wasn't dangerous. Then a pterodrone appeared, guiding him to the source, a big white feline named Actis. It looked frail and hurt. He carefully lifted it, wondering whether a potion might help. As he held the creature close, a quiet murmur from the pterodrone made him look over and notice several more carrying fish. When he asked if they'd been looking after Actis, their kindness touched him, and he promised to bring extra food next time. The scene returns to the present. Jiha feels relieved when Actis reacts well to the potion. The cat that had been trembling now sleeps soundly. That fuels Jiha's curiosity about the dream forest. He realizes he's never once seen animals here before. When Actis opens its eyes as Jiha softly strokes its head, he apologizes, only for the cat to answer with a quiet purr. Unable to resist how adorable it is, he hugs it close and chooses a new name, Bam. Noting its tiger-like vibe, Jiha takes Bam to his shop. Customers immediately fall for the magical creature and start asking where it came from. He says he found it in a dungeon and brought it along because it had nowhere to go. When one customer reaches out to pet Bam, the cat scratches her. Jiha apologizes right away and explains the cat is timid. He notices it only shows affection to him, staying guarded around everyone else. He starts wondering if it's wise to keep it in the shop, but leaving it alone at home seems no better. Just then, Hijin drops in with coffee, saying she had errands in the area. She's startled by Biam, and even more so when Jiha calls the cat a tiger. He thinks maybe even the sword witch has things she's afraid of. She offers him coffee, but when the cat walks toward her, she tenses up. He apologizes and tells the cat to hop down. The cat seems drawn to Kiane's touch, so she carefully pets it. Its softness and gentle behavior calm her. She remarks that Jiha handing out powerful buff scrolls for free has stirred up a lot of attention on HunterNet. Even the head of the Eternal Flame Guild showed up recently to buy a scroll worth hundreds of millions. She can't decide if he lacks drive or is simply gullible. Still, she suspects his kindness comes from living without avarice. Maybe that's exactly why she keeps ending up back at his shop. All at once, the shop's enchanted bell starts booming, a harsh warning of danger. A Type 4 catastrophe alert screams out, commanding everyone nearby to evacuate at once. Hijin yells for him to run immediately, pushing him to hurry, but he just stands there, unmoving, gripping Bam as if refusing to let go. Hunters pour in, ushering civilians away while the street erupts into chaos. Jiha catches whispers that a Type 4 alert means a level 4 dungeon, something only elite hunters can confront. He tries to calm the cat, but the trembling earth makes it clear the threat is close. Dungeon catastrophes happen when hunters fail to finish a dungeon in time. Minor dungeon breaks can be dealt with, but a level 4 or higher catastrophe is truly lethal. Officials evacuate civilians within a 20-kilometer radius. They roll out soldiers and armored units and gather top-ranked hunters on the front lines. That's why the Eternal Flame Guild has arrived to contain the crisis. Tension spikes as skeletal creatures spill out from the catastrophe gate. The military reacts at once, sending fighter jets and firing missiles to halt them. But as the swarm pushes forward, the city sinks into pandemonium. Ion Suk, the manager commanding the troops, recognizes the monsters emerging as leeches. He realizes this must be the fallout from a failed assault on an undead dungeon. He orders everyone to concentrate fire on the gate, aiming to stop both the creatures and the curse-hurling leeches. Certain it can be sealed off quickly, he assumes they can clean up the leftovers afterward. Then something far more dangerous slithers out, forcing him to reconsider his approach. The commander issues an urgent order. All units are to pour their full firepower into the new threat. The soldiers throw everything they have at it, desperate to bring it down. Blasts thunder across the field as heavy weapons hammer the creature. The troops think it's working, but Hyan Suk isn't convinced it will even scratch a disaster-rank monster. It notices civilians nearby, bent on erasing every presence it deems a threat. The creature lunges with horrifying speed, slipping past the defenders without slowing. They're left stunned. Then the real objective becomes obvious. The city's central shelter where civilians are hiding. The sword witch springs into motion. She unleashes a violent flurry of blade strikes to cut it off, while the guild leader hammers it with flame magic. But the monster keeps pressing toward the shelter, ignoring them completely. Even with Wei shouting warnings, Hyojin charges in, determined to save Jiha and everyone inside. The creature breaks into the civilian refuge and fixes on its prey, Jiha, frozen in terror. Right as it's about to strike, Bayam springs forward and fires off a burst of magic. The creature, just a lesser demon, answers with a magical roar. The force of it rolls out like a tiger's rage. Then Hyojin feels a sudden surge of ether spilling from the shelter that locks the monster in place. Seizing the opening, she rushes in and signals Cha Hyuyan. He's already forming an overwhelming flame spell. Her sword rampage meshes perfectly with the fire magic, swallowing the beast in a tempest of blazing blade strikes. When the monster finally falls, a heavy silence blankets the battlefield. Everyone starts to think it's finished, but the sword witch warns the leader about the ether she sensed earlier. As the haze clears, Hyojin is startled to find Jiha still kneeling inside the shelter, clutching Bayam while everyone else has already run, with officials declaring the incident over. They begin treating the injured, but Hyojin can't forget that strange ether she felt. Now it's gone without a trace. Meanwhile, Jiha makes it home, drained by the day's turmoil. After showering, he sits at his desk with Bayam, noticing how calm the cat looks, remembering, too, how furious it was earlier when the monsters appeared. Still curious about everything that happened, Jiha starts writing it down in his legendary spellbook. As his pen moves, the details show up directly on the Mir Wiki, a global database everyone believed was impossible for anyone to edit. Hyun-suk is the first to notice, and he's instantly stunned. A high-level briefing follows as officials and hunters review the disaster. They confirm the ether wave caused enormous energy disruption, yet none of their hunters delivered the finishing blow. Thankfully, the unexpected ether burst wiped out the threat. Before it could do any further damage, one of them proposes that the cause may have been an abnormal occurrence rather than a person. Their focus then turns to the Murwiki, which, during the incident, updated for the first time ever. They conclude that someone unbelievably powerful must have frightened the monster away, and that the forum post appeared in an instant. Hyojin stresses that whoever drove the monster off was inside the shelter and could have extraordinary power. Huyen adds that several people heard a cat cry out during the ether blast, and that Jiha, along with a snow leopard-like cat, was in the shelter, so Hyun takes everyone to Jiha's shop, determined to see the cat. Jiha, uneasy about their excitement, warns that if they come on too strong, Byam might panic and bolt. Right then, Byam hops onto the counter and stretches, drawing every eye immediately. The guild master lifts Bayam up, astonished that a cat tied to such a colossal ether surge looks so unremarkable. Jiha tries to caution her about Byam's attitude, but she brushes him off, scrubbing the cat roughly, trying to feel traces of the power it showed earlier. The cat lashes back, biting her and springing away while Jiha urgently warns her. The topic changes when Hyojin brings up what happened at the shelter, pointing out that a cat's cry sounded right before the monster pulled back, and that Jiha was there with his own cat. Byam suddenly attacks Jiha, raking at his hair, which makes Hyun-suk question whether the report can be trusted. Even so, he still intends to recruit Jiha, but decides this isn't the moment. Hyukin has already been turned down, and he has no desire to go head-to-head with the Eternal Flame Guild. He starts to walk away without making an offer, and Hyun runs after him, grumbling that she wanted to watch him get rejected as well. Hyojin politely says goodbye to Jiha and goes after them. When night comes, Jiha returns to the forest and starts reading. He finds a mention of the Gehenna continent, a name that vaguely reminds him of something he heard before. The book shows an intricate map of the land, explaining that many races once lived together beneath a massive tree. It says the tree created gods of nature to guard Gehenna. Jiha goes still when he sees an image of a nature god, a white cat marked with black spots, titled Nature's Raging Fang. Even if Bayam seems like a normal cat, the ether explosion convinces him there's much more to it than meets the eye. Maybe even that it's a nature god. The thought hits hard. The tree from his dreams could be the fabled world tree. Suddenly it all makes sense. The sense that the tree was steering him toward a role, the labor class he gained. Aiding the Terra drones, rescuing Byam, everything traces back to the world tree's blessing. Just then, his spellbook glows and springs open. A fresh status window appears, showing his class as XXX's worker, along with the trait XXX's blessing and listing skills plus. Plant and animal taming and alchemy. The light intensifies, making him cover his eyes. Jiha flips channels and stops on a press conference about the ongoing danger of undead led by an ancient lich. 10 years after the government stopped pursuing them, the blight has spread unchecked. Supplies are running low and people are starving. Officials argue over bombing the region, aware they'll need to commit everything to make it work. Jiha doubts killing a lich is that straightforward, so he shuts off the TV and goes to sleep. Jiha slips back into his dream forest and finds himself before the world tree. He understands now that this tree is what brought him here, even as he wonders why he was picked for such a burden. He decides to support the tree however he can. Without warning, a spinning violet vortex bursts open behind him. An elder lich steps out, reciting curses and demanding obedience. It lifts its staff and calls forth a swarm of skeletal servants. Jiha identifies it as Dread Grade, yet their tiny bodies make him think the skeletons look kind of cute. But a warning quickly reminds him they're dangerous, noting they're advancing and tainting the surrounding ground. Without hesitation, Jiha prepares to defend his territory. When asked to propose methods to weaken the lich, he accepts immediately. He briefly considers smacking the army away, then realizes a lich won't fall to something that simple. Knowing it can only be stopped by destroying its life source and cleansing the corrupted land, he refocuses. A far-off castle draws his gaze, stirring a strange familiarity, and as he looks closer, he recognizes the banner of the Estramm kingdom, a grim thought follows that the undead might be the kingdom's former people. Pushing the chilling idea aside, he orders his Terra drones to halt the corruption at once. The Terra drones rush forward but are blocked by an enormous boulder. Only the Terra drone warrior can fly, so Jiha knows abandoning it would slow them down. He's urged to either shift the boulder using one essence, or leave it to them to deal with. He moves at once, opening a clear path. Afterward, he tells them to track down where the enemy is coming from. The Elder Lick answers by commanding its undead servants to guard the tribute chest, then releases a spell that ravages the oncoming Terra drone. The advantage swings away from the Terra drones, but the warrior barrels into their commander and slams it with a brutal headbutt. As Jiha uses Worker's Blessing to empower the whole force. In the melee between Terra drones and the undead, the Elder Lick is knocked down and ripped to pieces. Piece by piece, but it only laughs, insisting that ruining his body is meaningless. His real vulnerability is somewhere else. Then its eyes blaze, it can feel the enemy closing in on its life source. But their power still falls short, so Jiha is pushed to evolve his Terradrone warrior for 5 essence. The price makes him waver, yet he finally agrees. The creature transforms into a terrifying night beast and charges toward the castle's core, driving its horns into the cursed box again and again. When the life source breaks, the Lick screams in torment before its body and army melt into blue mist. Jiha lingers to enjoy the win until his Terra drones come to meet him. They gather loot from the field and offer him a treasure chest. To his shock, the chest grows larger. Inside is the Estramm Kingdom's royal seal, a rare relic that raises mentality by 5, and bestows the conqueror's charisma trait. It proves this really was the Estramm Kingdom. He'd return it if he could, but its owner is long dead, so he decides to safeguard it himself. Once the Lick's source is gone, he begins cleansing, purifying the area to remove any remaining taint. His tiny helpers drag the undead leftovers into the woods, where they instantly collapse into dust, confirming his hunch that the forest would break it down. His Terradrone Knight returns with ink, urging him to write a scroll. Jiha declines. Without a rune word, it's useless. But then, as though on cue, rune words appear in the air. He writes a spell meant to return the land to how it once was. As he's trying to figure out how to use it, Bayam springs onto his back, breaking his focus. While Jiha plays with his cat, the Terradrone Knight tears the newly written page out of his spellbook. A Harmony Scroll appears in its place, one that can cleanse and restore the tainted ground. The Terradrone grabs the scroll and disappears, leaving Jiha staring around, trying to figure out where it went. Soon after, liches rise again in the lands of Jirisan, casting curses and laying claim to the territory. The locals brush it off as nonsense, even though they know disaster-class monsters are no joke. Their talk cuts off mid-word when they notice something glittering in the sky. As their curse intensifies, the liches proclaim a divine claim to the land and send their minions rushing in. The horde surges forward, then abruptly halts when a Terradrone Knight steps out through the gate. The Elder Lick recognizes it immediately as kin of the cursed tree, the forest's guardians, and orders his forces to bring it down. The Terradrone Knight skewers a skeleton, only to be struck by the Elder Lick's curse, yet it shakes it off as if it were a minor itch. The Lick stiffens in stunned disbelief as the Knight summons its army to march up and crush the undead. The scene shifts to the shop, where Jiha's sister rushes in, snapping on the TV to watch the news. The footage shows Jiri-san, with signs of fighting still visible and the once purple ground now purified. Officials speculate the liches may have been eliminated. Jiha frowns, not sure what to think, until the anchor mentions a monster never seen before, possibly at destruction level, and shows the Terradrone Knight. His confusion only grows. Why would a Terradrone be there? At Eternal Flame headquarters, everyone erupts into argument over the broadcast. Yoonsuk insists it isn't destruction class, but Heejin says it's mythic grade. Hyun can only sit there, baffled by everything happening. Meanwhile, Jiha returns to the forest to face the Terradrone. He gathers them together and asks whether they tore out the scroll and showed up at the fight in Jiri. The knight darts away, then comes back with a heap of ether stones and essence, like it's trying to buy his silence. He laughs it off, refusing the payoff, and gently pats their small heads to thank them for cleansing Jiri-san. Then his eyes return to the 10 ether stones and 10 essences. Uneasy about what to do with them, BM reaches toward a crystal ball playfully, but in a flash the cat snatches it and gulps the crystals down whole. The sight triggers a realization. That's what powers the cat and probably why the Terra drones took it. With his remaining 15 essences, Jiha increases his stats, boosting his strength to 9 and his stamina to 8. He checks his body for any hint that his muscles have grown. Even though the extra might help on the job, he chooses not to fixate on it. With BM beside him, life already feels whole. Not long after, the Hunter Management Center calls Yuji, inviting him to a latecomer gathering at a dungeon. The newness of it has him excited to attend. When he reaches the Grand Fountain, it's packed with recovery specialists. He notices someone he knows, Mr. Wang Ho, who confirms the talk that this is the first dungeon on a scale like this. Everything quiets when Seo Hyein appears, setting off whispers in the crowd. Even covered in armor, she's striking, and people murmur about what she just accomplished. Finishing a mission by herself, while the other top-tier hunters there could do nothing but look on. Heejin notices Jiha, walks over, and asks whether he's entering the dungeon as a latecomer. Jiha says he was summoned, probably because the raid is still short on manpower. Their offhand chat with the sword witch pulls curious stares from everyone nearby. Worried about how dangerous it is, she offers to go in with him. Heejin says things would be smoother if she were there, but he hesitates. The event organizer offers to hand her the authority, yet she dismisses it coldly and proceeds to take Jiha along anyway. They push farther into the dungeon, while she makes an offhand comment about the rare plants that grow inside, things most people don't even bother paying attention to. When she asks if they should continue, he stops, opens his bag, and shows Biam inside. The moment she sees him, she breaks into a smile. She reaches to touch his paw, but Biam pulls away sharply. Flustered, Jiha explains that he can't stand having his paws handled. The cat squirms out of the bag, and his bigger frame is obvious now. Hyojin remarks that Jiha must be feeding him properly, and Jiha admits the cost is steep. Thinking back to the 1,000,000,001 etherstone, he gulped down. As they walk, Hyojin casually asks whether Jiha has seen the Terradrone report. Even though she's reluctant to say much, she mentions that enormous traces were discovered in the Busan Devil Ant dungeon. He tenses when she says the handprints are as large as buildings. Only then does it hit him she might mean the very dungeon where he crushed an ant with his palm. When she adds the raid was called off because of that mythical class giant, he smiles to himself, aware that the giant was actually him. At least now it's clear the miniature forest is connected to real-world dungeons. All at once, Bayam starts behaving oddly as approaching monsters come into range. Hyojin orders him to pull back and unsheathes her blade. A jolt of deja vu slams into her as she realizes this is the place where her partner Seung Hyuk disappeared. With Korea's former #1 hunter having vanished here, Jiha figures this must be a level 4. Zone 5, hemmed in by Venus's human snare plants, Heejin gulps a potion and settles into a fighting pose. She tells Jiha to dash for the entrance the moment the monsters strike. But being the kind of hero he is, he won't abandon her to take on a pack of elite monsters by herself. Then Biam unexpectedly bolts straight toward the creatures, sending Jiha's anxiety skyrocketing. What happens next leaves Jiha utterly stunned. As Biam closes in, the nearby monsters panic and scatter. With a savage chomp, the cat tears into the feral plant. Both hunters stand motionless as he comes back with something clenched in his mouth. Bayam drops it into Jiha's palm, a seed. Jiha asks the cat where it wants it planted while Hyojin stays stiff with disbelief. Seeing violet fog draped over the woods, Jiha cautions her. She coolly tells him to leave with the cat, saying she's picked up a trace of her former partner, and she refuses to go without checking it. Jiha simply offers her a potion and says they'll move as a pair. Sure that Biam can keep them safe, they head farther into the forest, Bayam snoozing on Jiha's shoulder until Hyojin abruptly halts. She points to a dim glow leaking from a cave, convinced it could contain the answers they've been chasing. As they approach, they realize the inside hasn't been worn away by erosion. They also spot bloodstains, urging them to hurry. Further in, Hyojin's gaze lands on a snapped sword and armor smeared with blood. She would recognize at once that they belong to her partner, Xingyu. She hugs the armor and breaks down crying. Jiha notes the blood was only near the entrance, meaning he may have come in to recover and then gone back out. A shove from Biam makes them glance down and see a green, glowing orb held between his teeth. Jiha identifies it as a symbiote egg, intending to study it later, and he gives Biam the pat it's demanding. He adds that what they've found suggests Han Seung Hyuk might still be alive. After wiping away her tears, she hardens her resolve. Heejin proposes they return. Outside, she thanks Jiha for their stroke of luck and tells him he can reach out to her whenever he wants. She says she'll back him up anytime and clasps his hand. Biam instantly scratches at their joined grip in jealousy until Hyojin calms him with a soft pet. After that, they go their separate ways since Jiha needs to feed Biam and examine the symbiote egg it brought. Back at his shop, he searches for clues about the cave discovery. Biam's mischievous knocking over of books snaps his concentration and startles him for a moment. In the end, he finds nothing helpful and gives up. He decides the best option is to sleep and head back to the dream forest. He wakes there feeling renewed, then locks up when he sees the tree he planted has shot up into a colossal giant. Its limbs hang heavy with golden fruit marked fruit of the world tree. That confirms what he suspected. It really is the world tree. On the ground, the Terradrones chirp to get his attention. He shows them the symbiote egg, and the Terradrone knight reacts right away. He recognizes it and offers to hatch it, forcing Jiha to decide. Jiha agrees without hesitation, and the Terradrones spring into action, their knight leading them as they carry the egg to the queen's chamber. The queen receives it with a warm embrace, then gently places it on a cushion of essence stones collected by her subject. Waiting outside, Jiha absent-mindedly plays with Bayam until they both go still, watching Terra drones form a chain up the enormous trunk toward the radiant canopy. Seconds later, a huge butterfly glides out of the light. Jiha, captivated by its beauty, wonders if that's the symbiont that just hatched. Then even more butterflies float into sight. A prompt confirms the symbiotes have awakened and the tree's restoration has begun. Jiha and Bayam can only stare in amazement. With the world tree restored, Jiha runs his hands along the trunk, a wave of relief washing over him. The tree responds by granting him a blessing, stirring his destiny as a worker of the world tree. Jiha watches in awe as the forest spreads and the solar apple fruit level rises to 2, letting him make double the amount of fruit potions. Wealth flashes through his mind, but he steadies himself and returns to his purpose. Realizing the world tree may have selected him to help mend the world, Bayam meows to signal it's hungry, and Jiha pulls out a fishing rod. Vowing to catch trout, the cat pounces excitedly at the hook. They cheer as a hefty fish bites and a prompt suddenly labels it a red trout. It grants level 1 extrasensory perception, increasing senses and reflexes by 20% for 30 minutes. Realizing he's never seen an item explained in this much detail before, his curiosity ignites. He rummages through his backpack, wondering whether the rest of his gear will now show expanded info too. He takes out his dimensional pouch and finds a new note saying it keeps items secure, even when moving through other dimensions. He scoops Bayam into his arms and rushes to the store, sparked by a sudden idea. He puts his scheme into action. Before long, hunters crowd the street outside Jiha's shop. Bayam slips through the throng and hands a token to a woman. They've all come to buy potions from Jiha's store, but each person is limited to 3 bottles and has to take a numbered ticket from the cab. Posters all over the shop promote a paralysis potion. It increases resistance by 35% for half an hour, and a premium health potion that brings back 22% of your maximum HP in 13 seconds. Jiha's potions are hugely popular in Seoul, so potent they even draw hunters from beyond the city. After giving out the final ticket, Bayam vaults up onto the counter. Winning Jiha's approval, shoppers pack their baskets with potion bottles, and as Jiha watches the crowded store, he decides to use the skill granted by the world tree to help others. He sees one customer out and calls in the next. At that moment, his older sister Nuna steps inside, briefly stunned by the crush of people. She excitedly tells him his shop is trending right now on the HunterNet forum, and jokes that she should have brought a ticket to get in, but he assures her Happy Hunters clan members are always welcome. She inspects the paralysis resistance potion, wondering if the numbers are real. Jiha confirms the effect is genuine, and she says it beats what other stores sell. She eagerly asks him to give her a bottle for free, but Jiha refuses, offering her a scroll instead. She's amazed by the script even though it looks sloppy. Jiha tells her it's a creation wish scroll. It grants 2 minor wishes and includes a charm to bring her luck. Unsure at first, she uses it to wish for a rare, old book. Later on, Sunyoung's guild fights small, fish-like monsters inside a dungeon. Their tank can't keep up and gets ridiculed by a sword-wielding teammate. The swordsman flings the creature with all his strength, and it slams into Sun Young, leaving her hurt and sprawled on the floor. He apologizes as everyone rushes to check on her. She stands, rubbing at her head. All of a sudden, the creation scroll shines and displays that her accident increases special item discovery chances by 70% for 30 minutes. With a single use remaining, the ground trembles without warning, cracking open beneath them, and the team plunges into the void. As the antique book slips from her hand, they finally stop when they hit solid ground below. She wonders why bad luck keeps striking, realizing this drop wasn't caused by a trap. The mage conjures a light spell, revealing a concealed room overflowing with treasure and legendary gear. While searching around, the white-haired man notices the Night Troop's longsword, and another member concludes this place is a hidden base. Soon Young finds an old Black Lion Night book from the Gemark Empire, and she jumps up in delight, convinced her wish for an ancient book came true. One teammate warns the dungeon is unstable and tells them to grab what they need and get out. Just as they start moving, the swordsman drops when the floor gives way under him, but the tank catches him in time. Then another quake hits. They try to steady each other and retreat, only for a sudden wave of grotesque creatures to cut off their route. In panic, they race through the passages, chased by an even bigger, more horrifying monster. Sunyoung prays to God Ark, clutching the book as a shield. But nothing answers her. When she opens her eyes, her team is bunched together, surrounded by endless barren sand with no way out. The focus returns to Jiha in the dream forest. He admires the rich, newly revived soil, grateful the earthworms are thriving. As he considers what to grow next, Bayon offers him a seed that suddenly sprouts into a huge, carnivorous plant. Puzzled, he watches the cat dig excitedly, and the enthusiasm wins him over, so he decides to help too. Then his humming bell flowers begin to ring, warning him someone unexpected has arrived. He picks up Bayon, brushes away the dirt, and spots hunters at the window, Sunyoung glaring with fury. When he steps out to welcome them, she explodes at him about the scroll, A message on it pops up with new detail. Misfortune increases special item drop rates by 70% for 30 minutes. Realizing he messed up, he awkwardly invites them inside to clean up. Everyone slumps down inside Jiha's shop and he asks what happened. They say earthworms suddenly swarmed the dungeon while they were investigating. He wonders if the mayhem was triggered by the creation scroll he gave his sister. They say they found the night troop's hidden hideout. Stunned, Jiha asks if it's tied to the Black Lion Night Troop from the Gemark Empire. She confirms and shows him an ancient volume, the Night Troop commander's logbook, but admits most of it can't be read because it's written in an old language. Jiha looks over the logbook and shocks her by reading the ancient script, revealing that monsters have begun crossing into the Estramm kingdom. Impressed, she produces an old sheet of paper, and Jiha's eyes go wide when he recognizes it as a damaged map of the Gehenna continent. Seeing how valuable it would be in the Dream Forest, he eagerly asks to borrow the logbook and the map for a few days, offering a massive stack of potions in return. Noticing how thrilled they are, he throws in extra supplies for another month, charming them all. After sending the customer off, Jiha runs through a mental checklist for boosting his shop's business, then turns to the Night Troop commander's logbook. Noticing Bayam nodding off, he gives it a light pat on the back, sits at the desk, and chooses to look over Nuna's map first, putting potion brewing off until later. Jiha studies the map. He sees how thoroughly it catalogs monsters, pinpointing the Elder Lick's source near the southern Estramm Palace and linking it to the forest where he previously clashed with. Iogen by Mount Apedo, irritated that the map still has gaps. Thinking the Terradrones may know more, he decides to get some sleep. He opens his eyes in the Dream Forest. There, the hush is broken only by BM's motion, while the woods remain disturbingly motionless. It makes Jiha question where the beetles have gone. In the next moment, the resonant bells start humming at once, signaling a formidable monster nearby. A Cyclops with one crimson eye suddenly appears, accompanied by a Terradrone force. The Gardner recognizes it as a disaster-class monster that had only ever been reported in China. He remarks on its extraordinary size and killing power, recalling how scores of hunters who pursued it abroad were wiped out by the impact of its enormous club. When the Cyclops starts smashing into the troops, he calls for BM's help, but the cat refuses. He then realizes there's no mission prompt, meaning the beetles are dealing with it on their own. So instead, he writes the creature's information into his boundless spellbook. The Cyclops swings wide and misses, giving the knight an opening to drive his crown straight into the monster's eye. Jiha yells a warning just as a red laser blasts from the Cyclops' lone eye. He worries his forces can't measure up to the Cyclops' raw power. Under their commander's direction, the unit pulls back and reorganizes, soon dragging in a massive ether stone that the knight forges into shield. They lock into a defensive formation. The red beam fires again, but it ricochets off the shields and slices off the Cyclops' weapon-holding hand. Seeing that the beetle's approach is working, he eagerly records their tactic in his famed book. With the beast reeling in pain and momentarily unfocused, the knight uses his ether shard to topple the Cyclops. Everyone celebrates the Cyclops' defeat. Jiha pays them back with food and ether stones. Suddenly, notifications pour in and the essence count climbs fast, until his inventory hits 325 stones. It turns out anything he writes in his spellbook is reflected on the Mir wiki. Hwaeun, browsing the site, notices the freshly updated entry is paywall, costing 10 essence to view the Cyclops' core strategy. She's baffled about when a system like this was added, but spends her essence on it anyway. The article says the Cyclops fights with its club and fires a lethal beam from its eye. When she tries to read further, the prompt pops up again, demanding 10 more essence to unlock the final strategy. Annoyed, she bangs her head on the desk, realizing she doesn't have enough essence. Furious, she vows revenge on whoever posted it, as a strange, unsettling feeling disrupts Jiha's peace. At the same time, a huge mass of hunters crowds around the Hunters Association building. The CEO steps out of his car, puzzled by the uproar, and is shown the Mir wiki Cyclops post. Someone explains that simply viewing the information costs 10 essence, and another 10 is needed for the finishing strategy. They observe that hunters are ready to pay a steep price for the Cyclops' final plan, since even spending 10 essence grants a major stat increase. Hyun Sok realizes almost no hunter would be sitting on 20 essence, which explains why everyone has gathered. He questions how the writer obtained this intel, considering a level 6 Cyclops dungeon has never appeared domestically, and is extremely hard to clear without authorization. Then, without warning, word breaks that a Cyclops dungeon has opened. Hyun Suk tells his aide to alert the intel team and the emergency operations center. and to call an immediate meeting. In the meeting room, they note the mere wiki server can't be accessed, ruling out the chance of outside interference. Even the essence transactions on the site can't be traced because they're automatically absorbed by the system that governs the hunters. Yoonsok's aide confirms that hunters who read the final strategy receive a real, tangible buff, proving the stories are true. He orders the Emergency Operations Center to identify every participant and watch them in real time. With safety as the top priority, the hunters gather outside the dungeon. Some feel their anxiety rise, while the guild leader is impatient to start. Hyojin lays out the plan, telling the tanks to hold back until the reflective shield is prepared. She intends for herself and Kyumbi to rush in right after the opening strike lands successfully. She leaves the finishing hit to Huion, now boosted by the Cyclops attack buff, which has raised her attack and critical strength by 15%. The fight kicks off when the Cyclops fires a scarlet beam, but Jeonbik blocks it with his shield, giving Hyojin the opening to unleash her sword technique. Huion follows by hurling a blazing boulder boosted by her buff, which slams into the monster. Watching the broadcast, Jiha sees the Cyclops dungeon resolved without disaster. Then the anchor announces that Murwiki's dungeon tactics will be shared overseas free of charge. That makes it click for him. His infinite spellbook automatically uploads any recorded strategy to the wiki. He realizes that if he posts the Terra drone's assault plan, he could guarantee an unlimited supply of Ether stones. The abrupt ringing of the magical flowers alerts Jiha that another monster has appeared. He snatches up Biam and rushes in immediately. The dream forest drops him onto a lone stretch of land surrounded on all sides by ocean. A Terradrone knight comes toward him, urgently asking for help with an injured being known as the World Eater. When Jiha asks where it is, the beetle points to a nearby hole. A sudden jet of water blasts out, soaking them both. Biam flicks his fur until it's dry while Jiha wipes off his face, and in that instant he realizes the ground beneath them is shifting. This isn't an island at all, but a whale, and no ordinary one. It's the World Eater, and he can feel its fading energy under his hand. He finally understands why so much magical essence has been drawn to him recently. Without pausing, he throws a fistful of essence crystals into its mouth, hoping to bring back its strength. The whale's pupils suddenly widen, then it spreads its enormous jaws and a surge of energy erupts outward. When the blast dies down, Jiha and Bayam are left sprawled across the sand, woozy from the force. A prompt appears, confirming the World Eater has been restored to its original state thanks to his help. He pushes himself up and sees the mighty World Eater reduced to a small, adorable creature, splashing in the surf. It's so cute he's completely overwhelmed, and he can't stop himself from lunging in, pulling it into a tight hug while Biam fumes with jealousy. He watches with contentment as the whale swims away. Even though Biam stays sulky, the creature abruptly turns and circles back toward shore, making him tense up. But it only does a playful flip in the water. When he looks to the beach, he discovers heaps of fresh fish and shellfish scattered on the sand. A thank you offering from the World Eater. Jiha accepts the bounty with gratitude as Biam snatches a fish for himself. He waves farewell to the little World Eater, silently hoping they'll meet again someday. Hours later, reports break of a gigantic sea monster spotted off Korea's southern shoreline. That night, helicopters sweep the coast with searchlights, and a massive octopus bursts from the water, swatting helicopters out of the sky. It surges toward land, panic spilling into the streets as security forces scramble, wondering where the hunters are, when an even bigger shadow rises. Its sheer scale suggests a disaster-class monster. The octopus locks up in terror, and the whale gulps it down in a single swallow. Inside the control room, officials watch the live feed, identifying it as a demigod whale connected to the first awakened human. The staffer points out how eerily it matches the archived records, but they decide to keep monitoring it anyway. Then they turn to the latest reports. The sea monsters that had been threatening Korea are now moving toward Japan. Back at home, Jiha sits with his sister, who's been buying more stocks lately. So she brought him some old books from the Estramm kingdom. He shows her the map he drew by hand. It only stretches as far as the Tails River, made entirely from the night troop commander's logbook. Impressed, she says he talks about it like he's actually been there. Jiha laughs and brushes it off, though inside he remembers the Terradrones who wandered those lands and helped him map them. He says that adding the southern Tails River would complete the Estramm kingdom map. She asks why he's putting so much effort into it. Jiha replies that it might come in handy later, but privately he's thinking of Han Seung-hya, probably still in Gehenna, and how the map, along with his world tree abilities, could be the key to finding him. As Sinyoung heads off to rest, Jiha tells her to drop by tomorrow with her team to pick up the potions he made, especially the extra resistance ones for their rank 3 dungeon run. Left alone again, he feels grateful for her help and satisfied that he's discovered a new rune word. Jiha turns back to the spellbook and opens it. Inside, he finds a scroll of change. Pursuit, a spell that can track and verify the whereabouts of any living being. He rips the scroll, focusing on Hyojin in his mind. The scene appears with startling clarity, even showing the energy she carries. The accuracy makes him genuinely impressed by its work. BM springs into his arms and Jiha. Assuming the sound had frightened him, he calms the cat and proposes they eat in the garden instead. Returning to the woods, he notices the stream is unbelievably transparent. Probably the influence of the World Eater, and he sees the solar apple has advanced to stage 3, increasing its power. Not long after, Terra drones appear, bringing him a record-breaking yield from the World Tree. The knight seizes Jiha by the collar, gestures upward, and shoots toward the tree. Believing he's supposed to come along, Jiha struggles as he climbs after him. Reaching the summit, he witnesses the vast Pado mountain range and realizes the Gehenna continent had always been beyond the garden's borders. BM's stomach growls, prompting Jiha to head back down, but as soon as he moves, a vine snags his ankle. He coils up his body and hoists him skyward. Terrified, he understands it's some giant plant monster and frantically calls out to BM and the Terradrone Knight. At the brink of disaster, the plant surprisingly sets him down gently. His relief turns to bewilderment when it hugs him in a strangely tender way. He laughs, realizing the intimidating flora is merely overly affectionate, and he's already considering writing about it on Merwick. Later, Jiha turns his attention to the road leading to Mount Apedo, the destination once chosen by those escaping the Estramm kingdom. The Terradrone's reminder rings in his ears. The dungeon tied to Han Seung-hyuk lies south of Estramm, close to the Tails River, which the map shows flowing right alongside Mount Apedo. Jiha notes the route to Seung-hyuk's remnants, but the garden's barrier prevents him from passing, leaving him no choice but to dispatch the Terradrone forces ahead. While the troops advance toward the mountain, Jiha prepares to dine with BM, yet the cat is missing, strange for one who never ignores food. A sudden poke from the jagged-toothed plant startles him, as if indicating where BM has gone. He returns to his shop and takes a seat, feeling the absence of his companion and pondering the many tasks still ahead. As he dwells on BM, he notices Hyjin entering with a neatly dressed gentleman. After exchanging greetings, the man identifies himself as Kim Hyun-suk from Hunter Management, saying he asked for her assistance to meet Jiha once more. Hyun-suk praises the extraordinary quality of his potion. Jiha serves tea and takes the chance to explain to Hyjin why he had reached out. He mentions discovering a scroll in an old tome, convinced it may aid in tracking down Mr. Seung-hyuk. The scroll of change leaves them speechless. When they learn he deciphered it entirely on his own, they promise to guard the matter in secrecy. The mood tightens abruptly when Hyun-seok asks whether he is bound by a contract with a demigod. Startled that he knows this, Jiho hears him clarify that he isn't investigating. Instead, he commends the potions for improving hunter survival rates by 20%. He calls Jiha indispensable and hands over his card, pledging full backing from Hunter Management. Jiha, overwhelmed by the compliments, questions whether he merits such a claim, but they assure him he represents the organization's future. Hyjin interjects, saying the manager simply wished to see him in person, and offers an apology. Jiha expresses gratitude, promises to treat them to a meal, then hands the manager several potions and escorts him out. Commenting on Kim Hyun-suk's sincerity and charisma, they head back inside. Jiha begins drawing in his notebook, drawing Hyjin's curiosity. He shows her an almost finished map, which he links to a mountain and river situated near the Estramm kingdom. Jiha instructs her to align the landscape with the map and trigger the scroll while focusing on Mr. Seung-hyuk. If nearby, it will expose his whereabouts. He regrets not having tested it, but he ran out of ink. He vows to assist her until the search bears fruit. She thanks him sincerely, eyes moist, yet he says helping a friend is only right. He downplays it, saying that's what friends do. Moving closer, she tells him to rely on her whenever he needs support. Then she realizes BM isn't around. This time Jiha bursts into tears, admitting the cat has disappeared. In that moment, he notices a wolf. Despite frailty and relentless hardship, it has never abandoned its charge. The wolf names himself Actis, the god's fang, and declares he has come for this very being. The wolf is shackled in thick chains, encircled by goblins. It is Growler, carrier of the divine will. The chains clatter as the wolf strains against them while goblins aim their weapons. Yet everything changes the instant BOM appears. Now enormous in size, he steps forward and commands the minions of darkness to withdraw. The wolf calls Actis a coward, but the cat answers by snapping the restraints in a single motion. Proclaiming Growler's resistance futile, Actis announces a new era. The revival of the World Tree has commenced. Growler refuses to recognize Actis' rule. Acknowledging only the god's command, he is swiftly seized by the colossal cat and hurled aside, dazed and unable to resist. The wolf hears Actis state he seeks no approval, reminding him he acts as the god's representative, as he grips the wolf by the scruff. He charges ahead with resolve despite the beast's objections, demanding its surrender. The story then shifts to Jiha delving into a Category 3 dungeon alongside other hunters. Sun Young asks why he chose to come along when this ruin-style dungeon holds nothing but a single item chest. He says the Black Lion Knight commander once guided Estramm refugees out through this route, implying there may still be concealed passages under the rubble. Sun Young notes the architecture looks familiar, yet her teammate is fixated on uncovering some rare relic in the area. Jaiha's gaze lands on Kyungbaek's blade, and he explains it's an uncommon knight's longsword, increasing strength and stamina by 5 and agility by 3, and activating the knight's pledge skill to boost attack by 7% for 5 minutes. Everyone gasps, baffled at how he can cite numbers that exact. When he realizes he's the only one who can view item stats, he hastily makes up a tale about having recently obtained appraisal ability. Sun Young catches on at once, seeing why his potion effects are always measured so precisely. Energized, another teammate asks him to appraise his armor, and Jiha says it's light chest armor that raises defense by 10% and critical defense by 5%. The team ribs Jiha, praising his new skill and joking about how much money it could make him. Sun Young, enraged by their greed, whacks them with her book and cautions Jaiha to be wary of people trying to take advantage wherever he goes. Jaiha turns Sun Young's warning over in his mind as he moves through the ancient stone hallway, considering asking Mr. Hyunsuk for guidance on handling his power. Up ahead, they find a fortress wall ripped open, clear proof of a recent monster assault. The party stops at the edge of the Tails River, stunned by its wide span and crystal clear water. Jiha checks the depth, wondering how the commander managed to dig a tunnel through it. He draws the river in his book and quietly resolves to investigate the area behind Mount Apedo later on. The others gather close, impressed by how faithfully his sketch reproduces what they're seeing. Sun Young's creation scroll shines, giving a short-lived increase to finding special items when minor mishaps occur for 20 minutes. At the same time, a page tears loose from Jiha's spellbook and flutters away on the wind. He leaps after it to grab it, startling Sun Young so badly she tumbles into the river, and he immediately rushes to pull her out. Sun Young gets swept downstream by the fierce current, and Jaiha dives in after her. Under the water, the world-eater whale appears and breaks the surface. It carries them both to safety. He checks that she's all right as she coughs up water, grateful the creature arrived in time. Jiha thanks the world-eater, stroking it softly in appreciation. When the party comes back together, they beckon him over to look at something strange. A luminous design is carved into the grass. They wave goodbye as the whale departs. Sun Young exhales, irritated that bad luck keeps finding her. Her guildmate pulls a glittering piece from her hair. She recognizes it as the artisan's final brooch, an artifact that increases handcrafting by 10%. Inspired, she rips out a page and summons a paper dragon that charms everyone. Before they leave the dungeon, they exchange thanks for the day's efforts. Jiha is happy to have discovered a magic circle, which he even copied into his book. When he opens it, the text identifies it as a god-bestowed dimensional gate, usable only for places where an identical circle exists. Jiha studies the circle, resolved to learn how the Pterodrones travel so freely between Earth and Gehenna. Back home, Bayam's absence makes him uneasy, but he tells himself it won't last and throws himself into work to fill the emptiness. Later, Jiha walks through the quiet forest calling for his companions. Bayam emerges from behind him, a small pup held in its claws. The Gardner feels immediate relief, and he can't help noticing how much his cat has grown. Then he spots the little creature, scoops it up, and a message reveals the pup's name is Growler. Messenger of the gods, it asks whether he will help heal its wounds. He agrees without pause, and the world tree's brilliant power pours into Growler. The wolf recovers and tries to shoot him a fierce look, but Jaiha, won over by how adorable it is, hugs him and names him Doggo. He welcomes it home, while Growler silently judges the name he picked. A few days later, the Gardner notices the Pterodrone population has surged since Doggo showed up. He concludes it's because the wolf's demigod qualities amplify animal affinity and leadership. As a result, the herd is now 1.1 times larger, and their traveling speed has risen by 1.2 times. Jiha understands that the stronger Doggo becomes, the more the whole group gains. With the persistent hunter skill that senses any movement within 2 km, he figures they can cross the Grand Plain toward Mount Apedo safely. He rewards him with a red trout ball, but Bayam snatches it greedily, and the two erupt into a messy scuffle. Their master steps in. He lifts Bayam and Doggo up, scolding them for fighting. Then the shop's humming bells begin to chime, announcing a visitor. Bringing his pets inside, he wonders if he's been overfeeding them. When the door swings open, Doggo snarls at the guests. Manager Hyun Sok arrives with the alchemist Chul Hyun. Their talk soon turns to Jiha's artifact identification ability. He confirms it, pleasing the alchemist and earning a solid handshake. Intrigued, Jiha asks what brought them here. Choi says they're not trying to recruit him and praises Jiha's outstanding potions and scrolls, letting a hint of an alchemist's envy slip through. Mr. Hyun-suk suggests they sit down, stressing there's a lot for them to go over. They ask Jiha how far his new ability extends. He says he can precisely read an artifact's name, details, stats, and skill ratios. He discovered it while making potions, and verified it by checking it against different artifacts. The manager notes it feels like an appraiser-type class, but he isn't sure how useful it is in practice. Yoon-suk says he brought Choi along to help polish Jiha's appraisal talent. Seeing how ready Jiha is to help hunters, he cautions that appraisers are extremely scarce worldwide, and if word gets out, swarms of hunters could upend his everyday life. He tells Jiha that measures are already in place to handle the rush of visitors. Hoyin comes across a trending online post about artifact appraisers. It piques her interest in whether a new hunter with that kind of skill has appeared. Digging deeper, she finds her own guild, the Eternal Flame, is providing appraisal sessions with a strict cap of 60 bookings a day. She's shocked to realize every slot vanished while she was still reading the post. A crowd forms outside Eternal Flame's headquarters, all there for Jiha, disguised as Master Cat, to evaluate their artifact. As he explains each item's traits, he finds himself enjoying the work even though the mask is uncomfortable. And he's grateful for Min Hyun-suk backing him up. He considers saying hello to Hoyeon but holds back after turning down her offer before. Meanwhile, Hwaeon explodes with rage in front of Chulhyun, making him uneasy as he tries to soothe her. She's furious because the reservations are completely filled, and he worries it'll get even worse once she finds out Jiha is the appraiser. She gripes that the schedule is booked solid for 3 months and scolds him for not telling her sooner. He explains the manager is the one running the appraisal service, and the spot was only chosen yesterday since he could freely use the basement. Annoyed that her treasured artifacts might take 2 years to get evaluated, Cha Hoyeon pushes Chulhyun to take action. Instead, he turns to leave, saying he can't step in and urging her to wait calmly and not stir up trouble. Still seething, she resolves to find out who the newcomer is and force him into serving her as an appraiser. At the same time, Master Cat's ears start itching strangely, as if he can tell someone is talking about him. Later on, Choi and Jiha make potions side by side and measure how well each one works. The special potion prevents ether use for 11 seconds and restores 11% of maximum health over 15 seconds. The very special potion stretches the effect to 16 seconds and recovers 16% of health, making it noticeably stronger. Even with identical procedures, Choi finds Jiha's bruise hit harder. Jiha pins it on the ingredients, concealing that his advanced alchemy is the real reason. Sure of their results, they finish the batch to sell tomorrow. Impressed by the output, Choi says they shouldn't limit themselves to a single shop. He suggests scaling up and bringing in additional alchemists. He bows, calls him sensei, and asks for instruction. The humble alchemist tells him he's still learning too and not to put him on the spot. Once the veteran alchemist departs, Jaihan nods off from sheer fatigue. He awakens in the forest, where some pterodrones are gathering fruit while the wolf and the others pile up essence stone. With a grin, he greets them and apologizes for being late after a full day of potion training. Both companions spring into his arms, then wriggle from being held so close. The pterodrone knight frantically signals, and Doggo darts off to guide Jiha ahead. Seconds later, an alert reports monsters in the Great Plains. Growler jumps into action at once, using his command ability to mobilize the army, and together they push the intruders out of the Great Plain. Because of that, the pterodrone forces receive the demigod's blessing, setting off an evolution into a new species. The knight changes into a scout, and as Jiha cleanses the Great Plains, Mount Apedo becomes available to explore. He praises his allies, especially Growler, who basks in the compliments. The cat and the wolf brag at each other until it turns into a quick tussle. Jiha grabs them both and heads toward Mount Apedo. While surveying the area, he notices a building in the distance and realizes it might once have been a black lion. The knight's refuge. Recalling the map, he remembers their hideout should be on the south slope of Mount Apedo. He figures there might be a passage cutting through the mountain. When he touches the protective wall, he's told the world tree's restoration is complete. Direct physical meddling in Gehenna is forbidden, but he can now speak with the beings bound there, and his role as the god's proxy starts to take shape. Since he can't intervene in Gehenna with his body, the Gardner wonders whether he can still issue orders to the Terra drones. All at once, he acquires a new ability, God's Vision, allowing him to observe the region from a divine viewpoint. As he tries it out, his sight expands into a godlike panorama, launching him far up into the heavens. Scanning the terrain, he spots armored survivors bracing themselves in formation against a swarm of goblins. Putting it together fast, Jiha realizes they're survivors from the Estramm kingdom as they push the monsters back. His eyes settle on the captain, then on the man calling him Eddie. It clicks, he recognizes Han Seung-hyuk. The captain weighs how grim things are as orcs keep pouring in from the Great Plains. Seung-hyuk tosses aside a dead creature, thinking they might have to use monsters as their food source. But the captain calms them with a vow that no one will starve. Han argues that Parajak from their village is working with Baron Grom and siphoning off their provisions. He asks the prince to let him find the stashed supplies swearing he'll settle it within 3 days. But the request is turned down. Jiha instantly recognizes the blonde knight Edenskal, the prince of the Estramm kingdom. A system window appears. It assigns a new quest, rebuild the village of survivors. It also discloses they were driven from their homeland by the undead, and are now trapped on Mount Apedo under threat of hunger and constant monster raids. The interface gives his first task, deliver the Estramm kingdom's scepter to Prince Edenskal, so his legitimate authority can be restored. It also instructs him to hunt down and eliminate those taking advantage of the villagers. Baron Grom and Parajak, who are using the survivors for their own profit. Though rattled by how unusually specific the quest is, he quickly refocuses on the urgency of finding Han Sung-hyuk. Wanting to tell Hyojin right away, he forces down his excitement. Because first he has to figure out how to bring Seung-hyuk back. With direct interference impossible, he looks for another option. Then it dawns on him, he can use his animal companions, calling together Beam, Doggo, and the gathered Pterodrones. He asks whether they know anything about the magic circle. The beetles gather around 2 circles to show him. The scout places essence stones on both, and the rings shine green and yellow. Jiha concludes green is the entry and yellow is the exit. To prove it, they fly into the green circle and pop out through the yellow one. Certain he's figured them out, he suspects the survivors escaped using this same magic circle. Not any hidden tunnel. That means the exit should be somewhere near Mount Apedo, and finding it could let him bring Seung-hyuk back. Jiha examines the circle's emblem, which resembles a pterodrone, and asks his allies how they travel, only to learn they don't use circle. The scout motions toward the world tree, leading Jiha to think it might link Earth and Gehenna, and function as a bridge. So he orders the leader to search the area around Mount Apedo for another magic circle. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a lively settlement where villagers unload provisions, but panic rises when they realize it won't even last a week. Prince Edenskal confronts Parajak, saying the delivered food doesn't match the minerals they traded. Parajak dodges the accusation, insisting the other side is suffering too, claiming their farm has been overrun by monsters. Seung-hyuk doesn't buy it. The prince tells him to let it go. Edenskal presses Parajak for any way to secure more supplies, and he admits he has no idea. Just then, a man steps forward, proposing the wild elves might trade for mithril, revealing himself as Baron Grom. Even though the prince knows how deadly it is beyond the village, he still listens as Grom describes a valley on Mount Apedo where mithril is plentiful. He claims mining it for trade could fix their food crisis. One of Eddie's men, John, bristles with rage, but Eddie restrains him, then asks for directions to the valley as the villagers gasp in disbelief. Tales of ogres and griffins on Mount Apedo have everyone on edge, yet the Baron's smile only grows. Refusing to back down, Prince Edenskal, bound by responsibility, decides to go after mithril so his people won't starve. Baron Grom chooses to arrange a quick turnaround so trade can resume afterward. The prince announces he'll accompany them himself to negotiate with the wild elves once the mithril is secure. But they caution him that the village rejects outsiders. He reminds the Baron he was an outsider once as well. Seung-hyuk, worried about his own survival and the lover waiting far away, is comforted by the prince's pledge to protect him on the mithril expedition. The setting moves to a holy refuge, where a woman drops to her knees and prays to a higher power. Hidden in the darkness, Baron observes her, feeling the time for his scheme is almost at hand. The tale retells how the Estramm kingdom on the continent of Gehenna rose to greatness, then collapsed. Once flourishing in calm and abundance, it is shattered by an unending war with monsters. Those left alive unite under Prince Edenskal, abandoning their destroyed land and heading for Mount Apedo to evade the undead host. Even so, danger follows. Creatures still menace them, and the mountain offers little food. In the middle of the upheaval, Baron Grom and Parajak twist trade with the wild elves, greedily stockpiling supplies for themselves, pushing Prince Edenskal to finally defend his people. The narration then cuts back to the present, and through God's sight, Jiha watches the party move closer to Mount Apedo. Irritation hits him when he realizes they've gone to face the ogres without any outside help. They're dread-rank beasts, armored hides, fast healing, and overwhelming power despite their poor brain. The villagers have given him only a vision, rather than letting him use his Terra drone, making it hard for him to step in. Still, after witnessing Seung-hyuk's extraordinary ability and Edenskal's wins against the Black Lion Knights, he believes they might still turn the tide. All at once, Jiha catches a strange prayer. Far away in a shadowy sanctuary, a holy woman named Selena kneels to pray, her mind fixed on those who risk everything for their people. Then faint, otherworldly messages reach him, revealing that Selena, the saintess, is requesting his help, another assignment. God's compassionate prophet charges him to spread faith by aiding the village under her direction. He also finds out that each time Selena prays, he gets a 3-minute chance to speak with her and trade items. He blurts out his excitement and Selena notices it even while praying. Startled, he snaps a hand over his mouth, resolute. He sorts through the garden's assets, searching for a way to complete the task. A cluster of Terra drones assembles, some wearing sunglasses as if brimming with confidence. Jiha checks that both scouts and fighters are ready, then lays out their next objective. Find a magic circle on Mount Apedo. Keep watch over the survivors, and report anything suspicious to Knight. He orders the Pterodrone Knight to bring a weapon to Prince Edenskall, knowing their current equipment won't be enough. As the force marches out, Doggo and Bayam look on from behind. Doggo insists on knowing whether the cat will abandon Jiha, but Bayam says their master must become stronger before facing their true presence. The air tightens as Doggo's impatience clashes with Bayam's restraint, and the two launch into yet another argument. Baron Grom and Porajak delight in the prince being away, treating it as the perfect opening to push their plot forward. They're certain the young prince's lack of experience and his dependence on his blade will make him and his companion easy prey for the monsters. Baron asks Porajak about a substance the wild elves rely on when hunting monsters. Porajak says a single whiff drives ogres into a lethal frenzy, rather than dropping them on the spot. But he warns the fat man to stay silent and hold the cheering until their plan is fully carried out. Porajak goes outside, burning with jealousy and hatred toward Baron, not realizing hidden Pterodrones are tracking his every move. Baron Grom laughs with certainty, picturing himself crowned as Estramm's king again. With Prince Edenskall brought down, he even imagines the Saintess Selena eventually submitting to him. Watching Baron Grom's ruthless design, Jiha grows frantic and yearns for Selena's next prayer since he can only move through her. Still, he takes some reassurance from the prince's progress as he fights savagely, ripping ogres to pieces. In the mayhem, Edenskall and Han Sung-hyuk lead the charge, forcing the monsters back, and our guy starts to believe victory might still be within reach. Edenskall cuts down an ogre. It tries to crawl away, only to be put down by Han Sung-hyuk. Afterward, he asks Eddie if he has a spare sword since his own has gone blunt. The prince offers his personal blade, but he turns it down, wishing his hadn't broken. A hulking orc suddenly seizes him and hurls him through the air. The prince orders everyone to run, yet he holds his ground, prepared to fight. Before anyone can respond, the orc is smashed by a tremendous strike from nowhere, leaving them both stunned. At the same time, Selena kneels to pray, begging the divine to shield the prince and his people. A notice appears for Jiha that Selena, a follower of Ark, has successfully offered the first prayer. He is then prompted to dispatch God's apostle to assist the disciple. He selects yes, triggering the intervention by sending the Pterodrone Knight as the apostle to the battlefield. All at once, Knight drops from above and slams into the ogre with overwhelming power. The brute whips its gigantic club around, but the knight stops it cold and shatters the blow. Taking advantage, Seung-hyuk springs onto the ogre's arm as Edenskall hacks at its leg, their perfectly timed teamwork pushing the monster closer to defeat. Han touches down after carving at the ogre's arm, yet the wound still isn't deep enough. Eddie cautions him to stay alert. A heartbeat later, the ogre's leg launches him into the air, forcing him to spit blood as he coughs. He hits the ground, then steadies himself fast with help from his ally. Han commands everyone to fall back. The Pterodrone Knight dives in, grabbing the ogre's hands and ramming it into another ogre, sending both of them crashing down. Edenskall, right beside the knight, can't understand why it's assisting, but the knight only answers with a wink. Jiha realizes the Pterodrone Knight has grown stronger as a god's apostle. A window pops up offering to prolong Knight's apostle time in exchange for 5 essences. The price is steep, yet the villagers must be kept safe, so he agrees. Reinvigorated, Knight meets the ogre head-on, golden power pouring off his body, and Eddie immediately recognizes Ark's radiance within the Pterodrone and hauls himself upright, and the prince calls out, asking if he's prepared, but that man is far too hungry for more fighting. They acknowledge that an ogre's toughness makes any drawn-out fight dangerous. Yet Han flashes a grin. He'll end it within 3 minutes. The Pterodrone Knight shoots into the sky and drives its claw into the ogre's shoulder, tearing open a new gash. Han capitalizes, casting a haste spell to heighten his speed. In a blink, he drops and slices the ogre's head clean away, its corpse thudding to the earth. Jiha stares, stunned. A single blow from the strongest hunter had finished it. As he checks his blade, Han discovers it has cracked apart, wondering if he'd poured too much ether into the steel. The Pterodrone's golden glow surges as it brings down yet another ogre, glare making Han narrow his eyes. He doesn't notice the dead beast tipping toward him until the last second. He panics and dashes off, springing clear, only to land directly beneath the falling club. Trapped, he curses his awful luck. Eddie walks up to Han, commending that spectacular finish, though he mutters it would have looked even better with a tougher sword. Then they turn to thank the towering Pterodrone Knight, admitting they could never have one without it. Knight lifts off, shrinking back into Jiha's palm, drawing praise from him. In the distance, the Saintess keeps praying. When an attendant offers her food, she refuses and asks that it be given to hungry children instead, making the woman fret over her health. As she lowers her head once more, a mysterious voice rings inside her, asking if she can hear it. Shaken, Selena lifts her gaze, her heart racing. Her prayer has been answered. Thinking Jiha is Lord Ark, she replies with delighted gratitude. Aware of the misunderstanding but not wanting to waste time, he says he is Ark's apostle, and tells her to have Prince Edenskall go east for something crucial. She promises to pass it on immediately. Baron Grom looks on from the side. Puzzled by her odd conversation, Jiha notices the communication timer is almost up, and hurries to warn her about what Grom plans, but the link cuts off mid-words. With no second chance, he can only trust she'll do what she said, and turns his focus to other urgent issues. After the fight, Han gets his wounds treated, even as he tells the prince he's used to injuries like this. Still, he confesses he's exhausted from pushing Ether too hard. Their eyes shift to the tiny pterodrones collecting essence stones from the fallen ogre. Their curiosity breaks when Selena's attendant bursts in. Expecting trouble from the village, he asks what happened, only to be told the saintess has received an oracle, ordering him to head east to find something of great importance. Though bewildered because their mithril destination lies north, the divine weight of it makes him pause. The prince seeks Han's advice Hor refuses to choose for him. Even so, he suspects the giant beetle may be connected to Ark, and recommends looking into it more. The leader declares that he, Han, and Jian will scout ahead separately, telling the others to stay put and wait. Han takes Jian's sword and Jian glares, irritated but trying to keep calm. Han swears he'll bring back an even better blade for him. At the same time, Jiha returns to the real world and goes straight to Heejin. Showing up after so long leaves her startled, and she demands to know why he's here. He asks for Seung-hyuk's sword, which makes her press him for an answer. He then says he's found her partner's location in Gehenna, and she can hardly believe it. He explains he kept quiet before so he wouldn't raise false hope, but now he needs her help to bring Seung-hyuk home. Moved by the possibility, Hyojin agrees at once. She hands over the crying warrior's sword, a blade tied by contract to Growler, and only its rightful owner can wield it to the fullest. Jiha recognizes it right away, and Hyojin is so taken aback that she asks how he even knows that name. That leads him to admit his hidden role as the master cat appraiser. But when he lifts the sword, the heavy heft nearly makes it slip from his hand. She adds that it's infused with ether that resonates with Seung-hyuk's overwhelming strength. He thanks her for the blade and says he'll repay her with his appraisal talents whenever she needs them. She offers encouragement that steals his determination. He vows to bring Seung-hyuk back, then leaves. When he returns home to check on the Estramm survivors, Doggo and Biam are waiting, blocking his doorway, puzzled by why they're there. He asks what they're doing, but they just shove at each other, each trying to make the other speak first. Then Doggo stamps his foot to hurry him along, and together they head into the dream forest. At the same time, Han stops at a doorway of iron bars and wonders if it's always been there. The prince remembers using it during his escape, and that the Black Lion Knight troop once came through this way. Trading a resolute look, they step inside, prepared for what awaits. As they proceed through the shadowy tunnel, Eddie says there are many routes like this under Mount, and people say they're the remains of a vanished tribe. Han asks Eddie if this is where he found him when he suddenly appeared in Gehenna. Eddie says yes, then lightly ribs him about paying him back for saving his life, and jokes that killing monsters ought to be repayment enough, even quipping they could topple the Gemark Empire after that. Their banter stops when they notice a red X on the ground. Han raps on the marked spot and calls out, but the floor gives way beside them. They drop into the opening, with Han's ether blade lighting their descent. Further down, a whirl of golden light draws their gaze to an ornate sword, and Edenskall goes rigid. It's the legendary seal of the Estramm kingdom. His shock deepens as he wonders how it could have ended up in Gehenna the instant he lifts it. The system informs Jiha that Prince Edenskall of Estramm has obtained the seal. It also confirms his first mission is complete, since an item has been successfully placed inside a dungeon. Another notice follows, stating that from this point on, any prince who pledges loyalty to Ark will be able to reach him through prayer. On top of that, the World Tree's blessing increases to level 3. It grants stronger stats and greater resistance. It also provides a 1.4x boost to production operations, the power to understand ancient languages, and a new skill, Observation Level 1, which lets him gauge an ally's progress and help them awaken new abilities once the requirements are met. When Jiha reaches Griffin's Valley, he surveys the terrain and notices a group of people far off. A notification flashes up. His Terradrone squad has located the valley and is asking for his support in hunting griffins. He accepts at once, looking down at the orderly ranks below, and his observation skill shows a progress bar hovering over his Terradrone knight. He wonders how powerful it might become once it awakens a skill. Then he checks the smaller fighters and sees similar bars above them too. He gives the command to begin the griffin hunt and hands out pieces of either stone to the troops. All at once, Doggo rushes up, barking in alarm. Jiha crouches to see what's wrong, but the wolf springs onto his pack and yanks out Han's sword. Golden energy floods over the wolf as it howls. Notifications say Growler is trying to reclaim his power as the god's messenger by safe heal. But but it will cost 2,000 essence and could send him back into a feral state if it failed. Jiha doesn't pause, offering up almost all his essence. A dazzling burst of gold engulfs the wolf, and he raises an arm to shield his eye. When the radiance recedes, Jiha lowers his hands and finds himself in a vast cosmic expanse. In front of him is Growler, transformed into a majestic, towering wolf. Reaching out, he tries to make sure it's still his doggo. Growler snarls in objection, refusing to be called by that awful nickname, not even by a god's apostle. As the time for this form runs out, Growler tells Jiha to become stronger, calling him kid with an unusually warm tone. As the cosmic scene dissolves, he drops back into the forest. He tells himself to stay on task and to live up to the counsel he was given. Swearing to carry out his duty, he sees the knight waiting for orders to continue the griffin hunt. He pulls the spellbook from his backpack and begins writing inside it, which triggers the griffin flock to arrive all at once. Meanwhile, Edenskall can hardly believe he's found the seal that was lost for so long, the Estramm kingdom's national treasure, and calls it a miracle. Han feels let down, having thought it would be a new weapon intended for him. After that, knowing delay could ruin them, he pushes to act immediately before Baron Grom turns against him. He says he'll deal with any danger, but the prince refuses. He remains devoted to his people, even with their history of wrongdoing. Han cautions that such mercy will only invite others to take advantage. Eddie abruptly notices something far off. Han follows his line of sight and sees Mount Apedo shining. Their curiosity pulls them onward to check it out. At the same time, griffins swarm Jiha's dream forest. Even with superior numbers, the Pterodrones can't match the griffins in aerial ability. They have trouble banking through tight turns, while the griffins glide and pivot with ease. Only the Pterodrone knight appears able to keep up. More Pterodrones pour out of a cave, tossing nets that momentarily snare the griffins, giving them the edge until the griffins wrench free. A prompt flashes. The Pterodrone knight hits his potential limit, unlocking a shockwave ability. A fierce surge of power erupts, sending griffins tumbling from the air. The deafening impact of their crash reverberates across Apedo Valley and reaches Eddie and Han. They recognize the same massive beetle that aided them before. It sketches a house in the soil and gestures toward the village. Understanding how urgent it is, Eddie thanks the beetle and entrusts the place to it as he moves on. Watching from a distance, Jiha is filled with sadness. For now, this roundabout help is all he can give, yet he trusts them to protect the survivors. They head for the village to find Jian, but freeze at the sight of a corpse. Edenskall quickly recognizes him as one of Baron Grom's men, and cracks that it's Jian and swears he'll get revenge, only to be snapped at by an irritated Eddie. The prince believes Baron Grom has probably taken the saint hostage, and needles him again about his fiancée being kidnapped, and gets a harsh warning that he's flirting with blasphemy. Dropping the jokes, Han asks where Jian might be. Edenskall suspects he's hiding somewhere close to the village, not like Han, who taunts him into doing something rash. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, a long column of prisoners is driven inside. Selena comes out from within, flanked by guards. Parajak reports that the prince wasn't among those captured. Grom is sure the prince will show up soon on his own. Jian is shoved down as the heavy man berates the prince for leaving his people behind. Seeing what he truly is, Jian snarls that he should have killed him earlier. He commands Jian be hanged and orders the rest locked up. Selena shouts in defiance that Ark will judge them. She lunges at him, trips, and ends up at his feet. Grom squats down, clamps her chin, ridicules her god as helpless, and demands she pledge herself to him instead. Before he can push further, a sword is at his back. Prince Edenskall, posing as one of his soldiers, pulls off his mask and declares he won't let his people be offered up anymore. Parajak charges to his troops for action, only to discover Han in their midst as he slips off his own mask. He hauls the man down and drags him to the prince, warning their allies to strike anyone who resists. Then he calls to Jian that the act is finished, signaling him to enter the battle. Everything turns at once. Grom and Parajak are forced to their knees before Edenskall. Grom begs to be spared for his usefulness, but Edenskall reminds him of the trust he shattered. Raising his blade, the legendary seal shining, he leaves the Baron gaping in shock. Sealed with resolve, the prince swears to restore the Estramm kingdom on this very ground, and the villagers burst into cheers. Jiha's interface confirms the second mission is complete. Baron Grom and Merchant Parajak have been driven out. At once, a third mission activates. Prince Eden Skal, the rightful heir, and Selena, the divine messenger, have regained their positions. The new goal calls for expanding the survivor village as the foundation of the kingdom's return. The objectives roll in one by one. First, sign a contract with Saint Tess Selena so she can spread faith among the survivors, and allow direct communication without relying on prayer. Second, Prince Edenskall, bearer of the king's seal, must prove his worth and win his people's trust. Jiha must purify Mount Apedo by slaying at least half of its monsters, and also locate a concealed place. He has promised that clearing these tests will reveal a mysterious sanctuary within his forest. Jiha recognizes village growth as the main task and suspects the misty region is where the sanctuary lies. He concludes the survivors need direction through a divine oracle. He decides the Saintess's contract must come first, but before he moves, he sees the griffin assault has ended and shifts focus back to the Terradrone. He supervises their victory cleanup, orders the griffin bodies removed, and has the essence stones transferred to the garden. Then the beetles bring him large golden eggs, and he realizes they're viable griffin eggs, leaving him excited by the possibility and weighed down by his growing duty. An alert informs Jiha that the Terradrones have discovered the rare mineral mithril. Along with a new unit in their ranks, the Terradrone worker, a specialist in gathering, mining, and building things. The little laborer proudly presents him with a newly dug mineral and is paid for it. Afterward, he's given a choice. Pick a medium or high-rarity artifact, double the worker count, or take 5,000 essence. His interest leans toward the blade, so he selects the artifact. A rare mithril knife appears, and its resistances plus unbreakable quality make it ideal for frontline combatants. Realizing it would be strong against spellcasters and a great fit for origami hunters like Sun Young, he chooses to give it to her. The Terradrone Knight comes back, proudly showing off wings freshly plated in mithril, amusing Jiha. With that handled, Jiha's focus shifts to the grim issue of the survivor village. The scene cuts to the villagers gather by the campfire cheering their victory. Han, Giant, and Eddie look back on the scheme that let them capture the exploiters, but Han complains he was kept in the dark. The talk then turns to the captives, as they decide what to do with Baron Grom and Paroja. The prince says he'll exile them tomorrow, prompting Han to warn they could come back for revenge. He argues they should be executed instead. Eddie brushes it off, pointing to the goodwill shown in the past. Then attention shifts to their food problem, leading Edenskull to map out a northern trade route and negotiations with the wild elves. Selena hurries over to them, insisting the prince see something. She begins to pray, and golden writing forms in the air. Giant reads it aloud. The royal heir must follow the direction given by God's apostle. Selena says the apostle of Ark entrusted her with that message. Her prayer finalizes the Saintess contract at once. Her faith hits 100%, allowing Jiha to speak with her directly through a divine oracle. Han suspects the golden words might relate to the giant beetle, whose glow Eddie compared to Ark's color. Selena asks about it, and Han describes how crucial it was in their previous fight, making them believe the Ark may truly be watching over them. He asks her to seek the apostles, help to lead him out of Gehenna and back home, and she agrees immediately. With that settled, Jiha shifts to guiding them to Parajak's concealed food supply, since the Terradrone Knight's time as an apostle in Gehenna is running out. Back in the garden, Jiha calls for Doggo and Bayam, then remembers Doggo is still in Gehenna, which makes Bayam uneasy. He then notices a heap of golden essence he earned by sharing the Griffin's strategy on the Mere Wiki. At the same time in the Griffin Valley dungeon, Sun Young's party is trying out the Mere Wiki strategy. She releases a burst of glowing pages that weave into a web-like snare, dropping over the Griffin. Their flight is stopped instantly, sending them plummeting. Hyojin rushes in and tears through the downed griffins with a sword frenzy. Everyone is amazed at how easy the Murawiki guide made the battle. Then Hyojin suddenly conjures a firestorm, jolting her teammates. They remind her they're right there, but she mocks them for just standing around. The ground suddenly trembles. A boulder falls from the cliff, leaving a hidden cave exposed behind it. Inside, they wonder if it might be a secret dungeon. Hyojin urges a quick look and then a retreat, while Huiyin insists they should push forward using their combined firepower. But the Sword Witch refuses to abandon caution. As they move on, Jombik accidentally sets off a trap and is hurt in the fall. The healer treats him and warns the others to watch for more traps. Soon Young spots a magic circle under him, and when she urges him to check it, they realize it's the same circle they discovered earlier. Meanwhile in Gehenna, Baron Grom and Parajak are marched through the village square. Giant challenges the prince's decision to exile them instead of executing them, but Edenskull won't budge. When Grom threatens him, Edenskull's blade flashes at his throat, warning he'll kill him if he ever troubles his people again. The two exiles are released and run, vowing revenge. Later, Han questions the prince's mercy, but Giant shuts him down with a warning. Watching it all, Jiha feels proud to support the compassionate prince, sensing danger growing at Mount Apedo after the ogre's defeat. He activates God's apostle skill to guide him, assigning the Terradrone Knight to protect the survivors. A shining magic circle appears in the village. The knight uses it to teleport straight into Gehenna, shocking the villagers. Believing this may be the God's apostle leading them, the leader orders everyone to follow north through the forest, keeping a safe distance. Recalling the beetles' part in Griffin Valley, they assume it must know something they don't. They conclude the route they're taking could be the same path Parajak once used for trade. Han voices hope that they'll find a stronger weapon. As night comes to a stop before the foot of a cliff, they stare, bewildered. When the knight suddenly blasts through the cliff wall, exposing a concealed barrier they hadn't noticed before. Shocked, Han shouts at Knight, but Eddie reprimands him for being rude to the beetle. Grateful for the Knight's help, the prince tells it they can manage from here, and the beetle takes off. Soon after, the rest of the group shows up, alarmed by the commotion, but the prince reassures them. Han then leads Jian inside to look around. There they find stashed rations and crates, evidence of Baron Grom and Parajak's betrayal, and the real reason the villagers were going hungry. Han dashes back to tell the prince what they've found, supplies that could keep the village fed for weeks. Relief washes over the prince. With their biggest crisis resolved, Jian presses them to leave fast before the monsters close in. Han, frustrated at finding no weapons, starts considering how to search for a way back home, and Edenskall offers to assist. Before they can go further, an enormous wolf appears. Looming above the villagers, panic erupts and carts are left behind. As everyone bolts, Han immediately understands the lack of monsters was because this hunter was keeping them away. Edenskall and Han unsheath their blades. The prince tries to devise a plan, but Han reminds him a ruler must shield his people, telling him to get everyone out while he buys time against the beast. As the villagers retreat under their leader's orders, Han steps up to meet the wolf. A notification flashes. The Howling One's trial has begun. Han is baffled, but there's no time to think. The wolf springs at him, dragging him into combat. The duel between Han and Growler turns savage as the creature's bone-jarring strikes force him back, and he realizes this is far beyond a normal test. Han triggers the Ether Blade and his weapon crackles with power. He surges forward, but the wolf slips away and retaliates with a swipe, sending him flying through the trees. Hauling himself upright, Han senses the monster is at least disaster class. Meanwhile, goblin-like creatures mob the supply cart, forcing villagers and knights to battle their way back toward the village's safety. Even while aiding the others, Edenskall feels pulled to assist Han in the lethal trial against the wolf. Even Jiha panics when he sees his god's apostle ability still has a 22-hour cooldown, and realizes he can't interfere during the final 4 minutes of the trial. He questions what this pivotal quest even is, since the fog hides everything from him. Growler launches again, but Han barely slips aside and wonders where this thing even came from because it's lighting a fire in him. Activating his haste spell, our mighty hunter rushes the wolf with renewed speed. As he closes the gap, the wolf snaps for him, but Han blinks ahead, teleporting above it and leaving it biting at nothing. He plunges down with his blade, sure it will land cleanly, yet the wolf shifts aside at the last moment. His sword slams into the ground, exposing him, and Growler's paw smashes into him, hurling him hard into a tree. Han drags himself up, only to watch the beast advance in steady, unhurried strides. The Howling One delivers its judgment, declaring Han lacks the power of his bloodline and isn't worthy to wield it. But Han won't back down, refusing to accept the verdict, and calls the mighty creature a dog. The taunt sparks Growler's rage, and its paw comes down, pinning him under crushing weight. Han's mind races. He can't die here, not while someone is still waiting for him back in his world. The wolf clamps its jaws on his blade, snapping it like kindling. Then at the very edge, another notification rings out. The trial has ended. Han has cleared the Howling One's test. Growler snarls, annoyed at its own leniency, and calls him a mere peasant shackled by fate. Someone only given one more chance. It tells him to become strong enough to bear the wolf's name. As the reward for completing the trial, the wolf summons a sword through its power. As it lowers, Han's eyes go wide. This is his own blade, the same one he once received as a dungeon reward. It makes him doubt the Saintess's word, questioning whether a divine being truly exists, but the villagers' screams cut through his thoughts, and he decides to rush back to Eddie and the others. With the trial finished, Growler's gigantic body dissolves, shrinking into a small, adorable wolf. As it returns to Jiha, he can't hold back. He scoops the pup into his arms, dazzled by how cute it is, and smothers the once-feared beast with playful affection. The prince and his knight sprint for the village gate as the goblin horde surges after them. A hulking goblin lord breaks through the swarm. Edenskall charges, cutting down foes in desperation to slow the flood, but the goblin lord reaches the gate. The creature slams at the gate, while the villagers inside fight to keep it shut, muscles straining. The mob presses closer as their leader gathers shadowy power into its weapon, readying a devastating strike. At that critical instant, Han arrives atop Growler. In one clean sweep of his famed sword, the goblin lord loses his head and the horde breaks apart. Edenskall, stunned by the wolf beside him, demands an explanation. Han swings down and says the beast challenged him, then acknowledged his destiny and returned the blade he once won in another world. To show it's true, he dismisses Growler from its summoned form. The wolf melts into brilliant light as he insists it isn't a monster, but his protector. He believes the wolf carried this sword to him from his own world, and that it may be the key to getting back. Edenskall grumbles about Han's uneasy connection with fate, but the moment ends when the Saintess rushes out from the gate, worried. The prince calms her, saying all is well, and she clasps his hand gratefully. Han tosses her a playful jab. She snaps right back, and the two head into the village with the tension eased. Jaiha, watching while holding Dago, makes a quiet promise to bring Han back someday. After that, they return to the forest where Bayam is waiting. Seeing the wolf reduced in size, the cat snatches it by the scruff despite its protest, taunting it for finally being useful. Bayam sets him down, telling him to concentrate on healing. He even gives Growler a pat. And though the wolf hates the forced affection, it later curls up in Jiha's lap. Bayam listens as Jiha shares his idea. The world tree itself may have guided Growler to deliver the sword to Seung Hya. Jiha decides to tell Hyojin tomorrow, but the plan is interrupted by the ringing, humming bells. Bracing for bad news, he opens the door, only to see not just his sister and her friend, but also Hyojin and Hyuyin. The guild leader scowls at him for taking so long and only now answering. Yet he quickly brings them in. Jiha asks if they came because of an early morning quest, but they insist it's far more urgent than that. His sister shows him the drawing of the magic circle, and Hyojin says they found an identical one in a dungeon where griffins appear. The moment he hears griffins, Jiha realizes it's the very same circle used before by the Terra drones. Yuyin proudly recalls how her Inferno cannon revealed the concealed chamber. Even as her teammates complain, they nearly got cooked in the process. Jiha stands and asks them to wait a moment. He comes back dragging 7 enormous essence stones onto the table, telling each of them to take one. Hyojin stares, stunned, having never seen ones that big. He says that setting them on the magic circle and feeding it mana will open a gate to Gehenna. He tells them to use it to bring back Han Seong Hya, placing the sword witch in charge. Tearful but resolute, she accepts the duty with pride. Before long, they gather at the dungeon entrance, prepared to carry out the mission. Back in the garden, he sees the valley flourishing now that the monsters are gone, and wonders if people might soon move in. But the calm is delicate. Monsters driven from the plains have regrouped on Mount Apedo. His thoughts break off when he spots Eddie and Han alone, surrounded by goblins. Instead of panic, they look utterly sure of themselves. Han summons Growler, renaming it Wolfie, making Jiha wince at the choice. Climbing onto its back, Han surges forward and fells goblins in a single sweeping cut. His mastery proving again why he's a top-ranked hunter. Prince Edenskull keeps pace beside him, his swordplay every bit as formidable as Han's. Together they drive the horde back, until Han calls to Eddie, who is caught in a brutal clash. The prince orders him to press on while he stays behind to cover them. The monsters rally for another push. Eddie, though badly outnumbered, refuses to yield until something moving above draws his gaze. A massive Terradrone dives, snatches his cape, and hauls him away from the enemy. Jiha chooses not to burn God's apostle skill here, since everything appears to be under control. Han and Wolfie race after them, tracking the beetle's flight until Mount Apedo comes into view. Eddie looks down, relieved to see Han keeping up. He barely gets out a word of thanks before the beetle dives, speeding their descent. They touch down ahead of Han, with Eddie stumbling as he tries to keep his balance. Han comments that villagers aren't accustomed to flying, but the Terradrone pays him no mind and takes off again. Han dismisses Wolfie with a brief word of approval, then faces Eddie, asking why he dragged him to the wild elves when his talents are in combat, not negotiation. Eddie says he'll conduct the talks himself, but wants Han nearby in case the elves, famed for their wisdom. He knows how to get him sent back where he came from. Han ribs him for being so eager to dump him, but the joking stops cold when an arrow suddenly slices through the air beside them. An elf perched in the branches above commands them to halt. Edenskull moves ahead, saying he speaks for a survivor settlement on Mount Apedo, asking to talk, yet the elves answer by raising their bows, stating they won't deal with humans anymore and ordering them to leave. Edenskull draws his blade, bracing for combat. Han freezes when additional elves appear and close in around them. Han pleads with him to reconsider picking a fight, but the man identifies himself as the Prince of Estramm and offers his sword as evidence. The elf checks the seal and instantly links it to their foes, Rom and Parajak. Without a second thought, he presses a blade to the prince's neck, ordering him to submit. Edenskull says he's here to set things right and condemns the atrocities of Grom and Parajak. But the elf chief claims he's put their people at risk by taking their provisions. With no other choice, Eddie lets his sword fall and motions for Han to do the same. The elves then tie them up and cover their eyes, leading them toward the village to face judgment. Dragged in restraints through the untamed elf settlement, Han's unease deepens with every step. He curses their decision to give in, convinced fighting first and talking after would have been safer. Eddie stays composed instead, trusting the elves to be fair and sure they'll be allowed to explain. The guards hurl them into a reinforced cell. Han seethes, regretting he ever followed the prince, while Eddie calms him down, reminding him he could bend the bars whenever he wanted if they needed to break out. Han finally stretches out to sleep, but but Eddie remains watchful, trying to figure out what Grom and Purajak did to earn such fury. Night settles in, inquisitive young elves drift up to the cell, murmuring over the uncommon sight of humans. Soon enough, stern elders drive them off with sharp scolding. Not long after, the archer brings an elder elf to the cell. One look is enough for the elder to immediately recognize the prince, and he orders the guards to free them, noting Edenskjall could have broken out easily if he truly intended to. Caught off guard by being identified, Edenskjall asks how he's known. The elder replies he once glimpsed the prince from a distance as a boy, back when Estramm still had ties with the elves. Asked what brought them here, Eddie seeks answers about what Grom and Purajak have done. Brutal the archer snarls that the prince is pretending, but he evenly says he came to shoulder the blame, even if he doesn't yet know exactly what crimes they committed. The elder questions them further, and Eddie explains the Mount Apedo survivors were nearly starving, because Grom and Purajak had hoarded supplies, which were found only after the two were banished. The elder remembers the mountain being swarmed by monsters, and argues they already wiped out most of them with help from the giant beetle, though a handful still linger. Even so, the elves remain unconvinced. Grom and Purajak had insisted those people weren't from Mount Tepedo at all, but came from north of the Tails River, claiming they'd taken the food from them. That makes the blonde knight recall how self-assured the exiles looked as they left. It was obvious they'd arranged a fallback. Brutal cautions the elder not to be fooled a second time. Still, the prince calls it a mix-up and offers to restore trade paths and push the monsters back. But bringing up trade only baffles the elves, who insist no exchange ever happened, despite Edenskjall saying he sent minerals and received Halti in return. Everything finally clicks and the elder agrees, suspecting someone north of the river, where Grom and Purajak likely rerouted the goods. Even so, mistrust wins out and the elves refuse to offer faith so easily. Prince Edenskjall asks how they can prove they're not to blame. The elder demands the hall that was once promised to the elves, and declares the prince will remain as leverage. While Han, the only one from another world, may go retrieve it. Han is shocked the elves know he isn't from here, and they say their link to the world tree lets them sense those who come from other realms. Seeing Eddie was right about their insight, Han agrees to the deal. Before he goes, Han demands his sword back. After a tense pause, the elves hand it over but warn that any rash move will cost the prince his life. Han insists Eddie's strength is far beyond what they think. Croydal dismisses the idea that a human could outmatch him. Right then, Mr. Beetle drops from the sky, leaving the elves rattled. They recognize him as a pterodrone, the fabled laborers of the world tree, long thought to have vanished. Meanwhile, Jiha notices the wild elf village unlocks the moment Han and Prince Edenskjall step in. A chain of notifications confirms he can now enter this newly opened area. Ability timers reset, but the fourth mission title. The wild elf secrets won't be revealed until the survivor village quests are finished, meaning he has to handle the creatures on Mount Apedo first. Returning to the wild elf village, Han welcomes the pterodrones, carrying out Jiha's orders. The pterodrone knight presents the elf elder with an enormous mithril crystal. The elves stand stunned, not only by the crystal, but by the famed pterodrone's devotion to these outsiders. The pterodrone knight motions toward a clump of green herbs, making it clear it intends to collect them, herbs crucial to its master's plan to send Han home. Released at the elder's command, Han and Eddie step outside, but Croydal's animosity toward Eddie nearly ignites a fight, and steps in to cool things down, only to be dismissed. Then the elder hands back Han's sword, taking the opening. Edenskjall courteously asks whether his companion, pulled into this world 3 years ago, has any possibility of going back. The elder says the world tree might still grant a way through, leading him along the same route he came by. Edenskjall remembers Han being found unconscious by the river, close to the ruins of the royal palace. The elder explains the true connection lies at the world tree's roots, revealing that Han's world and theirs are parallel realms, bound to the same ancient root, with crossings happening when energy moves through the tree. He names Mount Apedo as one such point of convergence. He adds that Mount Apedo sits at the terminus of one of these paths, making it a place where people from other worlds sometimes appear. Since they've earned the pterodrones' friendship, he urges them to ask for their help, as the pterodrones serve the world tree and can travel its routes. Han recalls the pterodrone using a transport circle and realizes they could lead him back. Eddie thanks the elder and agrees to follow his counsel. The discussion turns to trade roads cut off by monsters. Despite lacking troops, the prince decides they must at least try to take the route back. The elder assigns Croydal to escort the humans and assess whether they are sincere. He reminds him that returning is vital for the village. Eddie promises, and Han, as cheeky as ever, jokes about giving the archer a lesson in manner. Croydal's unease shows plainly, but the elder tells him the village must come first. Riding on Growler, the group departs under Croydal's direction. Edenskjall soon notices they're taking a different way than before and asks about it. He's told they're headed to a concealed tunnel beneath Mount Apedo. Croydal cautions that griffins swarm the passage, Han insists the beetles already dealt with them, sparking yet another petty argument with the doubtful elf. After a while, they arrive at the tunnel entrance, astonishingly well preserved. Even after centuries, as they head farther in, the elf says it was originally made by the World Tree's workers, though most such routes were long ago overrun by monsters. His steady voice almost convinces Eddie and Han he's softening, until Croydell cuts it off, saying he's only here because of the Elder. He tells them to keep their guard up. World Tree routes often draw monsters. Eddie asks if the World Tree even exists, calling it nothing but legend. The elf snorts, saying humans are far too insignificant to question such an existence. Suddenly Han's sword starts to glow. Startled, the elf insists on seeing it. Studying it closely, he declares it a holy instrument, forged by the god who watches over the World Tree. When Han asks why it's shining only now, the elf says it's responding to a hidden disturbance in the cave, something that will demand the sword's power. Elsewhere, hunters in the Griffin cave battle a swarm of Revenant warriors. Hwayan's firestorm wipes out most of them, but one stays upright. Yuji follows with a smooth blast of water, yet the enemies keep advancing. Their relentless endurance makes the group realize they're up against disaster-level undead, far stronger than anticipated. Set on finishing it, Weiyuan tells her allies to get back and unleashes a surge of molten flame, turning the undead to ash. The spectacle leaves her teammates amazed, feeding her pride, but as the fire fades, Yuji notices a huge shadow behind their leader. She cries out a warning, but it's too late. Yuyan turns to confront a colossal armored presence, the Revenant King, a disaster-class threat. The sudden danger forces the team to fall back, but Heejin is thrown aside. The Revenant King advances on Hwayan until Jeonbik shields her. Soon Young blinds the creature with paper talismans to buy time. The hunters regroup, rapidly checking that everyone is still safe. Hyojin feels this foe's power far surpasses dead grade. Then divine text appears before her. She receives the worker's blessing, an alteration scroll delivered through Jiha's essence. With God's wind, her stats soar. Her movement speed doubles, attack speed rises by half, and she gains a new passive, Wind to Victory, which restores health after 3 chain strikes. She doesn't understand how it happened, but her hope returns. In reality, Jiha had quietly used his essence to strengthen her. A fresh alert informs him he can pour an additional essence to provide an even stronger boost. After witnessing the Revenant King's horrifying power, Jiha feels thankful for the green herbs he collected from the wild elves. He readies more scrolls to aid the team. The Revenant King delivers a brutal strike, making Sung-ho lift his shield. The shock jars them all. Yet the hunters regain their footing at once and push in, aware the battle must finish before Sung-ho gives out. Hyojin tries out her newly gained power, targeting the creature's armor, but her blade won't get through, spotting the problem. She switches to aiming at the joints. At her signal, Soon-young uses a paper spell to create an opening. Huyan follows up with a detonating chant that engulfs the monster in flames. Hyung-beek speaks up, wondering if that blast finally put it down, only for Hwayan to shoot him an angry look for tempting fate. Sure enough, the Revenant King steps out, scarcely injured, its armor charred yet unbroken. Still, the softened gaps let Hyojin loose a rapid barrage of daggers, cutting into the exposed seam. The retaliation comes instantly. The monster bats her away, hurling her backward. Boyeon snaps at Jeonbik for his words, but Sung-ho tells them to stop, arguing and focus on the real danger. Seeing it happen, Jiha panics. He spends more essence, forcing buffs onto the hunters just to buy enough time for Hyojin and Huyan to recover. He sends them transformation scroll. Ironblood floods Sung-ho, raising his defense by 30% with a 12% chance to completely negate incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Gunbek receives the God's Wind, boosting his speed by 70% and his attack speed by 30%. He also gains a passive ability, Wind of Victory, a healing effect that turns 7% of the damage from his last hit into health after 3 consecutive strikes. Even then, Jiha fears it still won't be enough, silently praying Huyan can swing the battle when a brilliant glow suddenly appears. From that light, Growler's huge body erupts forward, ripping into the Revenant King's shoulder. Jiha recognizes the gleam of Han Seung-hyuk's sword and is flooded with relief at his arrival. Han's blade carves into the Revenant King's shoulder, leaving the hunters staring in disbelief at how abruptly he showed up. Yuyan knows him right away. He dismisses Wolfie from the summon, but quickly realizes that slash wasn't enough to finish the foe. The Revenant King gets back up again. Han steadies himself, only distracted when he notices the healer's golden light over Hyojin's unconscious body. Worry for his wife tightens in his chest. Yuyan approaches from behind, startled by his sudden return. He demands answers, though she has questions too. She insists they handle the monster first. At the same time, the Revenant King signals, calling in a surge of skeletal reinforcement. Sung-ho checks Hyojin, but even non-stop healing won't rouse her. So he works with Gunbek to hold off the horde while Han and Huyan deal with the Revenant. until she comes to. Yugin hammers the monster with her scorching inferno cannon. As Han hacks at it in frustration, realizing that even together they still can't bring the beast down. Its armor shrugs off every hit, forcing him to conclude only one choice remains: break it apart. As he channels Weapon Breaker through his sword, he crashes into the Revenant King in a cataclysmic blast that makes the cavern tremble. The recoil slams Han into the ground, blood streaming from his nose. He looks up only to see the Revenant King still on its feet, utterly untouched. He can't accept that this is merely disaster grade. To him, it feels closer to destruction grade. The king rushes him. Boyan launches a massive blast to stop it, but the Revenant powers through and drives Han into the ground before he can evade. As the dust settles, his eyes go wide. Prince Edenskull is on top of the monster, his blade buried in it. A voice suddenly echoes in Eddie's mind, the apostle telling him its weakness is in the core. Shaking off his stunned stare, he warns the others at once. Meanwhile, Jiha feels relieved that his observation skill uncovered the monster's weak spot, which he quickly passed on to Eddie. But getting to the core means ripping apart its armor first. Realizing he has only one blessing left, Jiha asks for the right miracle and hastily writes in his spellbook. The scroll that forms is perfectly matched to this fight. Han receives the Worker's Blessing, a transformation scroll that grants him absolute focus. For 5 seconds, his strikes can't be avoided and cut through any defense. Eddie takes the opening, plunging his blade into the core. The Revenant King screams in agony, and the shockwave knocks him away. Han commends Eddie's move, then summons Growler, whose teeth clamp down on the monster. That diversion keeps the Revenant occupied just long enough for Han to finish breaking the core for good. For good, the Revenant unleashes an ear-splitting roar, then crumbles away into dust. When its bony minions disappear along with it, a wave of relief floods the hunters and they cheer in celebration. Eddie pulls Han up and ribs him about saying hello, since he obviously recognizes the others. Meanwhile, the hunters gather tightly around Hyojin. Gradually, her eyelids lift, tears well as she hears Seung-hyuk speaking. She hurries into his arms while Han murmurs comforting words. Jiha stands back, silently taking in the emotional reunion. Right then, a notice confirms the concealed tunnel has been cleared, letting energy run to the World Tree again, and hastening its recovery. Far off, the call of a creature called Arkfoot rings out. One Jiha suspects could be a newborn demigod. A golden unicorn streaks through the sky at an unbelievable pace, leaving a luminous trail behind it. Growler and BM go still, gaping at the spectacle, then murmur plans for how to cut it off. BM picks up a faint sea salt scent tangled in its mane, figuring it must have come back from the continent's distant frontier. They think the lack of a god right now has left it unsettled. As it closes in, Growler debates whether to block it or lash out. But BM cautions him about how absurdly fast it is. One wrong move, and they could end up in its sights. Neither feels sure. Elsewhere, Jiha hears Doggo barking in the garden and leans out to check on the animals. His eyes go wide as a brilliant golden presence darts past. At first, he takes it for a horse, but Growler and BM's reaction convinces him it could be a demigod. Then the realization hits. It has to be Arkfoot, the demigod the Ark once rode. He tries to reach out to the creature, yet it moves so fast he can hardly follow it as it cuts across the terrain. It stops for only a heartbeat before rushing Jiha. Jiha raises his hands to protect himself. Then, to his surprise, the creature calmly settles beside the Ark. He softly strokes the unicorn, amazed by its silky coat and wondering if the mystical world tree soothed it. From a distance, BM and Growler look on, relieved their plan worked. Growler wonders what name their master will choose. Jiha, staying true to his awful naming sense, dubs it Panny just because it rhymes with pony, still entranced as the unicorn gracefully darts away. Jiha reflects that a demigod's real form can be even more mesmerizing. Soon, Penny comes back, bringing a rare red herb with the root still attached. Jiha knows it's an invaluable ingredient for red ink, and with the root intact, he can grow more for later. He rewards Panty, letting the unicorn eat as much as it wants from the garden after such a long journey. In an instant, the unicorn scoops up every carrot with its hooves. It eyes the would-be thieves with suspicion. When they try to get closer, it turns into a ridiculous tussle. Once things calm down, Jiha gets up to make red ink. Its name suggests a fierce shade, yet he decides to make it anyway to see what it can do. He pours the liquid into bottles, thinking about how to explain the unicorn's presence. Dogs and cats are normal in soul, but a pony would definitely draw attention. The following day, Jiha sits in his shop, mulling over the cramped space and realizing it isn't right for Panny, who loves to run without restraint. Something that's nearly impossible in Seoul. All at once, an enigmatic gate appears inside the store, opening onto open grassland. The portal's time limit is listed as infinite. That suggests it's directly linked to the World Tree. Right then, the shop door swings wide. Heejin and Seung-hyuk walk in, greeting Jiha warmly. Heejin bows deeply, thanking him for bringing Seung-hyuk back safely. Seung-hyuk adds his own thanks. Flustered, Jaiha says anyone would have done it, but Hyejin insists he still took real risk. He invites them in for tea. Spotting Panny, Hyejin crouches to pet the cute creature and asks where he found it, but he politely refuses to tell. Jiha talked with them for a long time and learns that Seung Hyuk is safe, yet he still dreams about the other dimension and can't fully move on. For a time, the days remain peaceful. That peace breaks when a flock of griffins shows up in Jiha's dream forest, leaving him uneasy about what to do. Faced with a whole clutch of hyper baby griffins only 4 days old, Jiha frets over how he'll feed them all. Their explosive growth and huge appetites burn through his meat stock fast, while Biam and Doggo grow worn out from non-stop watching them. He summons his Terradrone Knight and orders it to guide the hatchlings to mountains that better fit what they need. Floating overhead, the beetle draws their attention, and the baby griffins obediently trail after it to their new home. A message arrives from the World Tree, noting that his legion is escorting purified monsters to the sanctuary. The place fashioned after Gehenna, and he's been assigned to rebuild its ecosystem. The World Tree's blessing improves, raising his animal friendliness to level 3. He also receives a new skill, Sanctuary Development. On top of that, Jiha gains the power to see an ally's potential, including whether they have awakening skills, ultimate powers that drain all ether and leave the user completely spent. Usually only elite hunters possess them. When he tests what he's learned, he finds that he himself doesn't have an awakening skill. Terradrones, however, do. Ability Absorption, which lets them randomly take in monster abilities. If a skill doesn't suit their body, they must learn Metamorphosis from an entity called Logos to use it. He also realizes he can nudge other hunters toward awakening by dropping subtle hints to people close to him. When he tries his Sanctuary Development skill, the system prompts him to spend essences to learn what materials the sanctuary needs, which he can supply from his garden. The moment he uses 500 essence to open access to the sanctuary, the fog covering the area clears. He touches the lake, testing whether he can alter the surroundings, and accidentally triggers a small earthquake that damages the sanctuary. He spends 100 essence to repair it, realizing every use of the skill directly affects the sanctuary itself. He activates the skill to evaluate what the area needs, and the system flags poor soil that requires worms to restore it. Just then, the Terradrones arrive carrying worms to help. He watches the fog pull back even more, revealing a newly unlocked section. A gigantic mantis shrimp comes into view. Jaiha recalls Korean news reports calling them dread-grade monsters, said to wipe out everything nearby with a single shockwave. So strong it takes 6 or 7 hunters just to bring down one. The Terradrones ready themselves for combat, fitting the World Tree's rind onto their arms as tough defensive shield. They push forward, but the shrimp's shockwaves drive them back, forcing them to fall behind and concentrate on recovery. That's when he recalls the elixirs he brewed from World Tree fruit and hands them out to the Terradrones. A warm golden radiance wraps around them, restoring their power and heightening their fighting ability. Revived, the beetles press ahead with their shields held high. The shrimp's shockwaves slam into their guard, yet the elixir helps them bounce back fast. The knight cleaves one shrimp cleanly in two. Jiha figures out the shockwaves are being fired from its claws, and that sheer numbers can win if his forces swarm. When the brutal fight ends, the Terradrones cheer their triumph. All at once, the knight's body begins to shine as it absorbs the mantis shrimp's devastating shockwave ability. Back at his shop, Jiha gets a phone call inviting him out to the beach. Not long after, Sung-ho and the others pull up in a car, catching him off guard with how quickly they showed up. He hadn't imagined such a big crowd would come along, and even his pets join the trip. Everyone talks excitedly, and someone points out how cute the pony is. As his sister makes sure Jaiha has eaten, Seung-ho laughs that outings are always better with people around, and Jiha agrees, though he never expected Huyen and Chulian to come too. And he can't help finding it a little strange. Ever curious, his sister asks where he got it, since they're extremely rare in Seoul. But he waves the question away, claiming he picked it up in some random dungeon. The van rolls onward, echoing with laughter and non-stop chatter as it carries them toward their summer getaway. Once they reach the beach, Jiha pauses to admire the stunning scenery glowing under golden sunlight. The van stops near the waterline and everyone hops out, calling for him to head to the hotel and get settled. Jiha soaks in the comfort of being together, grateful he decided to come, wishing that happiness could last forever. Later, as he tries to steal a quiet moment on the terrace, Hwayan shows up and interrupts. He admits he's surprised she came on this trip, making her worry she might be intruding, but he assures her the others are genuinely glad she's here. When he asks where everyone else is, she says her jealous guildmates are already hurrying over as they speak. Without warning, an emergency broadcast blares an alert. A dread-grade mantis shrimp has appeared by the shore and orders an immediate evacuation. Irritated that a monster might ruin their vacation, she chooses to deal with it personally. A rush of blazing energy streaks toward Jiha, branding a bright golden rune onto his hand. Then an explosion erupts, flinging stones straight toward him. Hwan springs in to protect him, and they quickly make sure the other is okay as their friends converge. They soon realize the blast was caused by the mantis shrimp, which is likely moving inland from the beach. Everyone is told to hold their positions and stall it until backup arrives. Yuyin, calling around to track down her guildmates, orders them to gather at the shoreline to confront the dread-grade threat. When she notices Jiha coming closer, she tells him to get somewhere safe. She knows staying here puts him at risk since he can't fight it head-on. Jiha recalls the special potion he left in his cabin that could help the group. So he bolts to retrieve it. Another violent shockwave from the mantis shrimp sends hunters tumbling across the battlefield. Sung-ho quickly calls Min-seok for defensive buffs, then steps up to draw. Monsters focus and bait it into attacking. That opening lets the others target its weak joints. Yoongbuk advances carefully, but the mantis shrimp snaps its claws out, hitting him with enough force to make him spit blood. Soon Young fires back with a storm of paper missiles and dazzling blinding magic, then follows it with a heavy spell intended to freeze the creature briefly. The shots land, but the shrimp's ability prevents any fatal damage, highlighting just how terrifying its dread-grade status is. Sun Young worries she'll burn through her mana if she keeps up this rate, but then streams of fire slam into the monster. She looks over to see the Eternal Flame Guild, led by Huyin, finally arriving to bolster them. Their leader tells everyone to concentrate on taking the creature down first, promising they can get back to enjoying the trip once it's dealt with. With the guild in the fight, coordinated strikes pound at the monster's claws. Its rampage starts to slow and hope rises again. Sung-ho lunges in with a daring rush, but a meteor spell suddenly drops huge boulders from above, cutting him off, sending the squad into chaos. The hunters desperately try to dodge the crashing boulder. Even though some get struck in the wreckage, the abrupt ruin truly lives up to its name. A catastrophe, quiet, relentless, and hope-crushing. Out of the rubble, the mantis shrimp monarch, the stone mantis, steps forward, looming huge and ominous. The system alerts them that the stone mantis attacks any humans it encounters, and the earlier volleys of massive boulders were the monster's gravity magic. Sung-ho orders defensive enhancements, lifting his shield, only to be blasted straight into a wall by a direct strike left bruised and bleeding. His wife cries out as fear ripples through the team, terrified they'll die here. Hwan rallies them, using fire magic to liquefy some of the oncoming rocks, which wins them a few priceless seconds. Without her scroll, she can only keep it up 2 more times. But the moment she's distracted, she pays for it. An enormous rock shoots at her too quickly for her spell to halt. Then out of nowhere, the Terra Drone Knight slams in, blocking the boulder and saving her. She freezes in shock as Jiha appears on top of the massive beetle. Jiha checks that Huyun isn't injured. She says she's fine but warns that Sung-ho is badly hurt. He hands her a healing elixir, telling her to use it right away and get follow-up care at the hospital. He readies himself to confront the stone mantis shrimp alone, resolved to stop a calamity that could engulf the world. He steadies himself, reassured by his faithful partner, the Terra Drone Knight. And a stash of potions. Those who stand up against impossible threats are known as true heroes. Flashback 10 minutes. Earlier, Jiha had sprinted to his shop to grab potions and spell-boosting elixirs so the hunters could make it out safely. When a sharp gust made him glance upward, he saw the knight hovering overhead, signaling the crisis was far worse than he'd expected. Now, in the present, the knight swats aside debris whipping off the battlefield while the hunters rush to treat Sung-ho. A system alert announces the stone mantis shrimp is furious, and it begins shaping a gigantic stone orb above. The Terra Drone. For the first time, Jiha feels the air grow heavy, and he respects the hunters used to battling amid this kind of chaos. He tips the elixir he brought into the knight's mouth, boosting its power. The monster unleashes its lethal spell, Fused Silica. It launches the massive rock sphere at them. The knight activates its awakening ability. Shockwave now strengthened by the elixir, turning it into a crushing void wave. The blast wipes out the stone orb, sending fragments back that slam into the mantis king. The shrimp retaliates at once with its gravity art, dimension refraction, making the ground quake violently. While Min-seok helps Sung-ho with a potion, Huyun is stunned by the monster's might but senses it's close to falling. Drained from using its awakening skill, the knight can't go on, leaving Huyun to take command. Jiha directs the hunters. Some hold off the falling rocks while the rest press the attack on the stone mantis king. He urges them to hurry, warning the creature could cast again at any second, and gives the knight a recovery potion. Jiha quickly lays out a plan. He notices the 14 smaller mantis shrimps are rattled after watching their leader show off. Taking advantage of their confusion could swing the fight. So Hwan unleashes a rain of fire, while Soon-young blocks flying rubble with paper barriers. Just as relief starts to spread, something far more horrifying appears. A ruin-grade Kraken. What should have marked the end of their ordeal instead becomes the start of a much larger disaster. The shoreline erupts in panic. This is beyond anything they were ready to face. In the turmoil, Jihad feels a faint tremor under the water. Then he sees it. the sea is being pulled away toward a single point like an invisible siphon. A gigantic mouth breaks the surface, and Jiha realizes it may be the World Eater trying to swallow the kraken. But he instantly understands the kraken's suckers could keep it from being taken whole, and his thoughts race for a way to help the World Eater before everything spirals out of control. Fully restored, the Pterodrone Knight takes the lead. Its awakening skill unleashes a tremendous shockwave, shoving the kraken and the stone mantis shrimp straight into the World Eater's gaping jaw. With the danger gone, the city exhales in relief. The remaining monsters are finished off easily, and the wounded are taken to hospital. The survivors erupt in cheers, celebrating that they lived through it. Later, Huyen finds Jiha clearing rubble and playfully needles him. She says he doesn't have to jump into every crisis, then asks with curiosity about the giant beetle he was riding. Jiha can only say it's a friendly creature that helps humans. He asks about Seung-ho and learns he's completely recovered, leaving the doctors amazed by his miraculous potions. Huyen thanks him, and Jiha modestly says it was all because of love. She proposes going for a swim, but Jiha stops her, worried about the trouble it could cause so late at night. Their playful exchange continues, filled with compliments and teasing. However, unbeknownst to them, a new threat is quietly waiting in the wings. As time passes, the group's vacation ends peacefully while they drive home. The car is still, the mood calm, with everyone asleep except Jiha. He shares a few kind words of thanks with Seung-ho, silently wishing for more vacations like this and hoping for many more moments of tranquility in the future. When his stop arrives, he exits with his pets. Seung-ho asks him to make a potion that boosts resistance. The determined alchemist has plans to improve his skills and is eager to craft a potion with both defensive and healing effects. Just then, Jiha's sister calls, ensuring his safe arrival. Sun-young shares that she's found something mysterious and needs his assistance. He recognizes it as a rune word for destruction, a spell that enhances attack damage. Excited, she urges him to recreate it using his red ink and even make an extra one for herself. He decides the red ink is perfect for the rune. After transferring the rune onto paper, it turns into a scroll that enhances physical damage. Unlike the mage's specialized scrolls, this one can be used by nearly any hunter. It promises a major increase in damage. But Jiha is aware that as hunters get stronger, the monsters will also evolve, making things even more dangerous. Resolute in his desire to protect his companions, Jiha calls on his magical allies to help him create these scrolls. Before starting the intense work, he chooses to rest, gathering energy for what lies ahead. A few days later in the dream forest, the air feels refreshingly crisp. As he scans the area, he notices two familiar figures in the distance, Sung-hyuk and Haijin, accompanied by the best hunters from South Korea. He wonders what brings them together as they approach what is believed to be Teoti's seal. But Haijin points out that true lies farther east, beneath a valley cave. Jiha recalls the stories of Toddy. It was blamed for the devastation in Sichuan, China. Despite the myths, its true form, size, and powers remain a mystery. This makes the coming battle even more daunting. The team hurries toward the cave's entrance, hoping to examine the seal before Toddy awakens. Jiha notices the bridge leading to the area is damaged and quickly sends Knight to fix it. The hunters are amazed to see the bridge repaired and briefly wonder if someone else is in the forest. They quickly dismiss the thought and continue. As they move forward, they recall that Teoti is one of the four great dangers in Chinese legend, a monstrous four-legged creature that devours anything it sees. Their mission is to locate its seal, but without clear references, they are unsure where to begin. Jiha watches from above, noticing they are walking in circles, unaware of a mythical aura at the center. The aura takes the shape of a mirror, suggesting it may be connected to Toddy's seal. Seeing they haven't noticed, he decides to reach through the invisible barrier and touch the mirror with his finger. But as soon as he does, Seung-hyuk immediately spots the mask. Otherworldly finger reaching through and reacts immediately. He channels Etha into his sword and strikes with Etha Slash. The group is in chaos, trying to make sense of what just happened. Han insists he saw a giant finger, while others believe it was a monster. But no one else saw anything. Jiha, nursing his wounded finger, is rattled. Still, he's glad he helped them locate the Toddy seal mirror. His actions have led them to the Toddy seal mirror, but it is weakening, close to breaking. Han wonders if they are truly strong enough to face Teot alone. Worried about the repercussions of failure, a chilling voice suddenly fills the chamber. The voice condemns the hunters as wicked and arrogant, accusing them of awakening evil. From the ground emerges the temple's guardian, Seok Gamda. He vows to punish the trespassers. The hunters had no idea a guardian was protecting the seal. They panic. Seung-hyuk quickly takes charge, calming everyone down. The guardian, furious at their intrusion, pledges to destroy them. He draws his sword, signaling for cover, ready for battle. The guardian summons the jewel of Karma Flame, unleashing a torrent of fire. Han uses Blink, teleporting above the guardian and striking down with one precise hit. The guardians are left stunned by his strength, and the hunters start to think they may have grown weaker with time. Upon Han's touch, a system message confirms the completion of their mission. The seal of Teot has been found. Additionally, Han's efforts have caused substantial damage to the Guardian. Their movements are briefly halted. Jaiha, observing Seung-hyuk's impressive abilities, is quite taken. His creatures, sensing the awakening of Toddy, quickly rush off to confront the remaining Guardians. Meanwhile, Jiha readies scrolls using herbs from the wild elf village. He pauses, realizing that retrieving the herbs himself or involving the Terra drones could cause suspicion among the villagers. An idea strikes him. He could direct Selena, guiding her as an apostle to collect the herbs. Jiha completes several scrolls, a task only achievable through Selena's assistance. At his request, she visited the wild elf village to gather the necessary herbs. Since demanding herbs outright would upset the elves, Jiha suggested she barter instead, offering food and salt, two things the elves greatly lacked. She admired his cleverness, particularly when he provided her with salt for the exchange. Accompanied by Edenskjal, she dealt with the Radiant Knights along the way and managed to gather a large supply of herbs. Thanks to her, Jiha no longer had to worry about gathering resources for some time. Just then, a disturbance in the garden caught his attention. He found the Terra drones grouped together, surrounded by scattered essence stone. The sight reminded him of the small dungeons in Korea's Dream Forest. Hunters had been clearing them, but the rewards were disappointing. Low and mid-tier dungeons provided minimal profit, with the treasure chests barely covering expenses. Interest among hunters waned as they couldn't even afford to improve their stats, yet Jiha yearned to reform the system. For a while, he found no solution until the Terra drones appeared. These creatures used their claws and horns as tools, cutting, hammering, and even melting metal in their mouths. They were crafting strong wooden treasure chests. To Jiha's surprise, they were also the ones collecting dungeon loot and packing it inside, something he learned only that day. He wondered if this had always been their role, or if their behavior changed due to his connection with the World Tree. He praised their diligence, but acknowledged that the rewards still lacked substantial work. Nevertheless, an idea began to form in his mind, one that might finally address the issue. A few days later, a hunting team assembled near the dungeon entrance. They teased Daekun, the shy shield-bearer, as they prepared to enter. Just before they did, a sign with a shield emblem caught their attention. This marked Jiha's first reform, labeling dungeon rewards so hunters with matching specialties know what to expect. The ensuing battle was intense. Daekun hesitated at a crucial moment, but still contributed enough for the team to prevail. He earned both teasing comments and encouragement. However, when another monster appeared, his hesitation resurfaced. This forced a teammate to intervene, scolding him for his fear. Despite this, he gradually gained confidence by the end of the fight, once the battle concluded. The group comforted the emotional Daekun, lifting his spirits. They then hurried to check the rewards, only to be stunned by the sight of not one, but 5 treasure chests waiting. This was Jiha's second step, increasing the number of rewards to heighten excitement. They learned the cost to open each chest was reduced to just 2 essences, Jiha's third improvement. The contents confirmed his fourth step, unique rewards personally prepared by Jiha, including a radiant apple potion, a gleaming shield crafted for Daekun, a rune-inscribed note, and a candle with mysterious engraving. Curious, they went to Master Cat to have their 3 enigmatic items appraised. The new reward system, featuring multiple boxes and exclusive loot, thrilled the team and fueled their desire to hunt even more. Just as Jiha had planned, they arrived as expected. Master Cat greeted them warmly and began his evaluation. He confirmed that Daekun's shield was no ordinary item. It was a unique grade piece of gear. The dungeon note was written in runic script, and when analyzing Daekun, Master Cat noted the awakening skill called Iron Maiden. This skill deflects melee attacks, dealing 200% damage per level. Master Cat explained that the awakening skill could indeed be unlocked, but activating it would consume all ether, leaving the user completely drained. The revelation stunned the hunters. Daekun was moved, realizing he might no longer need to fight monsters directly. His teammates cheered, congratulating him, but their curiosity quickly turned to themselves. They asked if they too could awaken similar powers. Jiha assured them it was possible. By defeating the giant warthog, they could gain such skill. Inspired, Daekun promised to take on the challenge to strengthen his newfound ability. The group then moved on to the remaining items. The candle was revealed to grant its user abilities through dreams, while the shield carried the blessing of the god Art, granting divine protection. Yet, even after explanations, some still cannot appreciate the true worth of these treasures. In thanks, Daekun insists Jiha take a bag of gold. That very night, Daekun lights a candle and slips into a strikingly vivid dream. Within it, he observes a formidable knight battling endless hordes of the undead. His strength stems not merely from his sword, but from his refusal to retreat. His unwavering defense of his people moves Daekun deeply. Suddenly, the knight's eyes meet his, and a surge of holy light courses through him. He wakes drenched in sweat, realizing he has acquired a new trait. Holy Knight's Devotion Level 1. Daekun sits in awe upon awakening the skill Holy Knight's Devotion Level 1. His initial thrill fades quickly though. The skill seems tailored for a knight while he has always served as a tank. Despite his disappointment, he decides to figure out how to adapt the skill for his own use in the upcoming dungeon run. Meanwhile, news of this awakening spreads rapidly. Announcements reveal a new type of powers emerging. Awakening skills distinct to each hunter in both capability and the way they are obtained. South Korea draws worldwide attention as the Hunter Association. Countless hunters gather to witness the very first hunter activate their ultimate power. Determined to advance further, Deacon readies himself to confront the giant warthog, the creature he must defeat to fully unlock his awakening. Shield raised, he braces himself while his allies cheer from the sideline. The warthog charges, striking his guard with tremendous force. Struggling to maintain his stance, he senses the awakening is imminent. He activates Iron Maiden. Energy bursts from his shield in a massive explosion. The blast engulfs the beast, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. As the dust settles, a radiant figure emerges, placing something on the ground. Deacon is stunned, wondering if this is truly God art. In that moment, his past makes sense. His size, his hesitation to kill monsters, his instinct to protect instead of destroy. These are not flaws, but markers of his destiny. Answering Ark's call, he comprehends his true role, to safeguard his people unflinchingly and walk the godly path. His team, stunned, tries to process whether what they just witnessed was the activation of his skill. Worried, they ask if he is hurt. He calms them with a smile, saying he has discovered something even greater than an awakening skill. He has uncovered his true purpose. Days later, news of his awakening floods Korea's hunter community. Posts about his new abilities spread across forums and social media. Yuji dedicates his time to hunter development, working on a complex structure. That proves exceptionally challenging to complete. The difficulty stems from a recent find, a book authored by Gardner revealing secret dungeon knowledge. It outlines methods to grant hunters buffs, protection, and enhancements during raids. Using it, Jiha tests prototypes, and the one he now carries is ready for practical trials in a dungeon. At the same time, a team of hunters readies to enter a dungeon facing the green serpent and a lurking monkfish. They can handle the serpent, but the monkfish poses a threat, attacking from below while enemies advance on the ground. Hyojin advises using the creature's distinct sound to dodge its attacks, though only she and Seunghyuk have the acute senses required. Suddenly, Han notices something unusual, a statue of a praying saintess. To their amazement, it provides a powerful buff, yet Han freezes as he recognizes the face, Selena, a figure from Gehenna. He can't help but question whether the true origin of these miracles will ever be revealed. Throughout the raid, the statues prove invaluable, curing poison at critical moments, restoring stamina when fatigue sets in, and bestowing blessings that sustain the team. Through the dungeon's harshest trial, that night at Seunghyuk and Hyojin's home, a special candle is lit. As Seunghyuk dreams, he sees Eddie and Selena. His attention is drawn to a golden knight glowing with divine energy. Seunghyuk raises his sword, eager to seize its power, but before he can act, the knight's blade strikes with unstoppable force. Their swords clash violently as the knight leans in, instructing Han to adjust his stance. He forces the opponent back. Han demands to know if the knight recognizes him, but there's no reply. The sheer strength in the enemy's hands makes his own arms tremble, channeling power into his sword. Han steadies himself for a counterattack. Then the knight speaks, warning that humans are too fragile for the trials ahead. Han demands clarification, but it repeats the grim verdict. It dawns on him that the warning may concern the tale. The armored figure declares an even greater calamity is imminent, one that could annihilate humanity. Seunghyuk refuses to accept this prophecy, demanding to know the identity of his adversary. The figure introduces himself as the leader of the Gungnir Legion. The eternal sword dedicated to Lord Ark, brilliant golden blades form around him in orbit. As he declares himself the swordmaster of the Legion, Han presses him, questioning why the knight seems so familiar. The swordmaster acknowledges he's been observing Han due to his rare potential. Seunghyuk activates his skill, form etherization. He questions further why the knight has appeared now. The knight responds that it is because the apostle of Ark has risen. When Han tries to press for more answers, the swordmaster cuts him off. Meanwhile, Selena receives a message, wondering if it's related to the same mysterious force. The battle begins. The swordmaster tells Han to fight with all he has or be lost before gaining enlightenment. At his command, daggers fall upon him. Han braces himself, determined to seize the knight's skill, sword, and knowledge. He focuses everything into his blade. With a single sweeping motion, he shatters the incoming dagger. But in an instant, the knight reappears behind him, praising his effort before conjuring a new skill. First sword technique, Storm Blade. The first form spins Han across the room. Before he can recover, a whirlwind strike follows, bursting into a wave of energy. The scene shifts to Jiha finishing brewing a red potion. He carefully pours it into a flask, exhaling in quiet satisfaction as Master Alchemist Chulhyun approaches, impressed by the precision of his work. Chulhyun examines the potion and is astonished. It restores 200 health in just 10 seconds, while the previous batch took 15. What's even more surprising is Jiha's flawless timing, accomplished without the use of any tool. This natural skill explains why Hyun holds him in such high regard. Once Chulhyun leaves, Jiha reflects that reaching alchemy level 4 has greatly improved both the quality and ease of his work. Deciding to rest, he drifts into the dream forest, enjoying the fresh air and looking for his pets, Biam, Doggo, and Panny. His peace is shattered when the toll of the bell sounds. It warns of an earthquake near the Taughty seal. An alert confirms the seal is about to break, urging him to deploy terradrones. He hurries to the site and finds them already surrounding the seal. They are forming barriers rather than engaging directly. This choice confuses him. Though he suspects there is a deeper strategy at play, he worries that these defenses might not stand up to the Tuoid's power. Then, the nightmare begins. Disaster-grade black lions appear, servants of the Taughty, and the terradrones charge forward together to face them. Time seems to slow as he watches and records their combat tactics against the beast. By fall, a massive portal opens in Seoul's District 7, drawing startled onlookers. A hunter party moves in to investigate. They recoil in shock as their analysis reveals the truth. It's a Category 6 dungeon. They retreat immediately, rushing to report to the association. The dungeon presents a clear challenge: seal or eliminate Tuoty in 47 hours 57 minutes. Though labeled as ordinary, the level 6 designation marks it as a high-risk threat. Eternal Flames Elite. The top hunters ranked 1 to 9 gather at the gate. Han Seung-hyuk, who once believed this was just a routine call from the Hunter Association, now senses that someone is deliberately causing the downfall of District 7. Hyun dismisses his gloomy thoughts but comments on how different he seems since his return. Han agrees every member of the clan feels changed. The core team has completed their awakening, thanks to Jiha's leadership. Before entering, Heejin recalls Jiha's potions and distributes them. These are no ordinary elixirs. Each one restores half health. Stamina and ether instantly, boosts all stats by 23% for 2 hours, and grants 7 seconds of invulnerability. Fully enhanced, the hunters enter the gate, banding together. From his dream forest, Jiha watches the miniature battlefield. He knows that while terradrones can hold their own against black lions, no one can face Tyote directly. The fate of the world now lies with the awakened hunters. Approaching the seal, Han notices familiar Saintess statues and orders everyone to take their buffs before advancing. One hunter drinks a potion from Jiha, shocked as his stats nearly double. Seung-hyuk grimly warns that even this might not be enough, but Hyun insists they remain hopeful. Soon, the black lions appear. Han takes the first blow, using himself as bait so his team can strike back. Heejin unleashes a brutal sword barrage, while Hyun follows up with Phoenix Shot and Lava Inferno, engulfing the battlefield in flames. Their tank holds the line, countering with such force that the beast is stunned and forced to retreat. This buys Seung-hyuk enough time to steady himself and unleash the new skill he learned from the Dream Knight. The Storm Blade technique. Its opening form, Whirlwind Strike, erupts, slicing through the Black Lion instantly, leaving the team awestruck. Yet the triumph is fleeting as a Blood Lion emerges, stronger, quicker, and of a higher rank than the Black Lion. Han instructs everyone to refresh buffs and consume potions. The beast lunges, claws aimed to rip him apart. Han counters with his Ether Blade. Heejin screams in fear, worried he'll disappear if he pushes too hard. Her teammate steadies her, reminding her only Seung-hyuk has the strength to face the monster. She regains composure and instructs the team to collect intelligence on the beast. Initially, their search yields nothing, until someone checks MirWiki and discovers recent updates posted moments ago. Meanwhile, Seung-hyuk struggles. Sustaining Ether Blade after unleashing Stormblade rapidly drains his ether. Just as he wavers, the tank triggers an AoE taunt. Drawing the beast's focus and exposing its belly mid-charge, the team seizes the opportunity. The mage casts a venomous spell on the Blood Lion's weak spot, forcing it back with staggering pain. Hyojin charges in with Sword Rampage, striking rapidly into its flesh. She calls on Seung-hyuk to finish it, who summons Growler in massive form. One powerful swipe flattens the Blood Lion. Growler towers over the hunters, his strike leaving them shaken. Hyun and Heejun prepare to attack, but the beast growls, halting them. Asserting it is no enemy, Seung-hyuk raises a hand, recognizing the creature. He explains this is not a monster, but a nature deity bound to him by contract. When asked why it appeared, Growler warns that Tyote's awakening called forth its Dharma Guardian. Unlike normal monsters, a guardian's power is immeasurable. To aid Seung-hyuk, Growler shares his divine ether. The beast offers its paw, transferring strength to him, leaving him shaken. The wolf then disappears, leaving him with the power to defeat the guardian before it reaches Tyote. He asks for guidance, but the wolf assures it will handle it itself. With that, Growler vanishes, entrusting Seung-hyuk with the mission. The team speculates on the guardian's might, convinced only he can face it. Yet Seung-hyuk knows success requires everyone's effort. Meanwhile, Taeot's servants report the hunters' progress, urging their master to rise while they manage the intruders. Taeot feasts when three familiar figures appear: Beam, Growler, and Panny. The demigods taunt him, yet he remains calm, claiming even united, they cannot stop him. Taeot believes he can crush them instantly, ensuring another decade of peace. Pain fakes an attack, drawing Taeot's attention, while Beam and Growler strike for real. Driven by rage, Taeot snarls no trick can deceive him, swearing to annihilate them all. Pain charges with her horn aimed, as Growler and Beam tear at his flesh. Intent on dragging his soul back, his core leaks energy until Taeot suddenly erupts, roaring and hurling the three aside. Pain notices the dimensional wall tearing open, widening into a hole that begins pulling in Beam. The fight resumes immediately. Beam and Growler pin Taeot, while Pain drives her horn deep, landing a critical strike. Taeot staggers, shocked by their resilience. He calls for his father, but before a reply, all four vanish without trace. Jiha watches in horror as they disappear. He searches frantically, but no signs remain where they vanished, not even evidence of battle. Panic spreads as the bell tolls. Fearing the worst, he rushes to the miniature world, where Seung-hyuk's team faces the Grand Dharma. Taeot's guardian, a two-headed dragon and one of the most fearsome foes, spews flames from both mouths, igniting the ground. Seung-hyuk commands Gangmin to protect him. The tank swallows a potion and braces himself. Holding back the onslaught, he strains and urges Han to act quickly. Seung-hyuk blinks forward, activating his newly mastered Stormblades. The initial sword technique releases a storm of energy. The beast counters with a fire blast, sending him crashing. The Guardian, impressed by the strike, recognizes the sword style and questions his connection to the knight. Han links it to the Legion's swordmaster but dismisses its concern, threatening to reduce the beast to ashes. Enraged, the Guardian fires an annihilation blast, but Han blinks away just in time. He charges, unleashing Stormblade's whirlwind strike. The attack barely touches the Guardian. It stomps, shaking the earth violently. Han leaps to avoid the tremor but is caught midair and slammed against a wall. Jiha tenses as he sees Han spit blood on impact. In that moment, Han's thoughts rush back to when he first discovered the whirlwind strike technique. He had begged the knight to teach him the third move, but the knight declined, warning that Han was still struggling with the second. Each new level demanded more ether, and pushing himself too hard could lead to a severe shortage, potentially fatal. But now, saving the world has become more important than his own life. The Guardian watches, horrified, as aura floods through him, summoning the vicious Growler who throws the monster into a wild frenzy. The knight's warning echoes in his mind. He might survive one blow if he's lucky. With everything on the line, he activates the second form of Stormblade while his faithful wolf distracts the enemy. In a blink, he dashes forward, slashing a spiral through the beast, leaving it in pieces. Only then does exhaustion take hold. He collapses to the ground. Jiha rejoices at the Protector's fall, celebrating with his Terradrone. He can hardly believe what he's seeing. He quickly orders the beetles to assist in repairing the seal and help the injured hunters. But then a thought crosses his mind. He hasn't seen his pets for a while. Worried, he asks the knight to look for them. Finally, a growl echoes from the mist. Jiha breathes a sigh of relief as his companions return safe and sound. They curl around him and he swears to be their safe haven, the one place they can always return to, for only they can face horrors like Toddy. After the encounter with Toddy, Beam, Panny, and Growler lie wounded, refusing treatment. Jiha forces medicine into their mouths, though they vanish whenever it's mentioned. In desperation, he threatens to withhold food. Only then do they reluctantly accept the treatment, a harsh method he justifies for their recovery. Meanwhile, the world shifts from celebrating Toddy's defeat to speculating on who was truly responsible. Reports emerge of a Chinese helicopter spotting three massive unidentified shapes alongside Toddy. These figures instilled fear in the public until the figures were confirmed to be nature gods. The news that one was linked to a Korean hunter caused international alarm. This prompts Korea to hold a covert conference. Yoon-suk explains that the battle between Toddy and the nature gods began at Gehenna, and a powerful surge of energy displaced the battle to China. The seal is located near Sichuan in China, but the dungeon appeared in Korea, a coincidence dismissed by many. He shows images of the battlefield on the screen. President Kim Il-sung of Korea asks if the visible destruction is evidence of the battle. It's confirmed that dramatic changes occurred, including a mountain range destroyed by a single breath, confirming the immense scale of the conflict. Toddy's power was so great that China sent a UAV with a nuclear strike payload, only for it to be shot down, along with all other drones, leaving no footage. Officials question if the monster is truly dead. There should be an either stone or essence left behind, but it's unclear whether such creatures of destruction leave them. With the threat seemingly neutralized, the president lifts the evacuation order and turns to Ashley, the U.S. Psyker Association liaison. She admits that even the U.S. lacks data on Category 6 dungeons and requests that Korea share whatever information they have. one fact stands out. Every numbered hunter reports seeing a massive wolf among the silhouettes, which was later confirmed to be Seunghyuk's nature god. This entity had ordered the hunters to stop the Guardian while it confronted Toddy directly. Ashley openly stated that America believed no nation could defeat a destruction-class monster without military intervention. The president responded by calling Hyunsuk forward, demanding an explanation for how Korean hunters achieved the impossible. Hyunsuk confirms that the victory was entirely due to Jiha, the alchemist who enhanced the single-numbered hunters with awakening skills, elixirs, and specialized scrolls. He stresses that without Jiha, they would have lost, prompting an elder statesman to insist that this invaluable man must be protected at all costs. They realize they cannot force Jiha to move, leaving him vulnerable to anyone with bad intentions. The president reassures the committee that he will find a solution. Hyunsuk surmises that the Korean government will allocate all necessary resources to protect the alchemist. He then shifts focus to preparations for future destruction-class threats, while Ashley remains fixated on Jiha, curious about him. Meanwhile, the ether stone that the government speculated on is in Jiha's possession. He asks Bayam if it's from Toddy. The cat meows in confirmation, gesturing toward the world tree as if to suggest the stone should be placed there. As Jiha approaches, a branch extends to absorb the stone. Leaves glow, and a brilliant light spreads across the tree's branches. The spectacle captivates Jiha and his companions. Drawn in, he notices a fluffy sheep approaching, opening a golden portal, and wonders if this is another nature god. He follows through the glowing light. On the other side, he finds himself in an enormous library with towering shelves and countless books. The sheep pauses by a book on the ground, seemingly reading it, and he names it Yunji, assuming it must be the librarian. The Gardner trails Yuji, discovering that the books need essence to be read. He guesses that the book he found earlier on dungeon layouts probably came from this same library. The movement above draws his gaze, revealing Terra drones operating inside the Grand Library. Initially, he wonders how his assistants arrive, but seeing their green shells and smaller size, he recognizes them as creatures of the world tree. He watches the Terra drones carefully making entries in the books. When he inquires about their records, Yuji hands him a book to examine. The precision of their work impresses him. Looking closer, he realizes the library is continually updated by the Terra drones with the world's unfolding history. Curious about certain topics, he asks Yuji for volumes on the Gemark Empire. The sheet produces 2 large books, which he decides to take. Eager to try something different, he recalls that since the world tree absorbed Toyota's essence from the stone, both the tree and the surrounding garden have grown remarkably. As Jiha explores, he discovers a waterfall that had been hidden by mist. He notices bees swarming around a huge hive. A Terra drone pulls a lever inside the hive, dropping honey that is quickly caught by another drone. He reprimands them for taking the honey, but the bees remain indifferent, as if they share an unspoken understanding with the drones. A system alert shows a new item, Emperor Honey, which permanently raises maximum health by 10%. It can only be used once and is also a favorite treat of the Terra drone. Jiha keeps a small portion, planning to treat it as rare dungeon treasure instead of selling it. After Toddy's defeat, Jiha dedicates himself entirely to expanding the sanctuary. He enriches the earth with worms and forms a new lake, drawing in fresh wildlife and revitalizing the landscape. Keeping the sanctuary thriving demands considerable energy. However, the active dungeon ensures a constant supply of resources. Then struck the Great Salt Crisis. He initially thought only the wild elves suffered, yet the people of Estramm clearly consider life without salt utterly tasteless. Acting as an apostle, Jiha communicates with Prince Edenskall and learns that they harvest salt either from rocks or by solidifying animal blood. Estramm's shortage of proper salt mines forced it under Gemark Empire control, as salt was strategically essential. Resolute to remedy the shortage, he delves into the World Tree Library and discovers a vague mention of a salt mine. He calls upon the Terra drone to decipher it. Soon, it takes flight, guiding him toward a sizable cattle herd. He is stunned to behold the herd. These cattle were thought to have vanished after the Great War. He opts to lead them to the Estramm kingdom. Turning to his pets for help, he sees Doggo and Beam quarreling over the task. He appoints Doggo as leader while he relaxes, munching popcorn like an observer. He cheers the wolf on as it advances, trailed by the other pets. Jiha watches eagerly, confident in their safe arrival at the kingdom. He also discovers a deserted granary filled with wheat, which he gathers using Terra drones in only 2 hours instead of the estimated 7. Afterward, Jiha sends Selena a message, informing her that the Terra drones are transporting wheat, along with a herd of cattle and some salt. These uncommon resources will benefit both the Estramm citizens and Jiha himself. The villagers receiving the salt, wheat, and cattle believe these gifts are from Ark and gratefully prepare a feast on the altar. Jiha trades their offerings for 2 golden potions capable of healing grave injuries. For a while, he records admiration for Selena and the villagers' devotion in the infinite spellbook. Meanwhile, Daikon fortifies his spiritual beliefs, offering prayers to the divine Ark, yet the scriptures he uncovers are steeped in tradition and legend, but contain little practical guidance, leaving him feeling the need for a mentor. Realizing no one on Earth can instruct him, his mind turns to the records of Ark's followers in Gehenna, even though he knows they were lost during the Gemark Empire's persecution. Seeking guidance through meditation, he receives a subtle hint to carve out his own spiritual path. The scene shifts to him intercepting a charging creature with his Iron Maiden skill during a dungeon raid with his team. Dungeon clearing has become significantly easier since beginning his spiritual journey. Suddenly, a pterodrone soars above and passes through an unseen barrier. Curious, the hunters follow and discover a stone gateway. They realize they have found a civilization when they spot people nearby. Observing the pterodrones tilling the fields, they approach. A sudden alarm erupts as armed villagers rush forward in defense. Mistaking the group for invaders, the villagers quickly form a defensive line behind a large terror drone. They dispatch messengers to alert Prince Edenskul and Saintess Selena. The hunters attempt to explain they come in peace, while Diokun speculates that the villagers, possibly surviving a fallen kingdom, may not share their perspective. As Selena appears, Diokun's group instantly recognizes her from the dungeon statue. Prince Edenskul arrives soon after, leaving the group awed, realizing Selena could be his princess. The prince greets the hunters, inquiring if they are connected to Han. Diokun identifies Han Seung-yuk as the hunter in question. Prince confirms, explaining Han stayed with them for a few years before returning home. He recalls their names from Han's report, Selena and Edenskjol, and addresses them nervously. The prince is intrigued that Diokun knows their names. But Selena hints at a possible link and asks if they are hunters from another world. Realizing Han likely shared the villagers' information, Edenskjol hopes he didn't disclose too much and turns to Selena for guidance. Convinced she may be Ark Saintess, he recounts his struggle to deepen his faith. He admits that while many religions exist in his world, he seeks the kind of insight that Selena offers. Sensing his genuine intent, she welcomes him and gives him a necklace to signify his initiation. With Diokun's faith established, the villagers, reassured by the prince and Saintess, openly converse with the newcomer. Stories are exchanged about Han Seung-hyuk's arrival and the village's remarkable recovery. As the dungeon approaches closure, the hunters prepare to leave. Diokun decides to report the events to Seung-hyuk, and their account quickly draws attention after their return. Back in the modern world, Diokun visits Jiha's shop, bringing the pendant and sacred text from Selena, recounting the entire experience. Jiha clarifies that receiving such gifts from prominent religious leaders marks one as an apostle, entrusted with the duty of spreading faith among the populace. Motivated, Diokun prepares to accept the responsibilities the Saintess has assigned him. Later, Jiha enters the dream forest and is startled to find the pterodrone. Queen collapsed and weary on the grass. He moves closer to ensure she is unharmed. Unexpectedly, the queen ejects an object, which the system recognizes as a terra seed. The system describes it as a fertilizer that enriches the soil and speeds up plant growth, though the manner it arrived is bizarre. A twig drops near his feet, drawing his attention to illustrations etched in the ground under moonlight. Deciphering them carefully, she discovers that blending honey with an elixir produces a unique jelly that dramatically improves ether absorption. After preparing the potion, the knight delivers a pot of soil, signaling him to plant the terra seed along with ether stones, then pouring emperor jelly on top to facilitate absorption. In moments, a vibrant green sprout appears. Amazed by the speed of growth, Jiha opts to gather more seeds. Later, when the Eternal Flame Guild clears a dungeon, they encounter an unexpected find. A surprisingly tiny chest, initially doubted due to its size. They note it costs 10 essence and suspect it holds something valuable. Upon opening it, they discover a small seed with extraordinary properties for boosting crop growth, unlike anything known on Earth, though cautious about planting it for fear of attracting monsters. Sung-ho reassures them that the chest only contains items advantageous to hunters. His prediction proves accurate. Within days, both the government and the Goryu group begin investing in the purchase of these dungeon seeds due to their remarkable ability to enhance crops. Huyen watches the news at Jiha's home during a meal and seeks his opinion. He explains that stockpiling and utilizing the seeds could transform agriculture, though he quietly smirks. He had placed them in the dungeon for precisely this reason. Huyen recounts her guild's recent trip to Japan, where the Ministry of Defense attempted to secure their loyalty with lavish incentives. Jiha, unfamiliar with life beyond Korea, asks about conditions in Japan. She notes that survival is paramount due to earthquakes, monsters, and volcanoes, leaving little room for ease. Intrigued, he inquires how she responded to their offer. He leans in to wipe a smudge of sauce from his cheek, teasing that her presence with him speaks for her decision. Jiha attempts to lighten the mood by calling over his pets. Biam, Panny, and Doggo rush in energetically. They eagerly chomp around as he perks up at an unfamiliar sound outside. Yuyin notices his pause, but hearing nothing herself, she stays calm. He decides to investigate later. Meanwhile, the three pets chatter among themselves about the noise, and he offers Huyin more food, which she politely accepts. Suddenly, a burnt smell fills the air. After the comical mishap, he heads to the forest to trace the noise, suspecting a new nature deity. At the world tree, he notices a bright red parrot perched on a branch. Unexpectedly, Biam dashes past, provoked by the parrot, making Jiha wonder if they are familiar with each other. The cat lunges angrily but fails to climb, while Doggo growls in frustration. Jiha infers that the creature must be a nature god given Biam's reaction. He names it Hong for its distinctive call. Excitedly, Hong perches on his shoulder and he welcomes it home. He quickly tests its abilities, discovering Hong excels at sorting, collecting and storing seeds similar to Yunji the librarian. Hong can open a gate, this one leading to a massive seed vault. Further research reveals these vaults act as seed repositories, preserving food supplies in the event of global disaster. He learns that Korea's seed vault was destroyed during the Great War. Meanwhile, the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, the world's final safeguard, is nearing permanent closure. To secure the seeds, he considers transferring them to Hong's storage, though the North Pole location makes the trip difficult. As he contemplates, his pets gather to help. Suddenly, Hong tugs at his hair and, to his astonishment, speaks in human language, offering to take him there. Shocked, he follows, amazed as the bird grows to a massive size, gesturing for him to climb on. When Jiha questions the destination, Hong indicates it will fly directly to Svalbard. He is stunned that the bird knows the location. Though uncertain about the long journey, Hong reassures him. Hesitantly, he climbs onto its back. He grips the feathers as if his life depends on it. His nervous cries quickly vanish in the wind as they soar toward the Arctic, his fear gradually giving way to awe and the comforting warmth from Hong easing him. He begins to wonder if the bird might be a phoenix. As Svalbard comes into view, Jiha drinks a cold resistance potion to prepare for the freezing climate. Upon landing, he finds his Terradrone knight and its allies already awaiting him, ready for what's coming next. As they approach, Jiha notices movement in the dark, a pack of werewolves emerging from the shadows. He hadn't expected creatures like these to be here. Quickly, he splits his forces. The High Knight leads some Terradrones outside to fight, while Jiha takes the rest inside to retrieve the seed. The vaults inside is unsettling, sealed for many years, making Jiha worry the seeds may have rotted. As they move forward, a werewolf suddenly approaches from behind. The unexpected noise alarms them, but one Terradrone acts swiftly, striking and killing it instantly. Assuming the seeds must be ruined, considering monsters had already invaded. Jiha braces himself for a letdown, only to discover the seeds are perfectly intact. The group starts carefully transporting the boxes of seeds. Hong holds the gate open while the Terradrones continue bringing in box after box of seeds. It's a grueling task with nearly 4 million crates to ship. He steps outside with Hong, only to find everything is covered in snow. He asks if the bird sees anything, but the phoenix squawks that humanity is out of time. Jiha freezes, realizing his true challenge isn't the monster. It's figuring out how to explain this bird to others if it's discovered. A thud snaps him out of his thoughts as the Terradrones drop the dead werewolves at his feet, signaling the end of the fight. Jiha commends their efforts, and with the task finished, they prepare to head back. He instructs the Terradrones to take the seeds to Estramm village and to Hyunsuk. Soon, the villagers plant and harvest them, while Hyunsuk files comprehensive reports. The Goryeo group starts to industrialize the process. They unveil innovative soil-free smart farms powered by these seeds. A few days later, Jiha's sister stops by his shop and they chat about HunterNet, the outdated marketplace for hunters. She criticizes its lack of visibility and conservative branding, while Jiha suggests rebranding it as an exchange center. Soon, Young argues that with the right system in place, the market could prosper. However, she leaves in a hurry, promising to return soon for Bayam. Left alone, Jiha picks up a book titled System by Art, borrowed from Jungi's library, hoping to find a way to improve the exchange center. The book delves into the hunter system, explaining stars, traits, skills, dungeon structures, and even the hunter net. The ancient language would have been impossible to decipher before, but thanks to his system design trait, Jiha now reads it easily, absorbing useful insights from the text. He develops a plan to transform the market into an auction platform, using Mirwiki, Essence as currency, and Terradrones for delivery. He plans to begin with potions and scrolls, then gradually add rarer artifacts once he acquires them. When he shares this idea with the Terradrone Knight, it agrees but cautions that managing both artifacts and chests will eventually overwhelm him. Jiha wonders if there's a solution, and the Knight gestures to a worker diligently forging a weapon. The worker's dedication impresses Jiha, and then night falls with a bottle of honey left on the ground. implying they'll work even harder if they receive honey. They strike a deal. The Terradrones will receive all the honey in exchange for collecting artifacts. The arrangement proves successful. Each visit to the garden brings Jiha new discoveries, some of them incredibly rare. Among them is the Chotel of the Crescent Moon, a weapon that enhances strength by 5, agility by 10, and grants traits like swordsmanship, lockpicking, and even a shroud skill. Despite their small size, the Terradrones perform their task excellently. As Jiha admires the rare artifact, his pets appear with an unexpected guest, a small bear waddling after them, stumbling with every step. The sight is so adorable it nearly knocks Jiha over. He scoops it up like a child, pondering names like Winnie or Cuddly before settling on Winnie. But when he asks about its food, the bear slaps him in the face and goes on a rampage, terrorizing everyone. It claws at Biam and charges at Pan. It only stops when it's kicked in the stomach, far from being harmless. The bear clearly enjoys causing trouble. Jiha gathers the battered cub into his arms and attempts to calm it by giving it a tour of the forest. He shows Winnie the fields, promising all the food it desires as long as it spares the garden. Winnie shows no interest, its gaze fixed on a beehive. Captivated by the scent, Jiha worries that the bear might scare the bees next, so he warns it that honey can only be taken through him, handing Winnie a bottle of honey. Jiha is shocked when the bear opens a gate leading to a hidden stockpile of weapons and armor, though he had assumed Winnie was a combat type. The discovery proves him wrong. The gear is exceptional, each piece filled with bonus stats perfect for his auction. Among the items, Jiha's eyes land on the Demon Breaker, a legendary sword that boosts strength, agility, and intelligence while offering traits like swordsmanship, sprint, curse resistance, eternal bound, and the skills Etherblade and haste. He asks Winnie if he can take it, noting that only Han Seung-hyuk uses an Etherblade, and that this weapon would create a bidding frenzy on the market. Winnie requests 10 essences as a rental fee. Surprisingly reasonable. Jiha suspects it's because Winnie believes he won't keep it for himself. Coincidentally, 10 essences is exactly what Jiha had planned to charge as a broker. The next day, Jiha lists the Etherblade on Mirwiki. Chaos ensues. Bids skyrocket until one final number silences the rest. 10,000 essences. At home, Seung-hyuk and Hyejin scroll through the flood of posts. Hyejin mutters that the cost is outrageous, yet he insists it's worth every bit of it. An Etherblade requires no skill to use, which is precisely why he had already made the purchase. He intended to take the sword for appraisal, only for Hyejin to casually reveal that Jiha himself handles the evaluation. Elated, they hurried to meet him. A few days later, Han tests the weapon in a dungeon, effortlessly cleaving a stone golem in two with a single strike. Hyunsuk watches in astonishment, realizing this must be the Demon Breaker. Seung-hyuk notes that the sword surpasses expectations with its haste skill enabling seamless movement. Hyunsuk is shocked. Such details weren't in the auction description. Seung-hyuk casually mentions having it appraised by Jai Ha, surprising him further since the appraiser was supposedly resting. Han shrugs, calling it luck, though he had actually bribed Jai Ha with nighttime gifts, silently promising a better repayment later. Later, Jiha experiments by planting a world tree sapling on Earth, curious if it can thrive, then returns to the forest. The forest feels quieter. Most Terradrones are out delivering auctioned items, while the few left are busy crafting and packing. He asks Knight if the beehive can be relocated to Estramm village to expand production. At the idea of losing honey, the Terradrone starts crying. Jiha reassures it, promising not to take their honey but to boost production, ensuring a steady supply. Carefully, he moves the hive, planning to transplant it to Estramm village, where conditions favor growth. He calls Selena within the mini-world. She answers immediately. He greets Selena and Edenskell, offering the hive, on the condition they nurture it and provide him honey in exchange for an equal amount of sugar. When he shows a sample, they light up like children seeing candy, as sugar is a rare treat in Estramm village. Tasting the sugar, Eddie asks the apostle how he obtained it. Selena notes such feats are typical for the gardener of the world tree. Jiha thought honey was more valuable, but Edenskell pointed out that sugar is far scarcer in Estramm, coming only from a limited supply of sugar beets. They agree to the trade without hesitation. At the U.S. Government Complex Management Office, Hyunsuk and Seung-hyuk arrive for a high-level meeting. On the way, Hyunsuk remarks that other countries envy Korean hunters' privileges. He adds that to gain more, one must be willing to sacrifice something, precisely why they're at this negotiation. Seung-hyuk admits his guild pushed him to attend, though politics don't interest him. Content with just being a hunter, Hyunsuk urges him to consider the bigger picture, reminding him that Jiha and the Nico appraiser, actually the same person, will be discussed. Han is curious about the proposals Jiha will face. Hyunsuk points out that Jiha isn't motivated by wealth, making him difficult to persuade. They enter and see Ashley leading the session. Seung-hyuk lightly probes her stance and she firmly responds that while representing the US, she remains neutral, focusing only on fairness. Seung-hyuk seems content. Hyunsuk winces at the tension. Seung-hyuk dismisses it, saying he only wanted to ensure Korean hunters weren't treated unfairly. Ashley opens the meeting with ground rules asking for respect. She is clear and concise, though Hyunsuk doubts compliance. His doubts are confirmed when a man bangs his desk, demanding proof of Korea's events and Jiha's dual identity. Chaos erupts as others interrupt, questioning dungeon alterations and accusing Korean hunters of unfair advantages. Hyunsuk confirms the truth, silencing the room. He asserts Korea has no reason to lie, the facts are already known. When officials ask why Korea stayed silent, he counters that every nation hides secrets like the US, concealing the mini-ether reactor. Someone argues that ether products and hunter intel differ. Hyunsuk disagrees, stating both are tools for national progress, citing the giant dungeon China kept hidden until Korea cleared it. He stresses information is valuable only when scarce. Seung Hyuk finally speaks sharply, addressing the room with frustration. He gets to the point, aware that others want a quota system and access to Korean dungeon raids. He firmly asserts they are not to be interrogated and expects reciprocity. They received what they came for: the prototype ether reactor and 10 developers. Afterward, Hyunsuk commends Sung Hyuk's negotiation skill. Sung Hyuk believes sidelining Korean hunters equals sidelining Korea itself, something he refuses to tolerate. Moreover, foreign hunter invitations are already a monthly requirement. Hyunsuk, though, is troubled that Jiha walked away with nothing from the settlement. Sung Hyuk reflects that he still would have declined it. Hyun Seok racks his brain for a proper way to show appreciation, and Seung Hyuk suggests gifting Bayum a treat box, only for the idea to be shot down at once. He then proposes installing a station beside Jiha's shop stocked with alchemy tools, with a charge applied for every pair of hunters who make use of it. A portion of the proceeds would go to a hunter academy or an orphanage, and the remainder to Jiha. Han, impressed by the plan, comments that the wealthy always manage to turn something into profit. After several calm days in Estramm village, Margreta, vice-captain of the Black Lion Knighthood of the Gemark Empire, arrives at the gate. She stops short, absorbing how much the village has changed. Amazed at has beaten food shortages even worse than Gemark. Prince Edinskjal and Selina welcome her at the entrance and immediately ask what brings her there. Margaret says she's come to ask about Baron Grom and Parajak, since all communication with them has gone dead. She's startled to learn they already left the village with additional forces. Looking around, Margreta asks if they were the ones who abandoned cattle behind. Edinskjal explains the livestock arrived only after they'd already gone. Cultivation didn't even begin until the former troops departed, because of disputes and their inability to deliver on what was expected. Unconvinced, Margreta insists they wouldn't have left of their own accord, but Edinskjal hides the fact they were expelled. To change the subject, he whistles and the Terradrone Knight swoops down from above, leaving Margreta speechless at the massive beast. Edinskjal offhandedly asks what she thinks of Arc-sent soldiers who can bring down ogres single-handedly, and gestures to the smaller beetles working the field. She snorts, reminding him he once said he didn't believe in any religion, and asks whether he'd been deceiving her. He apologizes, saying she misunderstood. He explains the village recently entered a contract with Arc and urges her not to do anything reckless. She treats it like a warning, accusing him of trying to start a vendetta. Edinskjal, unruffled, asks if they plan to give him any cause. He suggests a clean break, with both empires keeping their distance from one another. When asked whether they no longer need Gemark's support, Edinskjal states they are now under Arc's protection, making cooperation with non-believers difficult. Margaret then looks to Selina, assuming even the princess is opposing Gemark. Selina coolly answers they aren't against anyone as long as Arc is accepted. Margreta refuses to put faith in powers she cannot see. Selina points out the beetles as a sign, but the vice-captain brushes them off as nothing more than well-trained monsters. Not evidence of Arc, Selina replies that even if it isn't definitive proof, it still indicates Arc is present. Wanting to assert herself, Margaret declares she'll acknowledge Arc only if rain begins falling at once. A terror drone nudges Jiha and points toward the miniature world. Hearing Selina's challenge, Jiha surveys the area and notices a display. A sprinkler suddenly drenches them, and she can hardly believe it as a torrential downpour nearly sweeps her and her knights away. Not long after, she comes to in Selina's room, struggling to piece together what occurred. Selina softly tells her she fainted after the rain, and now by her own terms she must join them since Arc truly responded. Still uneasy, she asks whether the rain was really caused by Arc. Noticing her conflict, Selina leads her to the sanctuary and drops to her knees in prayer. Asking Arc to make himself known, Margreta's eyes go wide as an enormous hand lowers from the ceiling. Selina urges her to step closer, sensing Arc's intent. The next day, Margreta reports to Bollinder at the Gemark garrison, describing Estramm's changes and the vanishing of Grom and Paroj. Even though it sounds impossible, the captain accepts her account, trusting her without question. When Margreta says she saw no other soldiers, Bollinder doubts Arc is real. She starts to explain what took place, but he cuts her short, telling her the garrison's survival matters more than any unseen god. He orders her to stay silent to avoid stirring panic, but but once the door is closed, Margreta quietly prays for the divine's pardon, her belief now beyond doubt. Back in the present day in the U.S., the Management Bureau's president of the Hunter Association signs off on a Korea-backed agreement that includes Jaiha. He tells his staff to inform the Psyker Hunter Association and to look into the odd traits of Korea's hunters, with special attention on Yu Jaiha. The following day, the U.S. Hunter Association's president receives confirmation of every move made by Korean hunters: the auction house, the awakening system, and the Nikko appraisal. Each discovery only deepens his determination to obtain Yujiha for his own ends. Sensing what he's aiming for, the secretary cautions that going after Yu Jaiha could set off the Korea Hunter Association. But the president weighs the danger against the payoff, concluding that Yujiha would stand to gain by coming to the United States. He explains that the threat of him opposing South Korea is far less significant than the potential benefits of gaining his support. While systems like the auction house and awakening system are impressive, they don't compare to the worth of rare items like scrolls, elixirs, and potions, resources that only a select few, such as Yujiha, can provide. He stresses that earning his loyalty is of utmost importance. Chaos returns to Korea as the World Eater detects new monsters hiding in the shadows across the land. To safeguard the living creatures it values, it eliminates the undead. Determined to protect as many lives as it can, it opens its massive jaws and devours the land to relocate it to safety. Jiha is sitting in the forest with his pets, reading a book, when a mysterious hum fills the air, drawing his attention. Diem nudges him, urging him to follow. Jiha, accompanied by his pets, heads toward the coastline, which is bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, and spots the World Eater with its mouth wide open. Intrigued by the creature's actions, he receives a notification explaining that the World Eater is an ocean guardian that watches over all life on land. At this moment, it is moving an island to protect its inhabitants from a contaminated environment. Realizing the enormity of the task, Jiha finally understands why the beast is called the World Eater. It has the power and duty to shift entire ecosystems when necessary. Embarrassed by having done nothing more than fishing and swimming, he asks the guardian if it's okay. The creature spits water in response. Jiha interprets it as an affirmative. For a moment, Jiha feels the weight of the responsibility of caring for the entire ecosystem left behind by the World Eater. As the mighty creature departs, Jiha waves and promises to take good care of the land. The scene shifts to Gemark village, where Margreta is being scrutinized for her religious beliefs. Hours before, Bardock, the commander of the Gemark Knights, had paid her a visit during her training. He had instructed her to stop by his office later, resting a firm hand on her shoulder. A sinister grin spread across his face as he hinted at a conversation regarding the Ark now in Bardock's office. He confronts Margreta about her involvement with Ark. She tries to divert the conversation, but he points to a pendant with the Ark's emblem and warns her not to lie, asserting that he's been observing her actions all along. She freezes, horror and disgust washing over her as she realizes Bardock has been watching her nonstop. He claims that no one else knows about her connection to Ark, pretending that his silence is a favor. She instantly realizes he plans to manipulate her secrets and force her into submission. Dismissing her, he makes it clear she will obey whenever summoned. She is left unsettled. A few days later, Margreta walks home, weighed down by the pressure of Bardock's constant surveillance. As she approaches her house, she notices the lights are on and hesitates. Unsure if she left them that way, she steps inside cautiously. A sense of dread replaces her previous feeling of comfort. She barely crosses the threshold when Bardock screams her name, shaking her to the core. His presence looms, demanding to know why she's home so late. Barely able to whisper that it was due to training, she watches as he waves her diary in the air. He claims it's proof of his earlier suspicion that a Gemark Knight believes in Ark holding the scripture. Bardock mocks her apparent fascination with Ark's legendary relationships with many women, which led to the birth of numerous species. Margreta protests, embarrassed, but he gestures to a bookmark and reads aloud, intensifying her humiliation. Bardock mocks her with the sensual passages, speaking of Ark's divine incarnation and Silverbird's love with cruel delight. Dwelling on the bird's beauty, his words echo in the room, pushing Margreta to her breaking point. She lunges for the book, but Bardock's knights intervene. Blocking her and demanding respect, Bardock accuses her of betraying the Gemark Empire. He reminds her that she once swore allegiance to the Empire and its domination of the continent. That's why she became a knight, but now her loyalty belongs to Ark. He towers over Margreta, threatening her with punishment for breaking her oath. He even mocks her upbringing under Bollinger, claiming the captain of the knights was wrong to trust her as vice-captain. Pushed to the brink by his threats, she snaps, demanding to know what he wants. He then issues his chilling ultimatum: she must submit to him every night. To endure punishment for her faith in Ark the next day, she recounts the confrontation to her father, Bollinger, who refuses to let her become Bardock's prey. She tries to argue, But he interrupts, though the diary Bartok found infuriates him. His concern for her outweighs his anger, and he urges her to leave the village. Emotions cloud his judgment as he thinks back on raising her. He knew she might cause trouble one day, but he never expected it to happen so soon. He offers her a narrow escape, declaring her an outlaw. Bollinger reassures her that Bartok still needs him, so he won't harm him. When Margreta asks what would happen if she just accepts her fate, he questions if she truly wants to accept him as her husband. He warns that marrying the corrupt, overweight man would reduce her to something worse than a commoner, and he won't allow it. He hands her a bag and a weapon, urging her to get ready. His guards are instructed to look the other way as she climbs over the wall. He urges her to trust her abilities to survive the solar night and tells her to depart immediately, guiding her to the site where she witnessed Ark's miracle. She silently swears to return one day to challenge Bartok and end his reign. That night, she dresses seductively for the encounter Bartok demanded. Yet her thoughts remain fixed on fleeing. As she steps outside, two of his knights await, their lecherous eyes intruding, offering a restroom pretext. She sets her escape in motion while the guards make crude bets on her obedience to Bartok. 20 minutes pass without her return, making both knights anxious. One goes to check, but it's too late. Margreta has already breached the wall. The alarm bells ring instantly. One knight spots her fleeing south on horseback and raises the alert. Bartok orders all knights to pursue her, promising a reward to whoever catches her and compels her to kneel. He charges after her himself. Margreta races across the open field, glancing at the approaching knights. She contemplates her options: enter the monster-filled forest, or risk the open plains where her horse cannot outrun them. She desperately searches for another escape. As Bartok nearly grasps her, a blinding lightning bolt strikes. It splits the ground between her and the pursuing knights, throwing them back with the shockwave. This gives her the critical lead she needs, unknown to Bartok and his men. The lightning was summoned by Jaiha through Pan. Earlier in the garden, the World Tree Library beetles had arrived frantically. They jotted notes in their tiny journals and gave Jaiha records detailing Margreta's blackmail, her escape, and the knight's pursuit. Alarmed, Jaiha searched for her, first near Estramm and Gemark, but she was nowhere to be found. Then he saw her racing across a field with the Solar Knights in pursuit. Without delay, he turned to Pani for assistance in her rescue. Bartok, shocked and terrified, can only stammer as he witnesses the magnificent being glowing with golden light, as he struggles to comprehend it. His men shout that the lightning's devastation has made pursuit impossible. Margreta, sensing the divine intervention, approaches the horse and expresses her deep gratitude. She mounts its back, gripping the mane, and they surge ahead in a dazzling light. Bardok's efforts crumble as she rides the radiant steed. Margreta marvels at the speed and the shrinking landscape as Estramm village appears below. As they land in Estramm village, she wonders if this is a gift of art. The villagers immediately recognize her and alert the prince. She collapses and Edinskal rushes to her side. Witnessing Ark's miracles, Margreta Russell finally pledges her loyalty. She comes under Jaiha's protection. He turns to Pani, who returns safely after rescuing her. With this crisis resolved, Jaiha shifts his attention to his next mission. He arrives at the Hunter Academy, eager to examine its system. The Hunter Academy is a government initiative to train young hunters. Developing their skills from novice to elite, Jaiha observes two students sparring outside. Surveying the grounds, he thinks the academy is far too small to prepare students for real-world challenges. While the theoretical training seems solid, he notes that experience is limited to controlled scenarios. He reflects that the academy lacks real combat practice, likely because students never face actual monsters. He worries that without exposure to real threats, graduates may falter in true danger. Determined to address this, he consults the system book for ways to close the gap. Jianbek, who invited him to the academy and volunteers in his spare time, arrives to greet him and asks for his thoughts. Jaiha praises the facilities and thanks him for the invitation. Yunbek then offers a tour of the academy. After Jaiha departs for the Hunter Academy, his animal companions gather in the garden. They discuss how busy their master has been. When he's absent, their lives are simple. They eat, graze, play in the lake, and then rest. While the nature gods sleep, the Pterodrones are busy. They clean the lake, care for trees, collect resources, and maintain the forest. Some descend to their underground kingdom to craft weapons and artifacts for hunters. They also manage dungeons, setting wooden markers for different types and organizing dungeon chests. After a productive day, the Pterodrones enjoy a well-earned treat, honey from a distant place brought by Jaiha. Content: the drones. Jaiha turns his focus to the system book, seeking a method to train Hunter Academy students in real combat. As he flips through the pages, he comes across unusual topics like how to plant seeds or train wild animals. Then he stumbles upon something particularly fascinating: techniques for creating a miniature world. Jiha is astonished to find that he can actually create one. As he continues reading, it becomes clear that these ideas are vastly different from what he's familiar with. He wonders if the world he sees is merely a small part of a larger dungeon. And what he's reading seems to involve crafting a world and filling it with life where only souls can enter. He starts to consider building bodies for the souls to inhabit within this miniature world, enabling them to return after gaining new experiences. He thinks about utilizing this for a controlled training environment where academy students can practice real combat scenarios. Though unsure of its effectiveness, he decides to give it a try. He molds small figures out of clay, carefully refining every detail. He and his pets gaze down at the three tiny dolls, one fashioned to resemble a monster. His pets look on in quiet disapproval, clearly unimpressed by his poor craftsmanship. The book reveals that when a soul enters a body and Jiha infuses it with essence, a miniature world will be created. He decides to test this on the Terra drones, luring them with honey to step into the clay dolls. When they realize they have to leave their original bodies, they panic. Shaking in fear, they hesitate, but Jiha reassures them that it's harmless. Following his guidance, they jump into the portal. Once inside, their souls take over the clay body, and they examine their absurd new limb. They're even more disturbed by their new forms as clay dolls. Outside, the remaining Terra drones slump, overcome with sorrow. Convinced their companions are lost forever, the Terra drones begin to stir inside their clay shell. Jiha tests if skills and abilities can be learned in this miniature world, setting a condition that whoever defeats the monsters in doll form will earn double the honey. However, he realizes that although his helpers can't use their original skills as dolls, it still serves as valuable practice. He thinks that academy students could still benefit from this, though opening such a world at the academy would be expensive. When their trial concludes, the beetles return to their original bodies and gather around Jiha. He praises them and checks for any injuries. He then learns that the miniature world automatically heals any damage once the quest ends. Soon after, he gains the skill of world creation, and one of the Terra drones acquires a new skill called Resolute Strike. Looking at the Terra drone, he sees one of its claws has turned into a sharp, sword-like shape. He feels satisfied, knowing new hunters can now train in dungeons safely. And experienced hunters can face monsters in practice without putting their lives on the line. A notification then pops up, informing him that he has understood part of the world trees. Purpose: his class changes from worker to sympathizer of the world tree, and his world tree blessings, plant amiability, and sanctuary development level up as well. The next day, he looks over his upgraded stats and newly acquired traits such as observation and possession, and realizes he can inhabit any object. From plants and trees to rocks and animals, possession even grants him invulnerability, allowing him to explore the miniature world firsthand. He hopes to try this ability as a bird one day. His world creation skill proves just as powerful, enabling him to mold entire environments and shape both the world and its components. The only downside is the high essence cost. After some thought, he comes to the conclusion that he could set up several miniature worlds and charge for access. However, for the Hunter Academy, he decides to keep it free, even though he wishes he could offer the same to everyone else. Driven by this goal, Jiha starts sketching his plans, determined to make them a reality. The scene transitions to the Hunter Academy, where a new instructor, Jin Suhei, is introduced to give a lecture on what it means to be a hunter. She introduces herself as both a manager and an enchantress-class hunter, serving under the sword witch Seo Heejin. Her title alone leaves the students in awe. Most of them have never seen an enchantress in person. Just as she is about to take questions, a staff member rushes in with urgent news. A gate has opened inside the academy. Panic spreads among the students. Jin Suhei steps forward, instructing the teachers to maintain control while she investigates the gate. At the location, Kunbek arrives to inspect the anomaly. As soon as he touches it, his body collapses, appearing lifeless. Moments later, he wakes up in a new location. Inside the dungeon, his body has transformed into a larger, more muscular version, with a weapon he doesn't recognize. The system notification greets him, introducing him to the tutorial dungeon, explaining that equipment is automatically assigned based on class and ability. He's restricted to basic skill, but the system reassures him that any injuries sustained here will not affect his real body. Stage 1 begins, and the goal is to defeat the creepers lurking in the forest. The system's confirmation that his real body remains untouched steadies his nerve, and a floating screen reveals the locations of the monster. He enters the forest, a sense of doubt creeping in. The appearance of this dungeon seems too well-timed, leading him to question who could be behind its creation. Before long, he encounters a group of monsters and decides to venture further, eager to uncover more secrets. With one swift blow, he eliminates them, realizing that only basic abilities are functioning in this place. The limitation makes sense. This is clearly designed for novices. Completing the dungeon grants him a new skill, Power Strike. This confirms his suspicion that the dungeon is meant as a training ground for beginners without any advanced skill. Notification offers access to Stage 2, but he declines. Moments later, he regains consciousness in the infirmary. A doctor explains that he collapsed when he entered the dungeon. Without delay, he stands up to notify the other instructors. He is certain that this dungeon will be crucial for the development of Korean Hunter. Gunback's instincts are proven right. The new training gate at the academy makes a significant impact on hunters. It offers a rare opportunity to gain experience and acquire new skills, all without real danger. The response is overwhelmingly positive. However, dissatisfaction soon follows. Many criticize the exclusivity, arguing it's unfair that only academy students can access the gate, especially when so many new hunters outside need the same chance. Jiha, anticipating this backlash, quickly takes action to create dungeons for both beginners and experienced hunters. A few days later, a gate materializes right in front of Jiha's store. The chaos that ensues is a sharp contrast to the calm scene just half an hour ago when Hwaeun and Chulhyun were simply enjoying drink. Without hesitation, Hyun instructs Chulhyun to gather the guild. Once the members assemble before the gate, she directs their focus to a floating notification. It announces the dungeon as a training area for seasoned hunters, with equipment and stats adjusted to their skill. She then directs them to place mattresses by the entrance to cushion their landing. Once they step in, their bodies will leave the real world behind. Inside the dungeon, the guild awakens in a vast, unfamiliar terrain. Their bodies and equipment are altered to comply with the system's rules. Each weapon feels expertly crafted, enhancing their power. Hyun is in awe of her staff, its fire damage increased and its ether effect tripled. She immediately notices the difference. While Gunback had only received basic gear in the first dungeon, this one equips them with top-tier weapons. Soon, system windows appear for each member, displaying their points, class, and stats. Just as they prepare to move forward, another prompt requests a payment in essences. The amount varies per person, with Hyun facing the highest cost as guildmaster. For a brief moment, doubt creeps in, but a teammate reassures her that higher costs often bring greater rewards. Taking this into consideration, she agrees and the trial begins. A loud roar of a black lion echoes across the land. The team freezes, stunned that such a disaster-class monster would appear in a training dungeon. Fear grips Hyun, urging her to retreat. She gathers herself. Their lives are not at risk here, only their pride and growth. With renewed resolve, she channels fire into her staff, urging her guild to remain calm, fight as one, and complete the quest. The victory leaves a lasting impression. At a press conference, Hyun shares her experience, highlighting how this dungeon showed that with the right gear, even disaster-class monsters can be defeated easily. She announces that such training grounds will speed up the development of Korean hunters. Meanwhile, Jiho watches the events unfold with quiet satisfaction. Releasing the dungeon in Hwaeun's presence had been a deliberate decision. The variety of monsters ensured every participant gained something unique. In his mind, the success was owed to Edenskal and Selena. Their expertise with Estramm's creatures formed the basis for creating the diverse trial monster. Initially, Jiha made mistakes, creating monsters too powerful for the Terra drones to handle. But it was a valuable learning process. Even Margreta is flourishing in her new surroundings. She helps everyone around her. While researching, Jiha comes up with a new idea for the training. He considers occasionally offering better gear to encourage hunters to push their boundaries. Meanwhile, at the academy, a group gets ready for their turn in the training dungeon. A girl named Young Dazel is anxious, but her teammate Shin Hyesung reassures her. He reminds everyone that their real bodies are safe, and the aim is to defeat as many monsters as possible. Sang Moon proposes aiming for a new record, but Yumi is skeptical about surpassing Group 3. She challenges him, asking how he plans to outperform Myung-hoon from that group. Sang Moon remains confident, believing the monsters within are weak, and if they encounter the same ones, they can make a fair comparison. He mentions Group 3 cleared Stage 3 in 8 minutes, so they only need to beat that time. Still, he's uneasy. Aware that Myung-hoon is considered the Academy's version of Han Sung-hya, they begin their turn. The group confronts a monster known as Fleshthorn, a grotesque creature born from the soul of a pterodrome. As they charge, thorns on its back shoot out at lightning speed. Their shield barely stops the attack. He strikes with a 3-talon move, sending blades slicing toward the monster. Hyesung and Sang Moon keep the creature engaged while Yumi signals Dazzle to get her bow ready. The arrow explodes on contact, shredding its flesh. But the monster retaliates, injuring Sang Moon. He pushes through, convincing himself that each wound is part of his training. Once Fleshthorn is defeated, the group pauses to recover and check on Sang Moon. Hisung urges them to stay focused, reminding them the third stage is ahead. The gates open, revealing a massive troll swirling with dark energy. The boys rush in, but the troll's colossal fists smash into them. Both are sent flying. Yumi quickly reacts, launching a volley of fireballs at the troll. As the smoke clears, the beast is barely scratched. Realizing her fire isn't enough, she decides to switch spell. At that moment, a voice echoes in her mind, asking if she truly intends to use that spell here. Jiha accidentally blurts out his thoughts, quickly realizing his mistake and scrambling to find another way to guide the student. He jots a tip in his spellbook, recommending that Yumi use damage overtime magic or dot magic to prevent the troll from healing. The suggestion sparks Yumi's memory. She recalls her lessons that trolls are tough not because of brute strength, but because they can regenerate health. With that in mind, she asks Hisung to hold the troll still, so she can cast a firewall. Once the spell ignites, the troll is engulfed in flames. Its roars shake the dungeon, and when the flames die down, the beast is defeated. The system announces that their quest is completed. Their performance is rated outstanding, and they receive essence as a special reward. To their delight, they've set a new record. Their excitement grows when they discover Group 3 didn't earn essence as a reward. Jin Suhei asks curiously how they managed it, and Yumi explains that they followed a useful tip from the dungeon system. Clearing the stage inspires the students to request a break from the academy. Jin Suhei agrees, deciding to join them. This leads them to Jiha's shop in District 7. When they arrive, the lively crowd outside the store leaves most of the students amazed. It's a clear reminder of why it's called a sanctuary for hunters. Only Yumi remains calm. Watching her classmates behave like children, she mocks them for acting as if it's their first time outside. Hisung spots a Category 3 training dungeon nearby, and is impressed by how different it looks compared to the one at their academy. Diesel, however, is drawn to a towering armored figure in the crowd. The students quickly realize it's Kim Diakon, the hunter rumored to be an apostle of art, destined to rise into the Holy Knight class once it's available. Intrigued by the title, they learn that an apostle is someone who studies and spreads the doctrines of art. At first, no one believed Daikon, but now hunters seek him out for guidance. Hisung believes there's no harm in studying Ark's teaching, considering the mounting evidence and the possibility of his eventual appearance. Meanwhile, Jin Suhei steps away to secure permission for the group to enter the store. The group's attention shifts to an enormous, radiant tree. Its size is beyond anything they've ever encountered. As they approach, playful jostling breaks out among them, but their excitement turns to focus when they're greeted by Cha Hyun. She warmly congratulates them on their dungeon success and encourages them to keep pushing forward. Her praise leaves Yumi almost speechless, as speaking to her idol feels like a dream come true. Then Yuji steps forward, casually introducing himself as the store owner. The students light up. Eager to greet him, Hisheng even blurts out his admiration as a fan. Jiho invites them inside just as Jin Suhei updates Hyun on the group's accomplishment. As soon as they enter, the students are left speechless. The shelves filled with ancient scrolls and elixirs give the room an air of a treasure trove. Recognizing them as the group who cleared the academy's dungeon, he beckons them over. With a grin, he offers a basket overflowing with potions and scrolls, wishing them the best of luck on their journey to becoming skilled hunters. Meanwhile, Suhei and Weian discuss how beneficial the tutorial dungeon has been, agreeing that it's a fantastic learning opportunity for students. The instructor expresses her pleasure at seeing such enthusiasm, which Hyun admires. Afterwards, Jiho walks through the orchard, picking apples and reflecting on his unexpected encounter with the students he once mentored inside the dungeon. Seeing their growth, he wishes more students could take part in training dungeons, as they could greatly improve the overall hunter community. His peaceful moment is interrupted when his pets jump towards him, brimming with excitement. He is startled but pets them and gives them the apples he picked. As they enjoy the apples, Jiha notices small Terra drones taking away the leftover seeds, flying off to plant them elsewhere. Soon, new saplings begin to sprout, adding to the thriving garden. As Jiha watches the orchard, he realizes the fruits and vegetables have been staying fresh for much longer than normal. After some contemplation, he connects this to the presence of the world tree, which seems to keep them preserved. Suddenly, a familiar voice reaches him. Selena, reporting the amount of honey they have collected. Intrigued by how she managed to gather so much in such a short time, Jiha asks her about it. She explains that by planting more flowers, bees now move freely, collecting nectar much faster. He commends her work, though Selena humbly says it's nothing compared to the report he has made. After exchanging honey for sugar, he asks about Margreta. Selena admits that Margreta has been conflicted, unsure of how her struggles fit into Ark's plan, but finds comfort in the clear signs of Ark's existence. Their conversation is interrupted when the Terradrone High Knight nudges Jiha. Clearly expecting something, Jiha realizes he's been distracted. He quickly hands over the honey, apologizing for the delay. Watching the drones eagerly devour it, he feels a twinge of guilt for having taken their honeypot earlier. To his surprise, the High Knight offers him a share of the honey in return as a gesture of gratitude for everything Jiha has done. He accepts it. Jiha finally tastes the honey that the Terra drones treasure so much. For the first time, sometime later, Jiha is approached by an enthusiastic Terra drone eager to show him something. It sketches pictures of Terra drones. Jiha quickly realizes the drawing depicts the beetle planting seeds from his crops, and the drone nods enthusiastically to confirm. When he asks if they intend to plant seeds in other locations, the Terra drone draws a large outline of the earth on the ground. Jiha understands They want to spread the blessed crops worldwide. With the world tree's power, the plants grow more rapidly and stay fresh longer, making them a priceless gift for humanity. The thought aligns perfectly with his desire to make a positive impact on the world, seeing his other pets still fighting over food. He entrusts this task to the beetle. A few days later, Jiha checks Mirwiki at his shop and reads that pterodrony, once exclusive to Korea, are now spreading across the globe. He's confident these creatures will be a great asset to the world. Scrolling further, he notices a rising wave of complaints about the system. Unsure where to begin, he opens his status window and checks his stats as sympathizer of the world tree, realizing there's much room for improvement. He starts by switching the positions of health and vitality for clarity, then considers reorganizing the entire layout for better flow. Absently stroking Biam, he wonders about the lack of a level system in the dungeon. Currently, hunters only gain essence by defeating monsters. Jiha believes a level system could motivate them even further. Matching monsters to hunter levels would create clear goals and a sense of accomplishment. Yet, the absence of a bonus stat system is a concern. Without rewards, leveling up feels meaningless. When Jiha checks the system manual, he learns that any positive bonuses must be counterbalanced by negative effects to maintain fairness. The realization makes him sweat. He imagines hunters cursing his name over the nerfs. Still, he decides to implement the level system first and refine the bonuses later. He sets the benchmark with Han Sunghaya, the strongest hunter, at level 50, while new hunters start at level 1. Eventually, he plans to introduce features like weapons that require level 30 to equip. Even if the restrictions provoke some complaints, Jiha believes this new structure will push hunters to grow stronger, collect better artifacts, and prepare for the unknown. To gather feedback, he posts a survey on Mirwiki, inviting hunters and citizens alike to share their opinion. Responses flood in, including one from Han Seung-hyuk himself, asking when health and vitality will finally be updated. Kim Hyun-suk analyzes the new level system and concludes it's just another way to track points. He stumbles upon a preview for a new secondary class, featuring impressive abilities and design. He contemplates how these changes will impact their world, but before he can think further, an urgent call interrupts him. Something strange is occurring with the massive tree in District 7. The caller reports that nearby roads and homes are being overrun by spreading vegetation. By the next day, entire streets are swallowed by it. They're thrilled by the improvements to the status window and the upcoming secondary class update. They're also hopeful for some adjustments to dungeons. Some classes are clearing them too easily, while others, like archers, are losing money on arrows and potions, sometimes needing 2 runs just to break even. They both agree that Jiha's shop is the only thing that keeps them hunting. After buying potions, they thank him before leaving. Their words stay with Jiha. He realizes there are many problems he can't perceive since he never enters dungeons himself. This thought convinces him that the upcoming secondary class update must address these overlooked issues. At that moment, Hong returns from a flight and lands softly on his hand. He hears his sister calling from outside. She rushes over, thrusting a handful of grass at him, insisting he take a closer look. She says the grass that's sprouting is unlike anything found on Earth. When he asks if it could be from Gehenna, she reveals that after comparing with botanists, she found something unusual. She flips over a blade of grass to show him. Its underside gleams with a golden tint, a sight neither of them has ever encountered before. She also points out freshly planted seeds beginning to sprout nearby. Their origin remains a mystery. Jiha stares at the towering world tree, certain that this is just the start. Whatever unfolds, the world will surely be amazed. Choosing to remain hopeful, he believes this tree will bring joy to all. Sitting beneath its branches, he opens his status window and reviews his ability. There, he notices a skill he's never used, possession. He realizes it allows him to imbue consciousness into any living being or object within Gehenna. Suddenly, he becomes aware of the true dangers he's been avoiding by viewing Gehenna as a tiny world. Afraid of losing himself, he still decides to try it out. But just then, a prayer from Estramm village breaks his concentration. He hears Margretta's prayer for her stepfather, Bollinder, who remains in Gemark. She reveals he's the one who saved her. He guided her through much of her life, and her knighthood was made possible by his support. As she prays, Margretta worries about the danger he now faces when she escaped. He must have realized Ark no longer posed a threat to him, but she still fears for his safety. His position as a knight protects him for now. But Bardak's malice may eventually turn on him. Bardak's unchecked power stems from his family's noble status, which explains why her father, the captain, likely tolerates his action. If Bardak finds out that the captain helped her escape, the consequences could be disastrous. Margretta expresses her strong desire to rescue her stepfather, and if possible, his men. Jiha, understanding her resolve, agrees to investigate the situation in Gemark and provide her with an update. She is amazed by his abilities, but he assures her that it might take a while. She reassures him, though. He shifts his focus to Gemark, where construction and fortifications are underway. Bardock scolds a fatigued worker for napping before the wall is completed. The worker explains how exhausted everyone is, but Bardock dismisses their concerns coldly, ordering them to rest only once the wall is finished. Watching from a distance, Jiha quickly realizes that Bardock is a tyrant, pushing the laborers well beyond their limits. The man's bloated figure contrasts sharply with the food shortages plaguing the area. It's clear that the workers are the ones in need of nourishment. Sensing Jiha's frustration, Biam nuzzles against him, offering comfort. Jiha strokes him gratefully, and the small gesture eases his irritation. He then thinks about how to approach Bollinger discreetly, without raising Bardock's suspicion. His gaze falls on a small hamster scurrying by. Without hesitation, he activates possession. Now in the hamster's body, Jiha sneaks into Bollinger's office. He finds Bollinger buried in paperwork, muttering criticisms of Bardock's reckless approach. Jiha seizes the opportunity. As the hamster, he scurries up to the desk and speaks. Bollinger jumps, shocked at the sight of a talking hamster. Thinking it might be a demon, he recoils. Jiha calms him, explaining that he is the one protecting Margreta and urging him to listen. Still startled but intrigued, Bollinger listens as Jiha reveals that Margreta is from Estramm, and that he is the guardian of the World Tree. He reassures Bollinger that she constantly prays for his safety and hopes to free him from Gemark, offering his help in making an escape. Bollinger, still shaken, asks if such a plan is even possible. Jiha nods, assuring him that it is indeed possible. He begins to explain the details, promising to help as soon as he can. Doubtful and unwilling to accept things without proof, he still finds solace in the news that his daughter Mary is unharmed. However, he refuses to leave, insisting that the people of Gemark still rely on him. When Jiha pushes for more details, Bollinger opts to show him the truth directly. Carrying the hamster on his shoulder, Bollinger makes his way through the town. From a distance, Gemark seems well organized, but as Jiha walks through, he sees the villagers, worn out and starving. They are being forced into backbreaking work by Bardock's orders. His attention then shifts to the desperate villagers scrambling for scraps, leftovers discarded by the elite solar knights who enjoy the finest meal. Although unpleasant, it is essential for their survival. Jiha asks if food scarcity is the main issue in Gemark. Bollinger clarifies that it's not about a shortage, but about purposeful manipulation. Bardock stockpiles resources to maintain control over everyone. Jiha directly blames Bardock. Bollinger corrects him. Bardock is not simply greedy, he rules like a tyrant, showering his inner circle with luxuries while subjecting the rest to hardship. The sharp contrast between the wealthy and the destitute deeply impacts Jiha. He realizes that Gemark is on the brink of collapse, with death and despair imminent if things don't change soon. Determined to take action, he asks if it's possible to break Bardock's control over the people. Bollinger explains that survival is so fragile here, that even a single potato a day is enough to keep the people loyal out of sheer necessity. They need more than just rumors to sway them against Bardock. Jiha then proposes the idea of showing the people something that would prove the power of a god. Bollinger asks what kind of strength he means. Jiha responds that he will reveal it once they return to their quarters. He believes Panny's involvement could help ensure the success of his plan. Bollinger has an urgent meeting, so he leaves Jiha, still inside the hamster's body, to his own devices for a while. Jiha takes this opportunity to explore Gemark, wondering if bringing Pan would truly shift the people's perspective, or if it might scare them if they're not ready for such a revelation. He realizes he needs to understand more about what will resonate with the people. If the miracle that saved Margreta can spread further, it could build momentum in his favor. But his thoughts are interrupted when a pair of rough hands grab him. Jiha realizes too late that Bardock's men must have been tailing him. The man assumes that Bollinger, a figure who never showed weakness, is now conversing with a rat. This would undoubtedly please Bardock. Jiha panics, realizing he can't escape the hamster's body because his possession skill is too weak at this level. He unintentionally makes a noise, leading the man to suspect the rat can speak. Thinking it's a demon, the man decides to inform Bardock, believing this could ruin Bollinger and give Bardock total dominance over Gemark. At that moment, flowers in the garden begin to chime, signaling the nature gods. Biam senses their master has fallen silent since entering Gehenna and fears something is amiss. When he insists they must search immediately, Biam agrees, reminding the group that Jiha's very existence is crucial to the garden's survival. He takes charge and assigns roles to track him down. Meanwhile, in Estramm, Margreta receives a letter delivered by a carrier pigeon sent by Bollinger. The message reveals that Bollinger has met a man claiming to be Ark's apostle, and admits he had not believed her words until now. However, the man has disappeared, and Bollinger suspects that Bardock's solar knight have captured him to leverage him against them. Margreta blames herself and swears to rescue the apostle at any cost, even if it means taking down Bardock herself. As she prepares to leave, she finds Pani waiting outside. Surprised by its timely arrival, she mounts and rides swiftly toward Gemark. In Bartok's office, the knight presents the rat, mocking Bollinder for dealing with a demon. The commander is pleased to have a chance to tarnish Bollinder's reputation and promises the knight a reward. Jiha, still trapped, curses his impulsiveness with the possession skill. With only an hour left before it expires, he desperately searches for a way to escape. But just as Bartok considers how to use this advantage, another knight rushes in, shouting about a monster in the sky. Bartok looks out the window, frozen in disbelief. The messenger, panicked, pleads for orders and urges him to flee. The knight questions him, asking if he intends to abandon the Solar Knights. But the messenger insists that the order will only survive if Bartok does. Terror strikes Bartok as he recognizes the pony in the sky, the same one that unleashed lightning to free Margreta. Realizing it has returned to finish him off, he dashes frantically to escape. Seeing the sudden chaos, Jiha recognizes Pani has arrived and yells urgently to alert Pani of his location. The pony lands and Margreta dismounts, determined to finish what she previously couldn't. The ground ruptures behind Pani, sending shockwaves that smash Jiha's cage, tossing him through the air until he lands on her muzzle. He expresses gratitude to Pani for rescuing him and politely requests to be set down to follow. Bartok's movements. As Jiha scurries away, his gaze sweeps over the battlefield, witnessing Solar Knights falling one by one to Margreta's hand. She cuts them down with merciless precision. Jiha realizes that Pani brought her here because her power was exactly what Gemark needed. While she purges the tyrants, he decides to play his own part in the fight. During her fierce assault, a knight accuses her of treachery and tries to strike. Bollinder shields her from the blow, reuniting her with her stepfather on the battlefield. After defeating the Solar Knights, he checks on her, voicing concern since he hadn't received any letters about her safety. She apologizes and he comforts her, praising the justice of her action. He urges her to complete her mission and promises support from his Black Lion Knights. Meanwhile, Bartok barrels through the streets, threatening anyone in his path. As he approaches the city gate, Margreta's voice calls his name. Panic overtakes him and he accelerates, hoping the forest and its wild elves might give him an advantage. Suddenly, as freedom nears, a rope snaps around his ankle, yanking him down. Margreta's Black Lion charges forward like a storm. Her attack drives him to his knees and her sword hovers menacingly over his neck. Margreta declares Bartok's reign over, but he refuses to yield. Desperately, he makes a final attempt to strike her, but his defiance seals his doom. She unleashes her Black Lion claws, ending his life. His dying scream reverberates through Gemark as justice is served. Jiha, witnessing Bartok's death, feels torn. He hadn't wished for Bartok's death, yet Seung Hyuk's warning resonates in his mind. Generosity can backfire and loose ends are dangerous. Realizing this, Jiha acknowledges the hunter's world is far harsher than he expected. His admiration for hunters grows, and he vows to watch their path with sharper perception from now on. As his possession skill nears its limit, Margreta senses something unusual from the nearby hamster. Before she can act, Jiha escapes. Shifting his focus to Gemark's displaced villagers, he formulates a plan. Using a map, he directs the Terradrones to find survivors and escort them to Estramm village, offering honey for each person saved. The beetles hesitate. Skeptical of his promise, Jiha sweetens the deal, offering honey whenever they desire. Convinced, they agree. With their help, the housing and food shortage is quickly resolved. However, a bigger problem arises: the cultural clash from Gemark's migration into Estramm. Jiha worries the Estramm villagers might resent sharing their homes with former Ark opponents. To confirm, he seeks Selina's counsel. She reflects that their devotion to Ark runs deeper than past grudges and assures him Estramm will welcome the newcomer. She admits initial friction may occur, as Gemark's people are outsiders, but assures him that strengthening their faith in Ark will earn them family treatment. Relieved, Jiha vows to prepare everything to ensure Estramm remains safe. The following day, under Prince Edenskal's command, houses and roads rise near Estramm village. He works alongside laborers to expedite construction. Soon, one of his men reports that the requested site is already finished. Edenskale inspects the completed work and praises the villagers for clearing the grasslands so efficiently that newcomers can pass easily. They credit his leadership, but he deflects, remembering his initial panic upon learning 2,000 immigrants were on the way and how unprepared they truly were. It wasn't his guidance, but Ark's apostle who dispatched the beetles to swiftly carve paths and build homes. Thanks to them, the settlement is ready just in time. Pleased with Estramm's expansion, he urges rapid completion of the infrastructure. From the trees, Croydel and Kreutz watch the sudden activity. Kreutz speculates the construction is to accommodate immigrants, noting the cleared roads and new village emerging beside their forest. He assumes the newcomers are from Gemark. Kreutz worries about potential cultural clashes, but Croydel insists it's just Gemark forcing their presence. He maintains it's simply Gemark imposing himself, downplaying the risk of cultural friction. He chooses to act to maintain strong connections with Estramm. His actions are fueled by two main drives: his insatiable desire for Estramm's soul, which he has already consumed in abundance, and his conviction that those empowered by our might can locate the world tree. At that moment, Jiha in his hamster form approaches the elves, catching them off guard by speaking. He invites them to join a joint council with the villagers that very night. When night falls, both groups gather in Estramm Hall, their attention fixed on the doorway, awaiting the arrival of Ark's apostle. Suddenly, the doors burst open and BM enters. The villagers and elves freeze, mistaking the apostle's form for a leopard, until they notice the tiny hamster. Sitting atop him, Jiha calmly clarifies that he is merely inhabiting the animal, though his true form is not unlike theirs. The meeting begins. Each community shares its present challenges, and together they deliberate on how best to support Gemark's people in adapting to their new circumstances. Observing the discussion, Jiha realizes this is the first step toward his vision, a Gehenna where all races live in harmony and respect. He pledges to bring this vision to life at any cost. Eventually, the meeting concludes. Selena stands to thank everyone for attending and expresses hope for future gatherings, earning widespread approval. Freudel, however, interrupts, clarifying that his only goal was to gather information about the world tree, since material resources are far less significant in comparison. Edenskal conveys his gratitude to Ark's apostle for facilitating the meeting. Jiha, in turn, thanks everyone for attending voluntarily. Afterwards, he presents Selena with a gift from his garden, a branch taken directly from the world tree. Upon hearing this, they rush to plant it, quickly erecting a fence around it as if it were priceless. The elves linger nearby, wide-eyed, whispering in awe about its origin. Within hours, the branch grows into a colossal tree, leaving everyone in stunned amazement. The world tree, which had perished during the Great War, now stands anew. Fruits and Cradle bow respectfully to the hamster, thanking him for allowing them to witness the world tree again. Jiha requests they guard the tree, and they vow to protect it to the best of their ability. The nature deities observe the miniature world and see the world tree finally taking root in Gehenna. Winnie anxiously wonders if it's ready for summoning. Growler explains that world trees from different realms resonate with each other, so purification must begin to trigger the summoning once Bayam returns. Hong questions if it's really necessary. Growler sighs, noting the Terra drones already have heavy responsibility. Winnie comments that with over 1,000 Terra drones, surely some are available. Growler loses patience and orders them to proceed without delay. 2 hours later, Growler, Bayam, and Winnie reach District 8, only to find it swarming with monsters. The trio prepares to fight. Bayam emits a piercing screech, sending the monsters into panic before the battle even begins. Reporter Choi Jae-hoon covers the conflict in District 8. 2 monster factions clash, but one, resembling animals, clears out hostile monsters while protecting civilians and buildings. Their origins are unknown, but they pose no threat to humans. Jiha watches the report at home, finally realizing the whereabouts of 3 of his pets. Meanwhile, Han Seung-hyuk sees Growler on the news from his home and immediately dashes out, apologizing to Hyojin for leaving dinner abruptly. He weaves through traffic, the radio reporting that 2 hours have passed since the mysterious animal-like monsters appeared. Most creatures in District 8 have been cleared, leaving only the boss, Kango, still fighting the animal-like monsters. The live broadcast shows Kango taking a critical hit from a wolf-shaped creature, prompting commentators to wonder if these animals truly side with humanity. He halts abruptly, rushing forward for first-hand information. Hyun-suk, already at the scene, looks at Seung-hyuk in surprise and asks why he's there. Han explains he wants to speak with the wolf after the fight. Hyun-suk recalls his bond with the wolf and thinks Seung-hyuk has arrived just in time. The battle is nearly over, and the Hunter Association is about to step in. Just as the manager moves to announce Seung-hyuk's arrival, a loud rumble echoes. Both tense up. Han remarks that he thought the fight had ended. Hyun-suk confirms Kango has been defeated. Then a massive crack forms in the sky, bursting open, revealing the entire Estramm village mysteriously transported to this world. They look around, amazed. Han recognizes the village immediately. He feels a strong urge to protect them and is astonished by the miraculous event. He wonders if this could finally be the moment he reconnects with Edenskal and Selena. His gaze shifts to Edenskal, who is practicing with his sword. Han hurries over, calling him by his nickname. Eddie looks up, recognizing the familiar voice. Realizing it's truly Han, Eddie is taken aback. Han, half smiling, explains that while he had once been summoned to Gehenna, it is now they who have arrived on Earth. Eddie looks confused, asking what Han means. Han gestures toward the area where Mount Apedo had stood and asks if Eddie can still see it. Eddie, initially confident, searches the horizon and panics when he notices the mountain is no longer there. Han chuckles warmly, greeting the Prince of Estramm on Earth. Hidden from view, a flower begins to split open, and a hand reaches out. The being steps into existence, summoned by the collision of worlds, searching for Ark's apostle. Everyone assembles in Estramm Hall. Han tells Eddie they are now in a world called Earth, not Gehenna, and that Mount Apedo is no longer present. Selena prays, sensing Ark's presence in the situation. Though Hyunsuk had expected their confusion, they are already prepared to address it. Han remains composed and introduces himself as a hunter from Korea. The group begins discussing their plans moving forward. A few days later, a press conference is held at the Korean Hunter Association's headquarters for the people of Gehenna. Civilians comment that the newcomers resemble them closely. One spots a handsome man in a car outside the headquarters, wondering if he could be the prince. Several decide to wait outside to take pictures when he leaves. Inside, Edenskal expresses his gratitude to the association for helping his people adjust to this new world. He announces that all the information they have will be shared with the association. While speaking on stage, the audience is captivated by his presence, with some even considering visiting him in the forest of District 8. Jiha is astonished to see Gehenna fully brought to Earth. He never thought such a thing would happen. He quickly suspects his pets might be involved and approaches them cautiously. He assumes they must be following the World Tree's directives and decides to feed them first before demanding answers. Suddenly, a thought hits him. Perhaps he has lost his connection to the miniature world. He checks and finds he is still linked and able to assist. The only change is that the miniature world now includes Earth as well. Jiha feels as though he has become a god, capable of observing both worlds. He realizes he must help the survivors of Gehenna adjust to life on Earth. He understands that managing both worlds will soon make his life even more hectic. A few days later, Huyen takes the Gehenna immigrants on a tour of District 7, showing them their pride, Jiha's shop, and the giant tree. When they see the tree, they immediately recognize it. It's the world tree, grown to an incredible size. Selena remembers the apostle mentioning a world tree in his garden. Thought strikes her, could this be the same garden? Afterwards, Huyen leads the Gehenna people into Jiha's shop. The familiar sound of Jiha's voice and the presence of Biam immediately capture Selena's attention. Huyen introduces Biam, marveling at its rare color and speculating that Estramm likely has extraordinary creatures as well. Selena notices a familiar bundle of salt, immediately confirming her suspicions about the apostle. She watches him speaking with Margreta, yet he plays the role of a stranger, pretending not to recognize them. He shakes Margreta's hand. He encourages her to visit more often, given the proximity of Districts 7 and 8. She mentions Huyen's high praise of his potions and scroll. Jiha modestly downplays it, admitting he's still learning. She mentions that she might need his assistance soon, as she plans to become a hunter alongside her knights to avoid burdening the Korean government. Jiha reflects that the Black Lion Knights are stronger than regular hunters and will likely have no trouble. He hands her a potion as a small gift. As she takes it, a familiar scent hits her, causing a wave of recognition from Selena's sanctuary. She realizes that this man is Ark's apostle, and a wave of gratitude and excitement floods her as she meets him in person. Once everyone leaves, Jiha sits in quiet thought, struck by how strange it is to see them outside the miniature world. His eyes catch a note on his desk. Opening it, he finds a message from Selena asking him to visit Estramm. She has something important to tell him. Although Jiha only met Selena today, her request fills him with unease. As he reaches the door, he hesitates at the thought of entering in human form. Just as he pauses, Selena and Margreta swing it open, inviting him inside. They offer him a cup of tea. He expresses his surprise at receiving her note. Curious, he asks Selena what it is she wishes to tell him. She begins her inquiry carefully, asking if he believes in R, though she isn't sure what Earth calls it back in their world. It is Ark. Selena explains that he once created and watched over Gehenna, but then disappeared. Recently, an apostle of Ark has appeared. A being claiming to be from another realm began overseeing Gehenna's affairs. This individual mentioned a world tree in his domain. Upon seeing the massive tree in District 7, Selena suspected it might be the same world tree in this realm. Initially, she thought the world tree near his shop was just a coincidence. However, the bag of salt he carried, along with Biam's confirmation, supported her theory. She directly asks Jihad if he is the Ark's apostle. Seeing the certainty in her gaze, Jihad realizes denying it is futile. He acknowledges his role as Ark's apostle, recounting how he came to be one and what he's done so far. He shares all the details he can recall. He talks about his aid to Gehenna, feeling relieved to finally confide in someone, as the burden of secrecy is lifted from him. Selena kneels, convinced he is Ark, and begs for forgiveness for ever doubting him. Jihad, uneasy, urges her to rise and tries to clarify that he isn't Ark, but Margreta presses him, insisting he orchestrated everything. He admits he merely followed the will of the world tree, adding his own judgment. Margreta worries that if his true identity becomes known, he'll never find peace, but he keeps helping others despite the dangers. Jiha asks for a favor and both immediately agree to follow his request. He asks them to call him Jiha and to keep his godlike status a secret. Selena understands his need for a normal life. Jiha agrees that revealing his true identity would only cause chaos. He promises to assist them whenever possible, but cautions that a bigger favor might be required from them in the future. Margreta eagerly agrees, pledging her loyalty for saving her life. At that moment, a notification appears, informing Jiha that Margreta Russell has sworn allegiance to him. The system notes that assigning a champion will greatly enhance their ability. Though irreversible, it asks for his confirmation. Jiha explains everything to Selena, who reveals that an Arc champion hasn't been chosen since the Dragon era. Back then, Arc selected a noble knight to help restore balance in the world. These champions directly served Arc, maintaining order in the world. Jiha asks Margreta if she is truly certain about becoming his champion, emphasizing the permanence of the decision. The girl, filled with fervor, declares that she was reborn because of him and vows to serve him forever. He hesitates, unwilling to let her risk everything for him, and rejects her offer, while Selena shows understanding of his choice. Margreta's disappointment is clear. Jiha patiently explains that he doesn't wish to take away someone's life and dream by making them his champion too soon. He insists they must build trust first before making such a significant commitment. Margreta finally relaxes, realizing that personal bonds hold more weight than the rules of the system. She asks Jiha to call her Mary from now on, a name used only by the captain. Selena then presents Jiha with a study guide from the Dragon era. He gratefully accepts it, unaware that such a book even existed. She explains that the book will help him understand dragons, their sudden disappearance, and includes details on champions. They spend some time reminiscing about their shared experiences with him. In the days that follow, he studies the books Selena provided, which contain information on dragons and entities known as neutral. He learns about the immense power dragons once wielded, which explains Margreta's eagerness to become a champion. However, it still isn't enough to change his mind. The book details the Dragon era, a period where humans and monsters lived side by side. Dragons were given the role of maintaining neutrality by Arc to prevent conflict between races. Some dragons, though, strayed from their purpose. Astragon, praised by humans, declared itself a god. The nature gods, with their champions, managed to stop Astragon, burying its bones in the sanctuary, though the other dragons were torn apart in the aftermath. Jiha is skeptical of the tale but realizes it would make for an exciting fairy tale. Although it feels unreal, the story captivates him. Inspiration strikes. He could turn this legend into a dungeon theme. Training dungeons are sufficient for low-level hunters, but higher-ranked hunters deserve a dungeon with depth and a rich narrative. This story allows him to skip the typical hero rescuing princess plot. He imagines a dungeon with a powerful dragon as the boss, guarded by loyal side monsters, and feels exhilarated by the concept. He starts designing the dungeon, setting a level cap of 35. He limits it to 10 hunters at a time. Once the framework is ready, he calls his pets to help prepare the dolls for the hunters and dragons. Hong complains about having to work, but Winnie scolds him sharply, insisting they start gathering materials immediately to finish the dungeon on schedule. When he opens a gate, Hong panics over their strategy. Winnie then redirects them toward the Grand Library to capture Yuji. The trio trudges across the scorching desert, utterly drained. After 2 hours of seeing nothing, Winnie begins to question their route. Hong blames her, she blames Yuji, and soon an argument erupts. Suddenly, a rabbit darts in front of them and collapses. Moments later, it jumps up, frantically waving its paws. They interpret the movements as a call for help. Winnie wonders what a rabbit could possibly need assistance with in such a barren place. Before they can react, the rabbit grabs Winnie's arm and pulls him forward. They stop before a giant drake, with a cluster of tiny bunnies cowering nearby. Frozen with fear, they have no choice but to fight. Winnie morphs into a massive bear, charges, and single-handedly defeats the drake. The lead rabbit stares in astonishment, raising its paws protectively, convinced that Winnie is yet another monster. It soon notices the rabbit that had run for help riding on the bear, and realizes the creature came to aid them. Jiha surveys his surroundings, searching for something to occupy his day, and notices the fog has lifted from another area. BM and Doggo rush over, and he considers exploring the newly revealed zone with them. Before he can act, a gate in his garden bursts open. A flood of rabbits charges in, scattering in every direction. Jiha freezes, staring at the chaotic spectacle. Amid the pandemonium, he spots his 3 other pets, all looking overly self-satisfied, and realizes these new arrivals are here to stay. Jiha worries about where the rabbits will settle. A brave one hops forward and he pets it, realizing this small fluff ball is their leader. He starts explaining the lack of space, even considering calling the Terra drones for help. But before he can act, the rabbits survey the area, then energetically begin digging, creating a cozy home. Jiha blinks in shock. They've solved it themselves, since they are now part of his family. He names the leader Mooney. Curious, he asks how they met Winnie and the others. The rabbits recount being saved from the drake during the desert trek. Jiha is amazed, A drake in the desert is highly unusual as they normally inhabit marshlands. Intrigued, he watches Mooney open a portal, revealing dragon bones. Jiha connects the dots and realizes the drake was drawn to the bones. Knowing drakes can evolve when exposed to dragon remains, he wonders where Mooney found the bones and which dragon they belonged to. Mooney sketches on the ground with a twig, illustrating animals fighting a dragon guarding another dragon's bones behind a mountain. Jiha instantly recognizes the scene from Selena's guide. The bones must be Astragons, the dragon lord. An idea forms. He could use them to craft a dragon for his themed dungeon. Seeking Mooney's permission, which the rabbit nods to, he decides to create a dragon doll from the bones. He plans to use Terra drones to give it a lifelike appearance. At that moment, he unlocks the life creation skill, allowing him to shape materials like wood, clay, or metals into a body and imbue it with a soul. Amazed, he wonders where he could find a soul to animate the dragon doll. As he ponders, a group of Terra drones arrives with a swirling energy sphere. Jiha immediately recognizes it as Astragon's soul. He marvels at how intuitively the drones understood his intent without guidance. He forms the body with the bones and channels the world tree to erase memories of its previous tyranny. Leaving only an innocent consciousness within the soul, he then uses the life creation skill to infuse it into the doll. The system confirms success. It verifies the creation now contains a great soul and will act in line with its memory. Timer begins, limiting the soul's presence in the body to 2.5 hours. The final step is transferring the dragon into the miniature world. Once relocated, the dragon awakens, feeling as if it has just emerged from a long, deep slumber. Sensing unfamiliar elements within itself, it resolves to observe cautiously. Taking flight, it scans the barren landscape for the Empire's capital but finds only wasteland, leaving it confused. Suddenly, a massive swirling portal appears. Unable to avoid it, the dragon is sucked in, eyes wide with panic and disbelief. The portal deposits the dragon into an entirely different world. Meanwhile, Hyun watches from Jiha's shop, uneasy about the growing closeness between Jiha and Margreta, who had only recently met. Her thoughts are interrupted when a man rushes inside. Jiha's attention is drawn as the newcomer bursts in, creating a sudden tension in the room. There are reports of a dragon causing chaos in District 7. The hunters immediately look up Merwiki, but there's no mention of a dragon. This proves it's a completely unknown type. At that moment, the Eternal Flame Guild arrives to take control of the situation. Hyun is at the helm of the guild, while Margreta insists on assisting in protecting Jiha's shop, much to Hyun's annoyance. She orders her team to attack. Determined to show off the guild's power, the dragon notices them and breathes fire, only for it to be blocked by Hoyan. Margreta launches a black lion assault, while Hyun casts a flame spell sending meteors towards the creature. The dragon is stunned that its breath is so easily thwarted, wondering if it's because both are champions or if time has diminished its power. Deciding that Saul isn't part of its plan, the dragon tries to escape. Just then, a massive hand drops down from the sky, stunning everyone. Though Margreta feels relieved, recognizing whose hand it is, the hand swiftly lifts the dragon high into the air. Hyun watches in horror, unsure if the giant is an ally or enemy, until a teammate reassures her, believing the hand is helping them. Jiho relaxes after averting what could have been a major catastrophe. He had been with Margreta and Hyun when the creature appeared. They both rushed toward it, giving him the perfect opportunity to sneak into the garden and grab the dragon out of the miniature world. Once the adrenaline wears off, Jiha realizes that his animal companions orchestrated the whole event. A dragon appearing in District 7 without a dungeon breach is impossible. He questions his pets about who opened the gate, allowing the dragon to pass through. When he hides behind Panny, sniffling with tears streaming down its face, and admits it only meant to bring Astragon to the garden, accidentally sending it to Earth instead, seeing the distressed little bear. Jiha imagines Bayam must have already scolded it and pulls the bear into a hug. While Jiha tries to comfort Winnie, Astragon stirs in the garden. The familiar scent of the world tree captures its attention, and it halts beneath it. The towering tree, seeing the red dragon awake, Jiha approaches cautiously, and the dragon questions him about his identity. Jiha introduces himself and confirms the red dragon's identity as Astragon. The dragon responds authoritatively, insisting he deserves respect and dismisses him as a child. Jiha remains stoic, though he mutters to himself that at 25 he's no child. Changing the subject, he asks if he's hurt since he tried to handle him gently. Astragon fumes at Jiha's audacity for grabbing him. He questions Jiha about the garden, the metal bead necklace he's wearing, and why his body is in such a diminished form. Jiha struggles to explain the truth without hurting the dragon's pride. When Astragon learns that he died, he grits his teeth in anger. Dragons were granted immortality by art, and the idea that they could face extinction is unthinkable. Flames surge in his throat as he demands the truth. Bayam jumps in and slaps the dragon's head, causing him to scream at the insult. The three nature gods intervene, giving him a lengthy lecture about respect and manners. Bayam sternly tells him to respect their master. Jiha, who walks the path of Astragon, thinks they're all being absurd. Bayam sets him straight, saying he died 500 years ago as a tyrant, and that monsters destroyed Gehenna, forcing them to flee to Earth. Bayam points to Jiha, declaring him their master and the center of everything. The dragon struggles to absorb all this information. Winnie asks if he had really grown so old that he forgot his mission and began acting recklessly. He learns that his desire to dominate the continent split it into two, leading to the souls of his siblings being sealed away. They reveal Jiha's mission to revive his sibling, making him confront the truth. The Terra drones present records from Jungi's library about his reign of terror. Astragon had long believed Ark abandoned him, but now the truth hits. He was the one who abandoned Ark. Jungi explains that Astragon was the first dragon chosen to enforce sacred laws, and urges him to let go of the past. He's been reborn. His body is frail, as Jiha's life creation skill cannot fully restore his former power, but he will grow stronger in the garden, accepting the truth. Astragon bows to the truth, acknowledging Jiha as his master and requesting a new purpose. He recalls how Ark once assigned unique roles to the creatures of Gehenna. Elves were meant to live in harmony with nature. Dragons were tasked with upholding the sacred laws, all guided by Ark's will. He insists that without a purpose, they are nothing. Jiha counters that purpose doesn't have to be complex. He can simply be part of the garden, living a calm life. A gentle breeze flows, and Astragon admits to himself that this place might not be so bad. Jiha finally gives the dragon a name, deciding Astragon is way too long and choosing Yang instead. The cat, always the sensible one, reminds the dragon that even if he's done a good job, he needs to watch himself and not let it go to his head. Yang thinks his new assignment is far too easy. Being told to simply join the garden for free feels beneath a dragon. He pushes Jiha for something more meaningful, and that's when Jiha realizes he could make Yang the final boss of the themed dungeon he built. Interested, Yang asks just how hard the job will be. Jiha drills him step by step, and after several days the training comes to an end. At last, Jiha opens the dungeon, warning Yang that hunters are heading their way. Jiha tells Yang to go all out, since dying inside the dungeon doesn't last. Learning his enemies will be the same ones who attacked him in District 7 only stokes Yang's excitement. Still, Jiha wonders whether he's truly prepared in this weakened state against hunters with high-end gear and refined skill. The comment enrages Yang, and he spits fire to show he's no pushover. Jiha tells him to calm down, promising he'll adjust his stats later. Even though Yang understands what he's meant to do now, it still hurts being handled as if he's beneath his rightful standing. Not long after, Yang hears the hunters closing in, arguing over how they've never seen a quest with this much detail. The newcomers shake at the sight of the monster. The veteran hunters try to steady them, sure of themselves until they get a real look at the creature, and their confidence vanishes instantly. The hunters are stunned, asking how the monster that appeared in the city days earlier could have escaped all the way to this place. Yang bristles with rage. He didn't run. How dare they belittle him? With a thunderous bellow, he declares he'll unleash his fury, and sends out a tempest of flame that makes the whole dungeon tremble. That day, the ancient dragon's roar shook everyone to the core, and within hours, it dominated headlines around the globe. News anchors said the District 7 dragon had holed up in a training dungeon, where Han Seung-hyuk's supposedly unbeatable team went after it, and got flattened. The dungeon has been placed under investigation. Meanwhile, Cha Huyen rallies her guild for a second attempt, urging them to carry resistance potions, scrolls, and other essentials. On a live broadcast, the news anchors invite Kim Hyun-suk to shed light on the dungeon. He explains that the dungeon appeared suddenly and has already gone viral worldwide. When pressed about the boss monster's classification, he clarifies that the system itself identified the quest as Red Dragon, confirming it to be a dragon-class entity. He further explains that every challenger who enters receives a special buff, called Hero, and a temporary title, Dragon Slayer, marking this as the first ever true-themed dungeon. The anchor presses for details on potential reward. Hyun-suk predicts they'll be nothing short of amazing, given the dungeon's brutal difficulty. Meanwhile, Jiha's sister's team is hard at work. Planting when Min Seok walks in with food, Kyung-beek nearly weeps with relief, saying he was starving. A brief argument breaks out between him and Sun Young over the work, but Min Seok steps in to ease the tension, inviting everyone to sit down and eat. The food has everyone drooling, and Sun Young calls Jai-ha over. He walks in, apologizing for being late and thanking himself. Mid-meal, Jeonbik squints at Jiha's arms and asks if he's been working out. Jiha denies it, claiming he only has time for his shop, but Jeonbik presses further, poking at his chest and exclaiming in disbelief at how solid his muscles feel. The others eat without much thought, but Jai-ha grows uncomfortable as Jeonbik refuses to stop. Sensing this, Panny rushes over and jabs its horn into Jeonbik's face. Though secretly grateful, he gently scolded the little beast not to go around stabbing people. Sungho joined the teasing, noting that Jiha looked more fit than him and asked again if he was secretly training. He flatly denied it, still playing dumb, while Seungho tried to encourage him not to be embarrassed about his physique. However, he stubbornly plays dumb. Unfazed by the commotion, Growler plants himself before the TV. Breaking news interrupts an earthquake magnitude 9.5. At Yellowstone, Kai Hyenwoo reports live from the scene, calling it pure chaos. When drone footage fills the screen, Growler stiffens and begins to growl. On the screen looms a massive tree, its branches warped in darkness, a monstrous bud swelling among them. At first glance, it looks like the world tree. Yet Jiha knows better, the world tree protects life. This thing radiates nothing but destruction. That evening in the dream garden, Yunji tugs on his sleeve and pulls him through a portal. He steps inside, realizing it leads to a library, though not the one Yunji had shown him before. This one descends deeper down into a shadowed basement. There he sees, hanging in the air before him, is a majestic book, radiating light as if it were alive inside the book. Jiha finds chilling details about the Tree of Destruction, the same entity that triggered the Yellowstone earthquake. It is said to belong to the Lord of the Abyss, a figure possibly on par with the High Lord Yang had once mentioned. If the book is right, then even America isn't safe. The text explains that the tree consumes the earth itself, its presence alone capable of drowning out the world tree's life. Realizing only he can confront it, he decides to call Hyunseok and take the U.S. up on its offer. Jiha requests that he be stationed near Yellowstone. Hyunsuk hesitates, warning that the area is already swarming with monsters. But our guy insists the tree must be dealt with, though reluctant. Hyunsuk recognizes he wouldn't insist without a reason. Hyunsuk decides it's wiser to keep an eye on Jiha and quietly assist him rather than press for answers he won't share. He arranges his stay in a nearby town called Casper, just outside Yellowstone. To ensure security, he insists on escorting him personally and promises his safe return, a condition Jiha accepts. The nature gods listen in on Jiha's call, a wave of relief washing over them. At last, he's chosen to go on his own. Otherwise, they would have dragged him there by force. Winnie presses for immediate preparations, yet BM waves her off, claiming it's easy. The Terra drones will take care of the monsters and shield Jiha while they deal with the tree. And when he questions who will be by Jiha's side during the journey, Bayam dismisses the concern with calm confidence, insisting he's already arranged the perfect escort. Jiha packs his bags and departs for Incheon International Airport. Report. Upon arrival, he is greeted by Ashley from Hunter Management, who introduces herself as his guide and coordinator in the U.S. While outwardly professional, she inwardly marvels at finally meeting one of Korea's rising hunter stars, noting how much gentler he appears compared to his reputation. He is also joined by Kim Do-kun, assigned as his bodyguard. Ashley is astonished by how tall he is. Jiha admits that while he tried to prepare himself, the idea of heading to America still makes him uneasy. That's why he's got a bodyguard. Ashley reassures him to stick to the schedule and not to stress. Ashley mentions that many people are excited to meet him, which causes Jiha to tense up and wonder if his arrival was already made public. Hyun-suk chimes in, admitting he made a few calls the previous night. It's better to be cautious for such a rare trip abroad. Noticing Hyun-suk's tired expression, he asks if he got any rest at all. Hyun-suk confesses he only had a couple of hours. This deepens Jiha's concern. Once they are seated in the airplane, Jiha marvels at the luxury of his seat. He never thought he'd fly first class. In awe, he unzips his bag, only for Yang to immediately jump out, complaining about nearly suffocating inside. As the pilot announces their takeoff, Yang mutters that they could have avoided all this if Jiha had simply ridden on his back. Yang grumbles that they could have just flown on his back to make things easier. Jiha, amused, pats him and points out the wonder of flying without wings. When the plane takes off, Yang looks out the window, realizing he doesn't need to flap his wings to fly. Reluctantly, he admits it's not so bad after all. Several hours later, the plane touches down in the United States. At the terminal, Logan Chris is waiting. He's the head of human resources for the U.S. Hunter Association, accompanied by Drek, an executive from the Psyker Association. A large crowd of journalists and officials is pressing forward. They're all fighting to get a glimpse of him, and the flashing cameras and loud noise make his stomach churn. By the time they leave the airport, Jiha is completely exhausted. Ashley comments that even globally famous hunters don't draw crowds this huge, hinting that his fame is something extraordinary. Eventually, they arrive in Casper, a small town that feels almost deserted. Ashley explains that Casper once had nearly 60,000 residents, but the population dropped dramatically over the last decade, leaving only a few thousand behind. Now the town is mainly used as a base for psychers hunting monsters near Yellowstone. She adds that they'll be there soon. Determined to stay calm, he puts on the enchanted ring of translation, a gift from Hyunseok. With it, he can understand and speak any language. Suk also asked him to create scrolls for the Psychers once he arrived, with a recording. His first task was to create scrolls for the Psychers when he got there. Jiha's first move was to line everyone up. Without hesitation, he crafted almost 300 scrolls in just one day. This feat later became known as the grace of the legendary scrollmaker. The hunters were amazed at how powerful the scrolls turned out to be. After 4 hours of continuous scroll making, Jiha's shoulders finally began to ache, as exhaustion set in. Someone offered him a drink and he gratefully accepted, only for them to ask for a favor. Jiha, ever the polite pushover, agreed before he even knew what it was. The man never stopped smiling as he led Jiha into a quiet, secluded area under the scorching sun. Draining Jiha's energy, just as Jiha started questioning the detour, a black van screeched to a halt behind them. Before he could react, the man shoved him into it. Strong hands held him down, and a voice hissed that he would make scrolls not for the world. Not for hunters, but for them forever. The van sped away. Jiha's only comfort was knowing that Yang, his dragon, was still with him, safely tucked inside the suitcase. He forced out a question, asking where they were taking him. The men only grinned and replied that he'd find out soon. Realizing there was no way he could escape on his own, he knew he'd have to rely on Yang just as he reached for the zipper. Suddenly, the van lurched to a violent stop. Vines wrapped around the wheels, anchoring the van in place. The leader ordered his men to watch Jiha and moved to step outside. But before he could react, the plant let out a deafening shriek. 2 of the men in the front were frozen in place, and in the next moment, the vines whipped around, pulling them straight out of their seats. Jiha took his chance, scrambling out of the van, and froze at the sight of the creature looming in front of him. Yang, tired of being stuck in the bag, jumped out and sized up the wild plant, asking if this was the monster they had come for. Jiha confirmed it was for now. Yang, having encountered much worse, told Jiha to take cover behind him. The vines snapped toward them. But Yang unleashed a torrent of flames, turning the monster into ashes in seconds. Jiha, ecstatic, hugged Yang tightly in gratitude. Yang blushed, slightly overwhelmed by the affection. As they started figuring out how to get back, a sudden sound caught their attention. Jiha looked up to see a massive pterodrone hovering overhead. With the immediate danger gone, it swiftly carried them toward Yellowstone. Jiha recalls the tremor's origin and the tainted tree, reminding himself to stay focused on his true mission, which is to eliminate the threat posed by the Tree of Destruction. The illuminated tome had uncovered that long ago. The World Tree, unable to protect the entire world, entrusted part of its energy to selected trees to serve as guardian. One of these guardians was the Tree of Destruction, which was tainted by the High Lord, who, despite being created by Ark, rebelled against its creator and took on the title of Lord of the Abyss. The nature gods surround the malevolent tree, shattering its twisting tendrils as they approach. However, they notice the tree isn't attacking them directly. Growler warns it might be luring them into a trap, while Beam believes it's trying to communicate something. Their suspicions are confirmed when the tree shifts. Its bark turns into flesh. Vines retract into arms, and before them stands a brown-skinned woman with flower-shaped horns. She is Organa, the High Lord of the Abyss. She mocks the gods, calling them adorable little pets. BM demands to know her goal, but she dodges the question, pointing to the Terra drone carrying Jiha. She inquires if the power it radiates is a fake force manufactured by them after Ark departed from the world. The gods immediately grasp her intention. Their master is near. They ready themselves to protect him, but Organa takes the first move. Saplings shoot up from the ground, wrapping around the gods and restraining them. As the Terradrone approaches, she acts swiftly. In an instant, she grabs Jiha, trapping him in her palm. Organa examines Jiha with a curious, predatory gaze. She questions how he can behave like a god when he appears so frail, so insignificant, and so ordinary. Jiha struggled, but her grip tightens, pulling him closer as she breathes in his scent, which only intrigues her further. She asks if he would surrender and be her pet. He rejects the idea with every movement, causing her to grin maliciously. After all, humans often keep pets of their own. She boasts about how much better the world would be under her reign, and recalling the chaos she caused, Jiha swears he won't allow it. She remains confident, convinced humans will eventually desire her control. Just as she prepares to crush him, Jiha's scent triggers an old memory. The warmth he exudes reminds her of her father's hand. She remembers Ark gently patting her head, urging his children never to forget their purpose and responsibilities. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by confusion about her lost duty. She loosens her grip and looks up, silently seeking guidance from her father. As she begins to vanish, Jiha slips from her grasp and starts to fall. But the Terra drone swoops in, catching him just in time. With Organa gone, BM commands the team to focus. They set fire to the Tree of Destruction. Jiha, now safe on the ground, pats his pets in gratitude for their brave efforts. He then takes the branch of the world tree he had brought and plants it where the corrupted tree once stood. Meanwhile, Winnie and Biome bicker over whether their master unnecessarily risked his life. Biome holds firm, asserting that their master, walking the path of art, is untouchable even by the High Lord. Yuji admits she had doubted the success of the plan, believing they were doomed the moment Organa captured him. But now they had overcome her. Then Jiha calls them over and they see that the world tree he just planted has already grown into a towering giant. He thanks everyone for their help in safeguarding the area. Yang, overflowing with joy, rushes toward him. Hugging him so tightly they tumble to the ground. Once back in the dream forest, a pterodrone starts recording the events of the day. Organa, the High Lord known as the Queen of Mushrooms and Vines, had used the Tree of Destruction to reach. She was defeated by the nature gods when Ark's power in Jiho caught her off guard. This forced her to retreat. He reflects on how Organa treated him like nothing more than a pet, making him wonder if all High Lords see humans this way. The question of her forgotten duty weighs heavily on his mind. He recalls Yang's words that every race has a purpose, and without it they are incomplete. Exhausted by the flood of thoughts, he decides to rest. Jiho wakes in his hotel room, only to find Yang's enormous red face inches from his own. He screams before thinking, quickly recovering. Jiho feigns surprise, claiming the dragon just crashed in. The Akun steps protectively in front of him. Ashley unleashes a lightning bolt at the startled dragon. Yang flees after the brief chaos and Jiho mentally groans, apologizing to his very patient dragon. Ashley checks on Jiho, informing him that the Tree of Destruction has disappeared from Yellowstone National Park. She adds that the Bureau is investigating the tree and has issued warning. Jiho pretends to be clueless, keeping the full truth hidden with no further tasks. She suggests he go back to Korea with Deacon and quietly admires Jiho's generosity in producing hundreds of scrolls for Psyker. Without expecting any reward, she says goodbye, apologizing for wasting his time and inviting him to return. Back at home, Jiho finds Yang brooding in the dream garden, giving him the cold shoulder. He nudges him gently in apology, reminding him how dangerous it would have been if anyone spotted a dragon with him. Yang frowns but grudgingly accepts a loaf of meat as penance. Jiho collapses onto the ground, thinking he's becoming a dragon caretaker, and wonders what happened to the haughty dragon he once knew. He turns his attention to the next job. The rabbits have unearthed the bones, so he begins assembling them into dragons, infusing them with life. One by one, more dragons awaken, their eyes bright with vitality. Jiho's life creation ability levels up, upgrading to level 2, enabling him to create more intricate beings. The dream garden is too small for all 48 dragons, and their combined energy overwhelms the Terra drones, so he opts to move them to a nearby sanctuary large enough for roaming. Free play, attempting to get their attention is futile. Each dragon is absorbed in its own activity. Yang finally shifts into his full, terrifying form, immediately forcing them into compliance. Jiho hopes they can live together without conflict. Later, at the sanctuary, the rabbits have dug yet another deep pit, as they often do, revealing numerous dragon bones. This pit, however, descends deeper than any before. Intrigued, Jiho jumps down and discovers a vast underground maze. He notices the walls are unnaturally constructed, and the entrance seems designed to either trap or guard something. He decides to learn more before venturing deeper. Youngie brings him a book on the Great Labyrinth, authored by Ark, detailing events prior to the planting of the World Tree. The book features abstract illustrations of followers and seals, hinting at an ancient evil, but contains no explanatory text. Jiho reads that Gehenna once existed in a primitive state. Ark, displeased with the environment, defeated the ancient evil and its minions, sealing them within the labyrinth. Jiho is taken aback. Earlier scriptures credited Ark with creating Gehenna, but this book tells a different story. Perhaps the saints who wrote the scriptures were mistaken. The world clearly existed before the World Tree. The book warns that the ancient demons trapped in the labyrinth would wreak havoc if awakened. Traps would activate, and their followers would unleash destruction, though Ark assures nothing can escape the labyrinth. It notes the demon lord can be used for practice, but the entrance is sealed. Jiho wonders how to get in until a Terra drone points out a hole in the wall. He sends drones to check, but it's too narrow for them. Jiho realizes he can enter by inhabiting a small animal, avoiding the need to enlarge the hole, relying on the protection granted by his possession skill. He takes over the hamster and cautiously begins exploring. Meanwhile, Jiho's animal companions fear the demon lord's awakening. Weary from battling the previous 33 lords, Winnie wonders if many ancient demon lords existed. Yuji says roughly 100 survived only after destroying one another, assuming they would avoid clashing with hunters. Biome points out some might seek negotiation. They enjoy watching the lords try to escape, as long as chaos doesn't spill into their world. Biome is confident Jiho can handle them with ease. No creature has entered the labyrinth for ages. Now the demon lord senses a new intruder. He orders his followers to capture Jiho, who remains unaware he is surrounded by hostile forces. One tries to stop him, but its hoof bends like rubber against a protective barrier around him. Screaming in agony, Jiha barely notices and decides to peek briefly. Before returning to his world, another monster's machete snaps mid-swing, allowing the hamster to escape while the followers scramble. Triton, the demon lord's chief of staff, reports identifying the intruder as a tiny hamster. Yet every attack the soldiers make injures them instead. The hamster proves untouchable, and even traps fail to trigger on it. The demon lord notes this is unusual. Normally, Crichton would capture intruders without difficulty. He instructs Crichton to open a path to the throne room and use the soldiers to lure the hamster so he can see it himself. Crichton hesitates, knowing the heart of the labyrinth is in the throne room, but the demon lord repeats the order, leaving no choice. Compelled by curiosity, Jiha enters the throne room despite every warning from his instincts. As he steps in, he instantly senses the presence before him, the demon lord. The being introduces himself as Crassus, the iron-blooded lord. He sternly accuses Jiha of awakening him through his intrusion. Jiha quickly offers an apology, but Crassus interrupts. He demands to know who sent him, convinced Jiha is a messenger. Jiha admits he stumbled upon the place accidentally, yet Crassus doubts him. He probes the era Jiha hails from and questions why a mortal stands before one who has endured 2,000 years of bloodshed. Jiha acknowledges there is much to explain, but first requests Crassus' assistance. The demon lord is taken aback. What aid could a mortal need from a demon? He reveals himself as a gardener of the world tree, holding a shard of arcane power. Crassus eyes him suspiciously, labeling him a servant of the archdemon. Jiha decides to address the misunderstandings later. As Crassus perceives Godark as an archdemon, Jiha declares his plan to make the labyrinth serve his purposes. He proposes helping the demon lord escape in return for his cooperation. The demon, skeptical, insists the labyrinth is inescapable, a design by the archdemon himself. Crassus assumes Jiha is merely toying with him, certain escape is impossible. He recalls the book's warning, no one truly dies in the labyrinth. Anyone who falls is revived at the entrance. The text confirms the curse is eternal, though the reason Ark imprisoned them for 2,000 years remains unclear. Perhaps the labyrinth was revealed to him to end this cycle. Returning to his garden, he pours rain over the miniature world. This display proves his power to Crassus, who stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend it. As Jiha re-enters, Crassus glares. He mutters with disgust, suspecting Jiha is the archdemon himself, his eternal foe. Jiha insists he is not Ark. He offers to reshape the labyrinth, promising Crassus freedom in exchange for cooperation. Frustrated by prolonged silence, Crassus decides it doesn't matter if Jiha is lying. He clings to the hope offered and consents to collaborate. Later, he summons the High Lords, though only 3 arrive. Penelope, Lord of Delusion, the Lord of Intelligence, and Crassus himself. Penelope jokes, asking if someone finally decided to release them. Crassus explains they found an animal wielding a power similar to ours. Requesting help to make it rain within the labyrinth, the demon lord confirms but clarifies. Their freedom is not immediate. Amused that only limited power functions here, the Lord of Intelligence inquires about the intruder. Crassus places the hamster on the table, shocking the Lord. Only a demon lord should enter this space. Penelope exclaims that if he can see them and enter, he must be linked to the archdemon. Jiha introduces himself as the gardener of the world tree. Jiha observes the lords grappling with a changed world. He recounts how Gehenna was destroyed by the High Lords. Only a few survive. The High Lord of Intelligence finds it ironic that a world created by the archdemon was undone by its own creations. Penelope teases the hamster, asking if he assumed this tiny form as a lesson in humility. Jiha stresses that power must not be abused. She remarks that anything he requests is better than idleness and tries to coax his plans. But he is immune to her charm. He explains that hunters will soon enter the labyrinth. Their role is to strengthen humans and provide rewards. Together, they aim to craft the ultimate labyrinth for hunters to explore. Haldor Tristan, Ark's champion and a warrior surpassing humans, remains trapped inside. After centuries of quiet, strange sounds echo as monsters awaken, making him feel as if it is his first encounter. He faces countless beasts. Penelope approaches quietly, amused that a human has survived over 500 years. Haldor snaps, blaming demons like her for cursing him. She teases that the new master of the labyrinth causes the sound. Haldor demands to know the identity of this new owner, but Penelope admits even the High Lords know little, warning he is reshaping the labyrinth now. Hearing this, Haldor leaps upright, raising his sword, demanding the observer reveal themselves. Unbeknownst to him, the one observing hides on Penelope's shoulder. The sounds now seem to come from beneath, confusing him. Then, he hears his name called clearly. Impossible to ignore, Jiha reads from the book, recounting Haldor Tristan's history. He hails from the edges of the Deus Empire. He led the Boar mercenary group and became a champion by age 25. He battled fearsome dragons and noble lords, then ventured into the vast labyrinth to pursue the demon lords, only to be cursed and imprisoned for centuries. Sensing a nearby presence, Kaldor is instinctively driven to kill, while Jiha can't help but be impressed by the commanding aura of the Ark's champion. His stats appear clearly before him. Kaldor yells for the source of the voice to show itself, his tone raw with anger. Jiha admires how he has kept his strength and sanity intact over 5 centuries. Penelope nudges Jiha to reveal himself. Exhausted from shouting in vain, the hamster steps forward, asking if Kaldor has settled. Kaldor, disappointed, glares at the hamster form and demands the being reveal its true identity. Jiha refuses, and Penelope sheepishly admits she has never seen it either. Kaldor insists on knowing who Jiha really is. Arji introduces himself as the Gardner of the World Tree, withholding further details out of respect for Kaldor's history as the Ark's champion. Furious, Kaldor thrashes and yells. Jiha signals Penelope that it's time to leave, but the champion lunges after them. He pleads, begging them not to leave him alone. Jiha feels sympathy, amazed that Kaldor has endured centuries in this state. He asks Kaldor if he can compose himself to continue the conversation. The man forces a semblance of humanity and explains that to aid him, Kaldor must stay calm, revealing that escape via the demon lord is possible, though not instantly. Kaldor doubts the feasibility. Frustrated at failing even to locate the labyrinth's entrance, Kaldor questions if Jiha is under the demon lord's influence. Jiha clarifies that they are merely cooperating, offering the same help to Kaldor. He firmly rejects any notion of working with the demon lord. As they prepare to depart, suggesting he could remain for another millennium, Kaldor quickly regrets his defiance and apologizes. Jiha apologizes as well, admitting he desires Kaldor's freedom just as much, though with Gehenna nearly destroyed, success may be impossible. Horrified, Kaldor demands information about the dragons and champions who should have acted as mediators. The hamster explains that the dragons were powerless against the High Lord's ascent from the abyss, not due to weakness but because the mediators abandoned their duties. Jiha emphasizes that Kaldor has nothing left to return to. Gehenna is gone with only a few survivors remaining. Kaldor recoils, asking if he's doomed to remain there forever. Jiha says there is a new world Kaldor can enter, though he cannot share details yet. Relief floods Kaldor as he realizes the survivors might be in this new world. His mood brightens as he asks determinedly if Jiha expects him to continue slaying the demon lords until they stay dead. Jiha explains his role is to guide the people from the other world arriving here. Despite Kaldor's concern over his fearsome appearance, he is overjoyed at the chance to escape this torment. He quickly consents, already planning how to teach the newcomer. His first step, cutting off centuries of unruly hair. Meanwhile, the nature gods observe from the miniature world in the garden. BM suggests activating the system, and Growler agrees that with the world tree mature, they can begin experiments as their master prepares to bring hunters into the labyrinth. They review how the sponsorship system functions. Warriors entering the labyrinth receive essence and buffs, and exceptional ones could contract with Ark or the nature god. They plan to implement this using essence as currency. The Terradrones are thrilled, imagining the bounty they will collect. Growler suggests selecting warriors in advance to prevent losses. Yang worries that sharing power might make them greedy. Haney insists the system exists only to motivate hunters, not hinder them. BM emphasizes it rewards only those truly worthy. While training methods are flexible, he reminds them to consider their master's intention. They decide to wait and observe. A few days later, Seung Hyuk finds an invitation to the Great Labyrinth at his doorstep. He arrives atop a terradrome, surprised to see others gather. They ask each other questions about the place but find no answers. Daekun gestures to a table at the entrance, where a terradrone sits with items. Hwaeun asks if the items are for sale for use inside. Seung Hyuk whispers that perhaps it's a side business because the master stopped feeding it. Huyen selects an item, and the terradrone shows a drawing indicating it cures delusion spell. This magic is used by Penelope, the succubus, to control others' bodies. Huyen examines the glowing stone, guessing it's essential for navigating the labyrinth. She asks the price, and the terradrone points to a sign demanding 4 essences. Outraged, she tries to negotiate down to 3, even flashing her deadliest glare. The little creature avoids her eyes and taps the sign again. Seung Hyuk firmly rejects the 4 essences. She protests, forcefully placing her essences on the table. He takes in the various items for sale, intrigued by what other treasures might be hidden inside. Daekun remembers the rumors about a demon lord and fierce monsters lurking within, and the group decides to venture in and see it for themselves. As they enter, they find themselves in a sprawling forest, where a solitary man sits on a rock, as if he had been expecting them. Hwaeun murmurs that the man resembles Bollinder, though in a disheveled state. Kaldor greets them, and the group feels an intense aura emanating from him as he speaks. He introduces himself, asking if they are hunters from Earth. He reveals that while he knows of their deeds, he doesn't know their names. Then with eerie certainty, he singles out Margreta, asking if she carries the name Russell. Margreta gasps as Kaldor mentions he knew Marlene, a champion who looks strikingly like her. The truth hits her and she demands to know if he is the Ark's champion. Kaldor acknowledges it, though he has been trapped here for 500 years. Deacon vaguely recalls stories of such a title from long ago, while Hwayan remains doubtful, questioning how any human could live for half a millennium. Kaldor dismisses their doubts, reminding them that if they wish to enter the labyrinth, they must place their faith in him. Sung Hayek feels a dangerous aura around the man but doesn't perceive him as an enemy. Byokun confronts him. Demanding proof of his claim to the Ark's title, asserting his own loyalty to the Ark, he hurls his axe, which crackles with raw energy. When it strikes the ground, the earth splits beneath it. Everyone is stunned by the sheer magnitude of power. Kaldor asks if they're ready for a proper conversation. Han agrees, determined to uncover the labyrinth's mysteries and Kaldor's role in it later. They follow him into the forest. The mention of Ark's champion stirs something in Margreta. It was once a prestigious title among her ancestors, a legacy she longs to reclaim. She vows then and there to prove herself worthy within the labyrinth and claim the title for herself. When the fight begins, the monsters stand no chance. Junghayek's sword and Hwayan's fire magic effortlessly cut them down. The ease of the battle unnerves him. It shouldn't be this easy. But then he senses a hidden presence watching them. Notifications flood in. Mighty God's Fang insists it's not mistaken, while Growler demands improvement. Growler's sudden presence catches him off guard, and he wonders why Growler is here without being summoned. We'll be right back.